Check mic 6, mic 6. Mic 1. Mic 2. Mic 3. Mic 3. All right. 4. And 5.
Hey guys. The 10 a.m. crowd. We love you guys. How many of you slept 8 hours last night? Oh, a few of you. Awesome. Wow. I definitely am not raising my hand. Shall we?
Sure. Hello. So, what y'all want to do? Yeah, we should play some arcades sometime today. Yeah, I have nothing planned. I guess we just take some questions. Anybody want to ask us something? This is the first time Bear and I have ever been sitting on the same panel in history. So this is history in the making.
It's true. It's historic.
Yeah.
Got a question over there?
Oh, for the film? My producer, Sean Keegan, handled the budget, so it's tricky. I'm not sure exactly what the final number was. The number we raised on Indiegogo was like $325,000, and that was the gross number, not the net number, so that was before taxes and everything. Of course, Indiegogo takes out a percentage, then PayPal takes out a percentage because the money all goes into PayPal. And from that, it goes into the account where it gets reported as income. And sorry for the long answer, but I'm just trying to figure it out myself too. And then federal and state tax was like more than 30% of the total number after that. Because that was right before we even started, shooting, so nothing was spent yet, so there were no deductibles. and we also, there was a lot of money that went down, that was subtracted from shipping out, printing and shipping all the autographs to all the donators. So that was an astronomical cost to ship all those autographs all over the world. So what we ended up with, I don't remember the exact number. That'd be more a question for my producer, but it was significantly less than what was on the Indiegogo page. 20 bucks, yeah. No, it was a little more than 20 bucks, but yeah. But it was a small budget considering what movies actually do cost. Like these big $200 million superhero movies and all that. So in the grand scope of things, it was a small budget. But for what I was doing with this, it was very impressive. I thought it was really a great testament to how much the fans loved the show and how much they wanted to support what I do. So I really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, anybody who donate or anybody just for watching the show all the years, thanks for supporting it and, making the movie happen. It was a movie made by fans for fans.
How many of you guys have seen the movie? Sweet.
Nice.
There you go. That's your crowd.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah. What was the second country to the U.S. that I sent the most signatures to? Yeah, so yeah, it was mostly the U.S., as you're right. Second country, probably, it was either in the U.K. or Germany, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, good to. Oh, favorite part of working together. It was just awesome.
Yeah. You want to go first?
Yeah, let's see. So, it was just, my favorite part was just when we were discussing the music, when we were actually like just going through the movie and being like, this could go this way or that could go that way. And then I remember, what I loved was when you'd tell me an idea that I didn't think of, something like there's a part where we zoom into the plane. There's a plane flying, and the nerd is in there with the alien, and you're saying like, well, when it zooms into the plane, let's have the music really like tense up, like it's gonna get like, like, oh my God, like something's gonna happen. And then it cuts, and then we're just sitting there drinking martinis. So that was kind of like you're able to work out like little gags with the music, It
was. We wanted to sound like a Michael Bay movie outside the plane, and then it's like lounge music inside the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Every
fun.
time you go into the plane, there's lounge music, but each time you come back to the plane, the lounge music is getting a little darker each time. So
we put a lot of thought into like
yeah,
little details like that.
Yeah. Oh, and how'd you love when I was like, hey, Bear, can you do this can you do this music where you got Elvis and you got Tupac and you got Michael Jackson, and can you weave them all together so it's like one like track?
Yeah, because that was probably the toughest shot I've ever scored.
Yeah, you're like, fuck you.
Panning across these characters, and it had to keep telling the story dramatically. Like we needed to keep the tension up and transition into the chase cue. That was a blast. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think my favorite part was just getting to work with your character on such a large canvas. Mm-hmm. That was something we'd been talking about for a long time, and getting to take this character and knowing we had an orchestra at our disposal, we really went big on it, and getting to tell this sort of really big story, and so it allowed for moments like that, and it was really exciting because the movie had so many great little moments. It was fun. I think I would basically then agree that it was getting to talk through those moments and figure it out and find the soul of it,
Mm-hmm.
Although I mean also like for me, my favorite part of the whole experience might have been getting to do the opening cue, like my cover version of Kyle Justin's theme song, where I brought in all these cool video game synths, but also the big orchestra at our disposal, and it was cool. It was just so much fun.
Yeah. Oh, you asked me about the sequel right there, right? Yeah, you're like, is there going to be a sequel? Short answer, no, unfortunately. But things do change. Like, I can't shut the door on it completely because, Dumb and Dumber 2 happened, and that was like 20 years later.
Dude,
so
Kindergarten Cop 2, the trailer just came out. Dolph Lundgren, 27 years later. I'm not making this up. It just came out yesterday, the trailer. Yeah,
Oh
man.
my
so
God.
so never say never. you
Never
know?
say never.
If Kindergarten Cop 2 can do
Yeah.
it with Dolph Lundgren, then
Oh, yeah, it's just a matter of like figuring out which, the question is which, do I have any other big projects coming? Always, yeah, there'll always be something else big, but it's just a question of which one is it going to be. Right now, I'm still just trying to get the web shows under control at the moment, trying to knock out some more of those. I want to do some more funny trailers, like the Jekyll and Hyde trailer from last year. I want to do more. Did you see that? The fake movie trailer? I want to do more stuff like that. But I want to do I might want to do a short film here and there, and then maybe eventually, hopefully soon, another feature. But of the features, I've narrowed it down to like 6 ideas, so I have to figure out which one to do. So it's kind of like a tournament of feature films is in my head, a tournament going on of like which one is going to win, which one's going to be the one to dedicate yourself to. Because as I learned, like the experience of making the Nerd movie, from the moment we started writing it to the moment it actually came out, that was like 8 years. So it's like if you're going to invest yourself in a film, you're going to be doing it for a while. It's better, it's got to be something you really love. So really make sure that you're going to be okay to look at it for a long time. Hey.
Fulfilling your lifelong dream at a relatively early age, do you think there's something missing in your life now, or you kind of glad it's all behind?
Oh, that's a deep question. And I think the question's, do I feel, now that I got to do my childhood dream, do I feel like anything's missing in my life? Do I feel like anything's missing in my life? Yeah, I mean, there is something missing. It's hard to explain, but when you start doing what you always wanted to do for a living, it's great. There's nothing to complain about with it, but you sacrifice a lot of things. Like you don't have your social life is pretty much gone afterwards. I mean, you interact socially when you make films. It's a very social medium, but a lot of friends. There's a lot of people in my life who I haven't kept in touch with, and I'd like to, here and there, slowly. I always get in touch with people again. But there's a lot of people I miss that I just haven't spent much time with. That's the short answer. Just you kind of give up a lot of your social life, stuff like that.
it's a deep question.
It is, yeah. It's
Bearing his soul for you guys.
yeah. Right here.
I guess even with the deep questions, was there ever a point making the movie that you were just ready to completely give up and scrap it all? And obviously you didn't, so what got you past that hump?
That's a good question too. Great questions for a 10 a.m. panel. I gotta say, these are great. Yeah. Yeah. The question is, was there ever a time while making the movie where I felt like giving up, and what was it that pushed me through? It was honestly the support from the fans, because there was times when I was like, it's when we were shooting, especially when we were shooting and things were just going wrong, and I don't know how the hell we salvaged it. We managed to get through, but there were days when we were just like running behind schedule, just day after day after day, because everything was just going wrong on set when you're in the moment. And I remember there were times when I was like, okay, how the hell are we going to piece this together now? Like, what do we do to fix this? And I couldn't give up because people already like donated to the film. What am I can't just not make the movie now. So it was like the point of no return. But all the support, everything, that's just what kept me going. And then a lot of in the post phase was just like there was a lot of things where, okay, let's reshoot this, and then with a fresh mind, like coming home after the whole shooting was over, like what shots are we missing? What do we need? What do we need to go back and shoot? And then really thinking it through carefully, and then working through that all to just make it all, to just make it all good, So right here. Mm-hmm. Oh, what do I think of the new Ghostbusters film? Well, I wish they're calling it Ghostbusters, aren't they? It's just called Ghostbusters. I'm like, couldn't they at least call it Ghostbusters Re-Energized or something stupid? Anything stupid like that would have been better than calling it Ghostbusters. Because now, for the rest of the time, you're going to be like, oh,
Which one?
The 2016 Ghostbusters. Like, just call it something else. Other than that, I have no problem with it. The idea of there being Ghostbusters 3 is completely, dead. There's no way you could do it without Harold Ramis, I don't think. But yeah, I'm interested to see it, but I'm not excited for it because it's not what I wanted. What I held out for my whole life was a third movie, and I was one of few people who liked the second Ghostbusters, so I didn't see any harm with there being, a third one. I'm glad they didn't make 3 right after 2, but I think with the time that had passed, it would have been good. All the movies that have made it to 3, Home Alone 3, Free Willy 3. Why couldn't we get Ghostbusters 3? But it's too late now. They fucked that one up. All right, right here.
So you're a big fan, watching these over the years. You've always mentioned about how you love movies and the practical effects. So I was kind of curious for the nerd movie, what was your favorite practical effect you put together?
Oh, what was my favorite practical effect we put together? Death Moth 6 was the monster in the film. That was my favorite practical effect because I always wanted to do a suit monster destroying buildings. So that was just that was a dream come true to do all that stuff. Right?
I'm also another long-time fan of your videos, but what was your thoughts on the newest Ninja Turtle movies?
Oh, what was my thoughts on the newest Ninja Turtle movies? I don't know. What do you think?
I haven't seen the newest Ninja Turtle movie, but I will say, the trailer for the next one, I feel like I was made a promise like 25 years ago that I would see Krang, Rocksteady, and Bebop on the big screen.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I'm owed that before I die. And when that trailer came out, I was like, good. This is finally happening. Like, I don't even care if it's good. The fact that those characters on the big screen, I'm like really excited about that. So, while I didn't see the previous one, I'm gonna go just because the 13-year-old in me is like, I'm waiting for those characters. Damn it.
For the second one, I feel like I have to see it because I have same exact thing. I've waited for those characters for so long, but I also feel it's so much longer after the fact now that I just don't know if but the first one I thought was okay. I mean, it wasn't great, but it's all right. The first Michael Bay one, I mean.
Yeah.
The first live action Turtle movie, the one from 1990, I still testify is a great movie.
It's a great superhero movie too. It really holds up.
And it's really in tune with the comics. But I think it gets kind of lumped into the second and third movies. People remember it more for the cheesy one-liners and everything. And
people forget how good the costumes looked and how well the characters worked in that first movie, and then like the coming out of their shell tour and all the other stuff that those costumes went on to do. They did get kind of lumped in with all that.
Yeah.
But I look, with that and Ghostbusters, like, I'm just excited these franchises are carrying on. Like, if there's younger audiences that go back and discover the ones we grew up on because of the new ones, then I think it's cool. I think that's a really great thing,
Yeah.
And we still have the ones we like, so it's all right.
Yeah, not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, we got Robbie Rist from the movie Michelangelo as the voice of the alien in the film. That was pretty cool. I got a question. Oh, let's see. I guess we're way back over here.
This one's actually for Eric.
Yeah.
You mentioned in your panel you've been a fan of Canadian music for a long time. It's part of your original inspiration. Was there anything in particular you put in the score that was kind of like a dream thing to do?
Oh, that's a great question. Is if my love of video game music allowed me to put something I've always wanted to into a score for this movie. Every single note of this movie is a lifelong dream. It's one of the main reasons I wanted to do the movie in the first place, is because I wanted to incorporate the music and the sounds of the kinds of games that the nerd reviews most often. So, like, because we had a long lead time on it, and because I'm a nerd anyway, I actually sampled Sega Genesis hardware, Super Nintendo hardware, Nintendo hardware. We took a long time sampling all the different synthesis sounds, the sine waves, the square waves, the white noise, all that stuff, right off the hardware, so that like I could recreate the sound of those consoles as instruments. And then once I had done all that, like I wanted to make certain cues homages to specific games and specific eras and specific hardware. So like the Humvee chase on this album is one of my favorites. It's all built from Mega Man X sounds, all of it, the whole cue, and with a little secret sauce in there too. But 90% of it, it's just like I was just like, I'm gonna write a Mega Man X cue. And if you look at the main title, my arrangement of the theme song, it's actually sort of a journey through my childhood. Like essentially the first verse is you hear the theme with 8-bit Nintendo sounds. Then you hear it with Super Nintendo sounds. And then the bridge is all Sega Genesis sounds. And then at the end, it all mashes together. So I love these sounds, and it's not just nostalgic for me. I genuinely love them as expressive instruments. I think they're really powerful. And so the idea that I could do a whole score and incorporate large-scale orchestral writing on top of all of it, it really was a dream come true. I mean, I savored every second of it as if I would never get an opportunity like this again. So, yeah, it's a great question. The whole thing was a dream come true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the way I went with the film too. I was just like, hey, this is like the only chance, like, you know, like, or at least pretend it's your only chance, because it might be.
Yeah.
So just do everything you can and just do it, you know, like there's no tomorrow. So got some questions right here. All right.
First, what was your favorite video game period that you produced? And also, did you happen to see the Hong Kong magazine sale in
Whoa.
Okay, favorite. See, now I forgot the first one. Favorite nerd episode to produce. My favorite episode, because there's a lot of them are different. Because I think about the Christmas one that we did. How the Nerd Stole Christmas.
That was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun. And I really liked the second Jekyll and Hyde one, the one where I went back to, you know, do a more thorough review of it. You know, those are two that stick out at the moment. But there's a lot of them. Rob the Robot. How did I forget that one?
Yeah.
That one was like, that was, you know, having like more of a narrative to it. You know, I love it when there's like a story. And actually, recently, I think the best one recently was the Seaman one. And then, yeah. And then another one that was recent was the Hong Kong 97. And you say they have a cartridge of it in the dealer room. I'll have to take a look at that and compare it with one that I got recently. So I actually got a copy not so long ago, but I have my doubts. It's probably real, but it's like one of those things where you just look at it and you're like, could somebody have, you know, manufactured this? Could somebody, you know, made a counterfeit Hong Kong 97? Seems a little of a ridiculous thing, but I don't know. I'd be curious to see what that one looks like. Thanks for letting me know. Yep. Way back here. Yeah. How we meet? Oh, go ahead.
Through a fan letter, actually, because I was such a huge fan of the nerd. After a couple of years of just following this character and realizing how many hours a week I spent watching your videos and just like the muscles that ached in my body from laughing, I was like, I wrote to him and I just said like, hey, I'm, you know, this guy. And I was like, hey, if you ever want some cool music or whatever, I would love to work with you. I just felt like I felt like I couldn't buy enough of your merch or whatever to like properly repay you for all the hours of entertainment, you know? So I was like, so I wrote, and then you wrote me back. I don't remember, what did I say when I...
Well, I think you started, you said who you were and everything and what you'd done, and then you said that you'd like to do something, I don't remember exactly what you asked, but you
I
wanted to
didn't
do
know
something,
you were doing a movie yet.
Yeah, and I don't think I did, well, I knew I was trying to, but it wasn't like off the ground yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was before that, although by the time you mentioned you were doing a movie, then I was like, go on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think so. The first thing we collaborated
Yeah.
on was the Christmas episode that year or a year later, How the Nerd Stole Christmas.
My first response, I remember, it was like, because I wasn't sure what I had yet. I was like, gee, I don't know. Like, wow, like I should have you do something, but I don't know, like do a fan song or something. I don't know, like do like a new rendition of the song, which what you ended up doing.
I ended up, yeah, I know.
But, you know.
But it was funny because there had been so many great fan renditions of the song by that point. I was sort of like, I wanted to do something else. Like I really felt like, you know, I'd spent my whole life doing film music and doing big movie music, and I really felt like I just felt like I owed you a score, man. I was like such a huge fan of your music. I was like, there's so many great fan covers. Like I want to do something else, like whatever it is. And so the first one was the Christmas one, and then we started talking about the movie. It just seemed sort of like a natural evolution from there, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, you know, the power of the internet, right? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. So, hey.
I remember one of your videos you were talking about how building the miniatures and stuff for movies is kind of a dying art.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a big challenge to find people to help with the construction of that for your movie? Or?
Yeah, with miniatures being a dying art, was it difficult to find people to do those, like to do models for the film? Yeah, that was very difficult because it is a dying art. There just aren't a lot of people doing it, and it took a long time to find somebody who was able to do like all these buildings. We had these specific buildings to get destroyed, and it wasn't even like the buildings had to look like the buildings in Las Vegas, because I always wanted to see a monster destroy Las Vegas, and up to that point it had never happened. Except the latest Godzilla film, which came out right before my movie, but they cut away from it. So after I saw it, I was like, oh, I feel better now.
Yeah.
My Las Vegas destruction.
Has any fan taken your movie and Godzilla and cut them together? That'd be the perfect mashup.
That would be awesome. That'd be a funny, I could see it as like a YouTube mashup.
It would totally work, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, so short answer is like, yeah, it was really tough. It's so tough that I almost gave up at that point. I was like, okay, I guess what do we have to CG the whole thing or what? But we stuck to the idea and we did it all practical.
Did you end up like having to go through an art school, or how'd you end up finding someone?
We ended up, we used somebody who we met in LA. It was the production designer, Robin Brockway, with tons of help from lots of other people. Like I couldn't even list all their names, but lots of people got together to help build all these buildings and everything, and the miniature van, and then the planes and the UFO, and like every single thing you see in that movie.
Did you shoot all that in LA?
All the things you see with the miniatures were on the East Coast.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when we're interacting with it, you know, anything you see with the main cast is in LA, but then everything else that's not on location is like either in my basement or it's, you know, in my backyard or something like that. So
Wow.
Yeah.
What about Blue Hand guy?
Blue Hand,
I'm so curious.
So another of your loves are monster movies. So if you were producing or if you were doing the music, what would sort of be your dream monster movie to make?
I mean, did we already make it? Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Will be our dream monster movie to make if I produced and you did the music. I mean, I feel like we did, yeah, with that. But what would I do? You know, okay. I've always thought of see, this was a suit movie. I'd like to see a stop motion monster movie.
Yeah.
Like Ray
Harryhausen.
Yeah. And I would love it to be about, because Ray Harryhausen was really interested in Greek mythology, and he seemed to have a lot of interest in the seven wonders of the ancient world, you know. And a lot of the seven wonders of the ancient world are all destroyed. You know, if any of them, you know, like some of them don't exist anymore at all, and then some of them are, you know, I mean, it's one of those things where some of it's like almost mythological, where some of them they can't even prove existed, but the fact that so many of them do exist, you know, the pyramids, I was confused which ones are part of the modern world, you know, list, because two lists of seven, but the fact that some of them have like this mythological thing where the people aren't sure they exist, but they probably do because the others do, I would think that the movie would be about the destruction of all these things and how they really got destroyed, and that was by monsters.
I'm sold. Let's do it.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, is Rolling Rock my absolute favorite beer? No, it was just a beer I had, you know, when I was filming. You know, it just kind of worked its way in. But for some reason, it kind of became like, because I kept repeating it, and it sort of became like a character trait. Like, here's the nerd's choice of brew. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll drink a Rolling Rock any day. But it's
Has the company ever approached you or anything for like an endorsement? I mean, that's just a
No.
long product placement.
It's like
time, man.
it's a long free endorsement.
For real.
Yeah, but we did, for the film, we officially kind of had it, approved where in the film, we use it all throughout the movie. So
That's cool.
yeah, I think it was like the stipulation. It was just like, oh, it's okay to use it as long as you're not doing anything like with it, like you're killing somebody, or shoving a Rolling Rock up somebody's ass or something.
So you cut all those scenes out.
Oh,
right?
we cut those
Yeah.
out. Yeah. Okay. Hey.
What do you consider your most valuable gaming artifact or your most valuable game in your nerd room?
Oh, the most valuable game in my.
To you personally or like actual money, it doesn't matter.
Okay, most valuable game in my collection. I'm trying to think. There's probably one that I'm not even thinking of, like because a lot of the NES games are becoming more and more rare. Like I know, like Flintstones 2, the second Flintstones is really rare. I know some of the Atari games I have, like the Halloween and Texas Chainsaw Massacre ones, Hong Kong '97, as we imagine, if it's the real thing. The console that I'm most proud of is the Odyssey. The Odyssey that I have, which is the first game console ever. I have it like in the original box with the original cardboard around the box. Everything's in it, like the original factory batteries, everything. So that's pretty cool. Oh, right here.
I know you had Lloyd Kaufman on
Yeah.
your show. Did you have any kind of direct or indirect influence from him in your movie?
Oh, Lloyd Kaufman?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean we have like puking in the face and stuff like that. I'm sure a lot of what we do, in independent films when we do stuff like that, a lot of it's because of Trauma. Trauma paved the way for, really exploitive independent filmmaking with lots of heads being severed and things like that. So absolutely. So to have him actually in the movie too was great. Let's see, right all the way over here.
Hi. Did you ever thought about producing a video game?
Oh, I've ever thought about producing a video game?
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't, honestly, but I sort of have, I guess, with the nerd games. I wouldn't call myself the producer, but being a part of that, you know.
I think any part of the game, with your sense of humor, I think that's it.
Uh-huh.
Not the whole production, the writing for game.
Oh,
Like writing a game.
oh, like with my whole sense of humor and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I never really considered it too much. I mean, as a kid, I thought about it a lot, but it's just not, my field. One time, in GW Basic programming, I tried to make a Godzilla RPG game one time, and it was coming along, actually. I just didn't keep up with it. I wish I still had that. Could finish it all these years later. It'd be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, right here.
So you're a huge movie buff and you had to pick one.
Oh, movies or games? Oh, let's see. Well, I gotta have both, but I mean, what I do is I make movies, so for me, it's movies. But yeah,
Movies about games.
movies about games, especially. There you go. That just rolled it all into one.
There it is.
Yeah.
Like baseball cap over there.
So I've noticed that you uploaded some short films, like test short films, to the Cinemassacre Extras channel. Do you have a favorite short film that you uploaded to that channel?
Okay. Do you have a favorite short film that I uploaded? You mean like all the old short films, like the ones I made like as a kid and all that? Yeah. Oh gee, I mean, I guess it'd be the most recent of the short films, I guess. But The Deader the Better, that was always my favorite. I think it's always like the next one is always my favorite. Like it always beats whatever the last one is. So
Yeah, good answer.
yeah. And going before that, I think Legend of the Blue Hole was a monumental one for me. Cinemaphobia. Oh, not to mention all the documentary type ones like Dragon in My Dreams, Cinemassacre 200. And then if you go really far back, you're like Death Puppy. Yeah. Hey, right here.
For Bear, when you have a big project like this, when you're making the score, how do you start?
It's a great question. How do I get started on a really big project? Because it can be overwhelming. I always need what I call a hook, just an idea that allows me to get into a big project. Because we sit down and we spot the film together, which means we talk about every scene, we talk about what the music needs to do, and I end up with a list, of all the different cues or starts. And you can look at it and go, wow, that's 75 minutes of music, and I got to write 45 different cues, and you're staring at it. And it can be a little intimidating, but for me, it's a matter of writing the theme, which in the case of this, we were going to use Kyle's theme as sort of our heroic theme. So that was sort of taken care of. Then I pick up the sounds or the palette, and I knew I wanted to have all those video game sounds that I described and an orchestral approach and some other synths and soloists and stuff. So I kind of built a whole new template that actually took a couple weeks to get my whole video game sound template and orchestra template together. And then it's just a matter of picking the right scene to start. I find if I'm struggling to get into it, then I'm often not just starting with the right scene. And for me, the first cue I wrote was the nightmare. The nerd nightmare with the little boy, the little nerd, and the E.T. game and all that stuff. Because I thought it had a little quote of the theme, it had some emotion, it had a huge range of sound, and it was just what I needed to get into the character. I couldn't start with all the big stuff at the end, and I couldn't start with the very beginning. I didn't want to do the main title yet. So I started there, and then I think I did the Humvee chase, which had all that Mega Man X stuff in it. And then after that, I was like, I got this, and just started working very quickly. And actually, in the midst of all that, I became a father, which was crazy. I did, what was that first round? It was like 20 minutes of music, 25 minutes of music. And then I was like, James, I got to take a week off. And I mean, I remember, somebody asked you about that moment of where you questioned whether you could keep going for just that.
We both did crazy stuff like that. Like my daughter was born right after we were destroying those buildings. That was probably the most complicated part of the entire shooting happened right before her birth.
Yeah. And what's weird is my daughter was born, they're a year apart or so. We've been talking about this movie for 2 years. And then it's finally, I got the cut together, here it is. And I'm like, James, dude, your timing, oh my God. So yeah,
and
actually.
We knew it was happening. We were just so far advanced as seeing it happen, but not knowing
I know, and there were a couple,
Yeah.
there was one time I remember you called me and I could tell you were, you were stressed.
Yeah.
And you were just, I don't remember exactly what you said, but you were basically like, is this going to happen? Are you going to be able to do this? Because you knew the kid was coming, and also I just think we'd never worked together before, and I had just gotten started. I felt really confident, I know how long it takes me to do this, and I know it's freaking you out that we're 6 weeks away and you've heard nothing, But it's once you start hearing stuff,
When
it's gonna.
was this? Early
Late May, yeah. And
something.
it was we were finishing in the end of June,
Yeah.
and I think it was early May.
Oh, we have the Grauman's Egyptian Theater booked on the 21st, so that was kind of our hard deadline.
Oh,
to,
yeah, yeah.
Just show up there with the movie to screen it,
And I think we were mixing the week before. I mean, it was everything was,
Yeah.
But I was like, no, I got this. We can do this, and we did, and
the sound was being done too with Dimitri, so it was getting the whole soundtrack.
Getting that all together, and then even what happened was we had an opportunity to get a larger orchestra. But it was at beyond the 11th hour. It was so late. I was like, can you drop the score in a week later? And it was, because it was I know there was this moment, if we don't do this, then the score it's fine. But if we do it, it sounds 10 times better. It just means we're all going to be, or Dimitri especially, the sound mixer, is going to have to figure out a way to do it. But we did, and it all got done.
Yeah.
It was definitely an intense experience. But at that point, it's you had put so much work into the film. I was so inspired by the film. I wanted to make sure that the score lived up to it, and it was as amazing as everything else was. So.
Oh, and if anybody ever has the chance, we're trying to get the Blu-ray back in stock. I think it's going to be back in stock real soon. But if you ever get the chance to listen to it on the Blu-ray with the surround sound system, it's amazing. If you listen to the 5.1 mix, it's incredible because you can hear the music and the sounds all coming out of different speakers. And when the grenade blows up, you can hear shrapnel going over your head. It feels like things are moving across the room. So definitely hear it in the surround sound. I think few people will get the chance to hear it that way, but it's incredible.
It really was a great mix. I
Yeah.
was blown away by it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember hearing you say something about when the Alamogordo dig happened.
Oh yeah.
How you were comfortable with that revelation sort of being concurrent with the movie, but if the timing of that had been different,
Mm-hmm.
if the dig had happened before you'd gone into production on the movie, do you think you would have gone in a different direction?
Oh, it's a good question, because the Alamogordo dig, where the Atari games were dug up, which still doesn't answer where the supposed 2 million copies were, because they didn't find 2 million in there. It was just a big Atari dump with like all kinds of games and everything. So it doesn't really jive completely with like the myth part of it. But the question, you know, like would I have still made the movie had that have happened like before like the script, you mean? Like way back? Yeah. If it had happened before then, I probably wouldn't have, because at that point, it's hard to imagine. I've never been asked that. That's a good question. That I think because once that happened, everybody was just so satisfied with that. They were just like, oh, well, the games have been found. That's it. You know, the whole story about the 2 million copies kind of got disregarded.
It would be like if while they were in production on Raiders of the Lost Ark, somebody
Right.
found the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
They'd be like,
Yeah.
okay.
And even though it didn't it didn't change anything. You know, the movie says that the games are under there, you know, and everything. It doesn't change anything with the movie, and the cartridges in real life didn't actually like come together and form a spaceship, you know. It's
Oh,
like
that happened,
complete-
James. You didn't hear about
Oh,
that?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah,
part,
that happened.
But if it was before the script, then I don't think I would have, because it seemed like it was old business by then. Like Sword Quest. If I were to do a sequel, I would totally do Sword Quest. But then, like, what would happen if, like, there's already people trying to find out what happened with the sword and everything. I even heard that it was that they were melted down and they were just like, you know, it was like sent back to the mint, or things like that. So.
How many of you guys would want to see AVGN 2, The Sword Quest?
Well, it probably won't happen.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it has to be a really good myth at this point. It has to be something that there's like just no way that.
That's a good one.
You know, yeah. Because in the film, it would be obviously there'd have to be a conspiracy theory with it also. And like, you know, why were the treasures recalled? Why did
And
it
did they
never,
maybe
like, did they-
actually have powers? Were they
Yeah.
actually old artifacts from the ancient times, you know?
And the sword must be found to defend the world from the apocalypse that is coming.
I want to see this movie, dude.
Yeah. There was a deleted scene actually where at the very end it originally ended when Xander looks at me and goes, "Well, if you want to find the Ark of the Covenant, you know which game to play." So it was kind of alluding
That's
the next
funny.
game would be another Howard Scott Warshaw game, which was Raiders of the Lost Ark. But you know, Sword Quest would probably be better. I don't know. What you got? Hey. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, any new collabs with Nostalgia Critic? I'm sure it'll happen sooner or later. Yeah, we just did one fairly recently with about the Michael Bay Turtles movie. So I'm sure we will cross paths again. Hey.
I know some of my favorite of your shorts with the nerd is your compilations, like with Spielberg and with Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Do you have any future plans to make any more of the compilations?
Yeah.
Are they certain blue hedgehogs since you're starting to do newer stuff?
Oh, that one too. A certain blue hedgehog or a certain blue bomber? Possibly. Yep.
For Bear, in the Blu-ray bonuses, it kind of, you had a little skit where you were getting at retro games and stuff in preparation for scoring the movie. Did you actually play any games or like do any sort of things to kind of get your mindset going? You said it was really different.
Yeah, you know, did I play any games or do any prep for the movie? The answer is sort of yes and no. I felt like my whole life was prep for the movie. You know, like I love retro games and retro game scores so much that I just felt like I had this pent up like idea about how to incorporate that into a big score. So I didn't feel the need to specifically for this game go revisit all that material, because I almost thought it would be more fun for me to just to not revisit it, and like for example, the I keep talking about the Humvee chase cue on the CD because it's cool, but the Humvee chase cue I didn't go back and listen to Mega Man X again. I was like, wait, let me just regurgitate this from my brain the way it is in my primordial memories. I mean, it's been a while since I've revisited the game, but I also thought it'd be cool to like see what comes out after like decades of marination, you know? So really the bulk of the prep that I did for the AVGN score was sampling all that hardware. I mean, that took a long time, and it wasn't just me. I had a whole team of people where I just kind of gave them a Nintendo, and I was like, I want to play this like an instrument. Go, you know? And I know that there's a lot of like soft synths and software that allows you to do this, and just because we had the time, I really wanted it off the hardware. I wanted to use the D to A converters, the digital to analog converters from the Nintendo itself. Like the software is so pure and sounds so crisp and digital that like chiptune stuff sounds awesome, but it also to me like doesn't sound as warm as the old Nintendo music does to me, and you know, so it's like I wanted it going through those same cables, and that took a long time, you know. But the end result was really cool. It was a really neat, warm sound, and it was just really inspiring.
Right here. Oh, how's it feel to have inspired so many people? Awesome. Yeah, what can you say? Yeah, it's just awesome. Hey. If I had to make a feature film of any of the Universal monsters, I mean, and this is a project I've always had in my head, is I wanted to do one with all of them, actually. Like, I just want to do the monster mash that never quite happened, because they always get Dracula, Frankenstein monster, and the Wolfman, but they never got the Mummy in there. They had a hard enough time dealing with 3, like working them out in the plot, so like they never really worked in the Mummy, but I'd like to see one with just everybody. Actually, it was kind of done with the Monster Squad. That was a great way to, you know, bring them all together.
What other monsters would you have in it?
I would even add like, well, in Monster Squad they also had Creature from the Black Lagoon. I mean, I'd definitely put the Invisible Man and the Bride in there. Yeah, and just as many as can fit. But it'd also be a really busy movie. So if I were to do just one, just like focus on one monster, I would think right now off the top of my head, I'd say the Mummy, actually. But any one of them, I'd be happy. That's really a hard question.
I'm dying to ask you a question, actually.
Yeah.
That's why I ask you in front of everybody.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on the announced plan to do a King Kong versus Godzilla movie? Big studio, multi-million-dollar movie.
It's long overdue. I'm
Right?
glad it's finally happening. It took this long, 'cause, all these movies these multi-franchise movies, you know, it just takes a long time for them to get made. Like, we're finally going to see Batman versus Superman. I'm like, what? Like, really? It's hard for me to believe. Like, I've been waiting for that since the 90s, where I haven't even been thinking about it anymore, and now it's actually happening.
Same with like Krang and those other characters we
Yeah.
talked about. There's a lot of that kind of wish fulfillment finally happening. And
Yeah.
I wonder if it's actually people our generation finally growing up and making movies. Like, I'm putting Krang in a movie now. You know, like I had to grow up and make a movie, you know, to make that happen. And so I wonder
Exactly.
if it's people that grew up, you know, watching Godzilla on VHS that are like, when is King Kong going to fight him?
True.
Like, it takes a whole generation for that to happen.
It's kind of like every 30 years you see some kind of new like culture. Like in the 50s, you know, with all the alien invader movies and all the, you know, science fiction films, and then in the 80s you had a lot of that coming back. Like it was like the same people who grew up in the 50s are now making the movies in the 80s, and now 30 years after the 80s, now they're getting movies that
I think
are like
that's
the 80s.
I think that's it.
3D comes into fashion once every 30 years.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm all for King Kong versus Godzilla. So hopefully it's good.
Sweet.
Yep. Hey.
It's a great question. Would I sell the sample banks? I mean, the short answer is no, only because I I don't know. I don't know if there would be like legal ramifications. You know, like I would look into it for sure because I do think they're really unique. You know, but I'd also kind of have to really look into, you know, because I've thought about this. It's like I'm taking a Sega Genesis hardware, which at a certain point is like, well, it's just outdated hardware, but at the same time, like Sega is a company that exists, and I don't think I could just turn around and like sell that, you know. But I will say I forget the name of it. There was a thing that one of my guys found for the NES that you can actually you can find online where someone made a cartridge that is essentially a MIDI instrument, and it's a cartridge you put into which is how we got the NES one, where it's literally like an NES cartridge with two MIDI cables broken out of it, and through a piece of software you're able to like access the triangle wave, the square wave, the sine wave, and the white noise, and so you can isolate stuff. So that one, it's time consuming, but it's actually not. It's, you know, if you have that piece of hardware, it's not incredibly difficult to do it.
Hey.
What's your favorite soundtrack video game?
Oh my God, my favorite soundtrack for a video game. Really tough question. Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3 just is the answer that like vomits out of my brain immediately. And I think any melody that you can remember decades later, you know, it's just like that. Then there has to be a top prize for that, you know. Recently, The Last of Us really stuck with me, almost for the exact opposite reason, that it was so, the tones and the colors were so interesting. So yeah, it's cool. It's an art form that's evolved so much, and it's kind of inspired me for film and TV music as well, you know. So it's great. But I'm gonna, you know what, one prize goes to Mega Man 2.
I think mine's got to be Final Fantasy 3.
That's up there.
3 on Super Nintendo. It'll always be 3 to me.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, do y'all feel like music back then was better than now?
Was the music back then better than now?
I mean,
Here-
and they dealt with not so much, you know. They made great music
Yeah.
out of what they dealt with, you know.
I'm gonna go out on a limb as a trained composer and say yes, the music was better then than it is now. But here's why. Back then, you had certain, when you're expressing music, you have a whole bunch of ways to do it. As a composer, you have a whole bunch of different tools. You have melody, harmony, rhythm. You have color, you know, which is sort of like what instruments you're doing. And if you have a full orchestra at your disposal, you can go crazy with color. You have the French horns doing this, and the strings, and the choir, and you can have a full orchestra just screaming at your face, and it sounds awesome. If you take all of that away, essentially, if there were a visual analogy, it would be like you're a painter, but all you have is charcoal. You have one color. And a really good black and white image sometimes needs to rely on other things. And in the 8-bit era, in order for a score to be good, it had to use melody and rhythm and harmony. Like, it had to fall back on other ways of making a statement. And interestingly, I think those constraints forced people to write music that's more melodic. Is that better? Maybe that's hyperbolic of me to say it's better. That's what I like. I like melody, you know? So for me, like, somebody that can make a great score out of, you have 5 sources of sounds. You have the sine wave, square wave, triangle wave, and the white noise. I guess it's only 4. And it's like, you can make something that I'm going to remember 30 years later out of that. Dude, that's cool, you know? So that's my thought on that.
Oh, right back here.
That's a great question.
Oh, a dedicated episode for Game Genie. I don't know how that would work, but that's an interesting idea. What do you think? Uh-huh. Yeah.
Did you have a Game Genie when you were a kid?
I didn't, actually. I mean, I've used it sometimes, like, recently, but like not even that recent. But
I had one, and I made my own codes. I spent days and days, because you could totally ruin a game.
Wow.
You just change a letter, and I'd write down, it's like, oh my, like the sky's purple and Mario is you know, looks like a different sprite. I mean, you
So
just change.
you're just basically just trying different numbers and stuff.
Yeah,
and
but it would
see
just
what
ruin
happens.
the game and do
Really?
weird stuff. I should dig up that old
Yeah.
code book because I was pages and pages of handwritten
Wow.
experiments.
And you have no idea what it's going to do until you load up the game.
No, but then you start noticing trends like certain.
Okay.
It's almost like DNA sequencing, right, for a game? Because I was like, this character like changes certain things in a game, and Super Mario Brothers was really susceptible to it.
Really?
Other games like you change stuff and nothing happens, but like that game, you change one character and it would just go insane. It was like the game would be on acid. And
You know, I did something kind of similar with GW Basic in DOS games, because you know if you put in a certain command, it would just bring up the complete like coding of the game. It would just come up, and you'd sit there and I'd change things like that and just see what it does to the game, and it would, like you said, it would just do all kinds of crazy things. But those were old DOS games. They weren't that advanced to begin with.
yeah.
But there's actually a game that Bill Gates made, believe it or not, called Donkey. And all it was it's just really old DOS game. And all it is just a road. There's a donkey in the road. You're driving a car, and you have to avoid the donkeys by just moving left and right on the highway, just switching lanes so that you don't hit the donkeys. Well, then I started figuring out that you could like make the donkeys like, you know, their heads missing or things. I just made all kinds of weird like things going on with the game. But beginning with something that simple and then trying to like just complicate it and make it just garbage, you know?
Yeah, it was an era when the Game Genie for me was like a way to mess around, you know, and that was really fun. I don't know, maybe there's something the nerd could do with that.
Maybe.
I mean, also I do wonder if like as a character, it's like if the Game Genie gave you the ability to bypass certain things that made the nerd so pissed off all the time, maybe that would piss him off.
Huh. Interesting. Deep. I'll have to play around with it. Actually, I've always wanted to do something with the Aladdin deck enhancers. You remember those? It was like there's a certain, I mean, see, like I have to research it again. I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but it's another like sort of expansion thing where there's these certain games that can only run on the NES through this thing that looks kind of like a Game Genie sort of. It's called the Aladdin deck enhancer. So I'd have to look into that more. Yeah. What's up? Oh, Micro Machines. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Micro Machines was an episode that it got scrapped, but it was an idea a long time ago. I wanted to do the entire review of Micro Machines.
Oh no.
In the really fast John Machina Jr. voice. Yeah. I think I don't know why. You know why? Because to do something that fast, it would like basically it's like a really long script that has to get read really fast.
Do you think about getting him to do it?
Oh, that'd be awesome. But you know what the problem was? I played the game and there wasn't a lot to say about it.
It was all right.
Yeah, it was just a race car. You know, there wasn't like a lot of bad points to go over, so it didn't give me enough material. But I really wanted to do that one. Yeah. Hey.
Working with kind of more retro games so frequently, are there any more recent games that have come out that have kind of really hooked you and have been difficult for you to have to put down to focus on stuff or work?
Are there any recent games that I've played that have engrossed me? But unfortunately, I haven't had time for recent games. I'm still working on trying to find like the next perfect nerd episode game, like the next perfect like material for an episode. So once I'm ahead with all that stuff, then I could hopefully start playing more games because I really want to, especially horror games. I want to play a lot of new horror games.
Have you heard about the Jason game?
Oh, I heard about the Jason game. Yeah, is that out yet? I haven't. Okay, I haven't been keeping up with it. Hey.
What lies in the future for board games?
Oh, what lies in the future for board games? There's no immediate plans yet, but it was kind of like with Dream Phone. Like I just needed to give it a break for a bit, and then and then I came back stronger than ever with it. So that's the idea. Right now, there's no immediate plans. I mean, the ideas are floating around. There's plenty of ways it can go, but I'm not ready to like start on something like that yet. I'm going to try to get some other things done first before that. I got to get another nerd episode done, stuff like that. Hey.
Would you ever consider making a running narrative with your nerd videos like how you did with Fort James and the characters that seem to
Oh yeah. Would you ever think of doing some nerd episodes that had more continuity between them, like a storyline that sort of holds them together, like Board James is? Yeah. I've thought about it, but nothing quite. There's nothing. I don't have a good enough idea for that yet. If I come up with something really good, like some kind of really good thread for the episodes, because it would just be a lot I have to do in advance. Like I got to pick out all the games in advance. I got to figure out how they all work into the story, and what would happen. So yeah, I don't know yet, but it is a good idea, and it is something I've thought about. Hey, my favorite nerd quote. Okay. What turkeys worked on this murky mess of monkey jerky? Some quirky jackass from Albuquerque? The rhymes. Oh. How are we doing on time? 2 minutes, okay. All right, one more question? Who haven't we got? Somebody,
Go straight in the back there?
straight in the back? I don't think we got you. What do I think of the modern game Condition? Oh, okay. DLC? Like, what do I think about that? How games are all downloadable and stuff? I mean, I think that's great. I don't think there's anything wrong with downloadable. But I know one of the things that I hate a lot is how a lot of games apparently don't have any local co-op, where it's a lot of times it's like you have to play it online with somebody. You can't have somebody in the room. That's one thing that pisses me off. So yeah, I don't know if that did that answer.
Well, a lot of the games, like a lot of the content, you'll have to buy later as downloadable.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're talking about how a lot of games you have to download things later,
Yeah.
not necessarily. Yeah, so you get the game and then later on you'll need to download. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I haven't really experienced a lot of that myself yet because I just haven't played a lot of those games. But yeah, but what do you think of them? Is it bullshit? No. Yeah, that part sounds cool that they could keep adding to the game, but I'm not exactly sure. I haven't really experienced enough of it myself. Yeah, are we done, or we do one more, or? Okay, we're all done. Okay, well, thanks everybody. I think that's it. We got another panel tonight, 7:30. So I'm gonna head over to the autograph sign now. We're gonna sign some stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we have CDs too, so
Yeah.
come check it out.
Thanks a lot for coming.
the bathroom or whatever?
I'm dumb about this, but I usually forget. I once didn't get a picture with Clint Eastwood. Could I possibly get a picture with you, dude?
Okay, sure.
Would you mind? James, really, your stuff's been like a major inspiration, dude. Oh, thanks. I make videos and stuff, so that's I just don't want to take your time. Okay. Thank you. Tomorrow morning. Oh, okay.
staff. I'm not important. This is the voice acting workshop now, right? Okay, I've been to the wrong room 3 times.
Check, check, check. Check, check. Wireless, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing. Check, check, check. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gain up, gain up. Check, check. Testing, 1, 2, check, check, check.
See, they clapped for me.
I know. Thank you all for getting up at what is, for MAGFest, an ungodly hour at 11:30 in the morning. This is the voice acting panel, and we're just going to introduce ourselves to you, and then, one by one, you can introduce yourselves to us. I'm Wes Johnson. I've done some video games such as Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and other such things.
I'm John Patrick Lowry. I'm the sniper in Team Fortress 2. I've done 7 characters in Dota 2, Half-Life 2, a couple of Halo games, lots of other games, about 27 in all. And I'm Mrs. GLaDOS.
And I'm Mrs. Lowry, and I'm the voice of GLaDOS and the administrator in TF2, Overwatch and Half-Life 2, Gypsy Danger and Pacific Rim, couple of voices in Dota 2, and that's what I do, and I'm very lucky to be sitting next to Mike.
Hi, my name is Mike Ross, and I'm a voice actor as well. I'm the voice of Gob, and in fact, all the male ghouls on Fallout 3, and Moriarty, and a number of Professor Lesko. I'm also the voice of Minuteman Radio on Fallout 4, and thank you very much. And people say I do a heck of a Don Knotts, and I'm glad to be here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley Birch. I'm, I guess, Tiny Tina in Borderlands 2. Thank you. Chloe in Life is Strange, Cassie Cage in Mortal Kombat, and Miss Pauling in TF2.
Hi, I'm Jan Johns, and I'm on Fallout 3, Fallout 4. Fallout 4 is Ellie Perkins and Scribe Halen and Colette and Mighty Number 9, Dynatron, and Murder Soul Suspect, if anybody played that, I don't know. Oh yeah, oh cool. And so, a couple of Dungeons and Dragons games back in the day, so. Yeah.
So now all of you know who we are. It's time to find out who you are. So, we're going to start up by just saying if you have a question for any one of us up here about anything, it could be about voice acting, it could be about our personal lives, we don't have to answer, but step right up to the microphone here and let's get this thing started. All right, sir, just lean down uncomfortably to the microphone and tell us who you are.
My name's Mike, but...
Hi, Mike.
What?
Hi,
Mike.
What are some outtakes you have in the recording studio, I think it is called?
Did you say antics?
Yeah, recording failures, whatever, some sort of...
Antics and failures, two different things.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find.
Gotcha.
Yeah, shenanigans.
So what kind of things go on in the recording studio?
Yeah, what kind of outtakes?
I belch a lot. And actually, I mean, this really is a thing because when you're in the studio and you're talking a lot, obviously you're breathing a lot, and so I take in this air and it makes me belch. So, you know, for all the Valve games, they have a lot of outtakes of me belching.
Are you able to belch on command?
No, I'm not. But I do it all the time. And my expression is, oh, look, Mike, I knew you could do it.
What?
My expression is, don't squelch a belch.
And stomach rumbling for me, that happens occasionally.
Oh, yeah, that's my Achilles heel as well. I find that if I drink orange juice before a session, my stomach rumbles, but if I don't drink orange juice before a session, my stomach rumbles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found that too, yeah.
During an Adventure Time episode, I was supposed to push a boulder, and the way that I ended up doing it was that it sounded like I was just taking a massive dump. So my director let me finish. He let me go all the way through it, and then said, hey, do you want to try that again without sounding like you're taking a shit? And I was like, yeah, I really would like to do that, thank you.
I'll not have what she's having.
I think pushing a boulder, the side effect is a massive dump.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Oh, it puts a whole new spin on the Sisyphus myth, doesn't it?
Thank you very much, Mike. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vincent.
Hi, Vincent.
Hi, Vincent.
Hi, guys. I am from, this thing doesn't work. I'm from just shy of bum expletive, to avoid, bum expletive nowhere. I've tried to, and I'm trying to get.
Well,
into
welcome
this.
back.
I mean, I want to be at least some kind of voice actor, more than I want to take my next breath. But I am too afraid, and I'm nowhere, no opportunities. I've tried looking around. There's nowhere I could go. Can't go on the internet. I mean, the internet is too oversaturated with everything. I'm trying, but do you have any suggestions to either A, where I should go, or B, how to come over the crippling fear of not going anywhere?
Well, I think, as far as the crippling fear goes, I think it's good to think, what's the worst that can happen if you, say, move to New York? And the worst that can happen is that you get in a car wreck and you're burned over 98% of your body. You live your rest of your life in horrific pain. You can't talk, you can't see, you can't feel, you don't have any hair, and everyone hates you.
But that probably won't happen if you try to do voice work.
Right.
It happened to me, so thanks.
I mean,
I'm sorry I gave you.
no, actually,
Oh.
he's really painting an ugly picture. Truthfully, you mostly would just starve in a cardboard box outside on the street.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that I mean it's a real concern. What gets us over that hump? What gets us out of our comfort zone? What gets us out of the airplane with nothing but a piece of silk on our back? And that's what you're talking about. You're talking about making a leap of faith. Am I
silk?
right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about a parachute.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mine was burlap.
Well, they wanted a different result when you jumped out of the airplane.
I know.
So.
But you know
Jumping
what
out of the airplane,
You can't blame
in
them for trying.
Yeah,
What
with
you
a parachute
say-
or a fine silk suit are two different things.
Yes, that's right.
Vincent, when you say where are you from, it is helpful to be in an area with enough population density. So yeah, you probably want to live in an urban area. But, you could live around Atlanta. You could live around, Dallas. You could live in Southern California. Where do you want to live?
Do you have any friends on the internet that live any place interesting?
No.
What's the weather like in Bumfuck?
Yeah.
Not too different from here.
So here's the thing. On the internet, there are a great number of resources. First thing I should probably ask you, if you want to be a voice actor, do you have tools at your disposal to create a home studio?
I bet if I saved up enough money, I could just make one.
You know what? Listen, go on eBay, start looking things up. Go on places like voice123.com, go on voices.com. Many people have demos on there, and spend some time listening to other people's voice demos. You're going to listen to a lot. Some of you are going to say, wow, that's really good. Other people you're going to listen to, you're going to say, I could do that. And when you hear the people, when you say, I can do that, or the ones that you wish to aspire to, make a mental note of how they did that demo. It's normally small clips, 15 seconds each, that make up about, at the most, a 2-minute demo. Because odds are, if somebody's listening to your demo, they maybe listen to what? If you're lucky, 30 seconds of it to get a feel of who you are. So listen to what these people are doing on their voice demos, because those are the tools of their trade. In any business that you try to get into, the best thing to do is look at people who have succeeded at that, and how are they doing it? They've already laid out a roadmap. They are the Siri, the GLaDOS of the traffic direction, if you will, of getting you to where you've got to go. These people are already doing it. To go onto eBay and look up people who have already done home studios and find microphones that are in your price range. Start doing research. I go on Sweetwater, or I Google a certain thing, best mic for home studio. Then I look them up. Then I look up reviews and what people say. Find yourself a microphone that works. Get yourself, if you can't get a whisper room or a booth in your home and you can't afford that, get like an SE reflection filter that gets rid of that sound. When you hear people recording at home and it sounds really tinny or echoey, it's because that's the sound bouncing off of the walls. So you get a nice reflection filter which goes around your microphone and deadens the sound, which makes a $250 mic sound like a $2,000 mic. So imagine what it would do for a $2,000 mic. Now, you don't have to spend all this much money. If you find the items that you want, you can then look for them on eBay. I have a great processor in my home that was once owned by Johnny Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls, and I bought it from him on eBay for about a third of the price that it normally would have cost. My processor feels it's in retirement now, you know, with the things that I do on it. But you can build, I would say, a really good home studio for about $1,000 if you do your research, you put it together, and then you need to work on building a tape. Getting a good class. You guys would agree that you find someone, if you, you take some class, we're going to be doing a workshop tomorrow, in fact.
Right.
But you find a class or find somebody who can help train you to get your voice to where you want to be. In the meantime, if you have a smartphone, well, do you have a tape recorder, a cassette recorder, anything that you can record your voice on and listen to it back? Get used to your voice and what it sounds like, because it doesn't sound the same in a microphone as it does from inside your skull.
And I think basically what he's saying is people who dream about building castles sit around and dream about building castles. People who build castles make a brick.
Yeah.
And then they make another brick. Okay, I mean, it's easy to say, oh, well, that stuff is so expensive, I can never do it. Save 10% of your money. I don't care how much money you make. You can live on 90% of the money that you make. Put the other 10% in the bank. After a while, you have $1,000. You build your studio. After a while, you have another $600. You make a voice demo. After a while, you have a couple $1,000. You move to New York. Save up your money, and I mean, if you want to do it, do it. It's scary in this culture that we have access to experts, and we think that the experts were born on the expert planet, and they all got jobs that were really cool. Actually, you know, 63 years ago, I was crapping in my diaper, and somehow, oh yeah, and sometimes not in my diaper. And I got to where I am now. I mean, it's one step at a time, one step at a time. And I know I love seeing, you know, I mean, all the excitement when people meet us and stuff like that, and it's wonderful, and it's great energy, but we're not magic beings. We're just dudes and dudesses up here, you know, that happen to get this work, and we got this work by applying for it. You have to audition. Ultimately, you have to audition.
And as John says, one step at a time, one brick at a time.
And I think the fear that the dream won't be realized, that as long as we don't try, there's always a possibility that we could have been something. Is the better thing is to try. And the thing is, if you don't end up being a voice actor, maybe you'll end up doing something else that's just as cool.
I was just going to say that kind of thing, because you can get into one thing and find yourself someplace else because you get your attention, you know, and you said everything's just a wash. The market is jammed. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there trying to do the same thing. So stick out, you know, somehow, and make it your own thing.
I actually feel a lot better.
You know what? Remember this one thing. It's great to be a dreamer, okay? It's even better to be a practical dreamer. Seriously, you know, let the heart want and send you in the direction you want to be, but let the head work out the details.
Good luck to you.
Yeah. Good luck, Vincent.
Hi, I'm Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
I was just wondering what you guys would say the most fun character you ever got to voice was.
Ooh, that's hard. That's like choosing children. I mean, I'll only speak for myself, but I feel like every character that I've gotten to play has allowed me to bring out a different part of myself. So it's just kind of based on even like how I feel today. How I feel today is like, I just recently finished Life is Strange, so I'm very attached to Chloe, and so she's very much on my mind. But Tina, I saw someone cosplaying as Tina. You're the best, you look awesome. Tina's my first character, and she's super, super fun, and so it's hard to pick.
Mine are just, you know, sometimes your most recent thing is the freshest, but I really enjoyed doing the Minuteman because usually I'm called on to do novelty, strange, you know, voices that are strenuous, maybe, you know, a lot of screaming or this and that. And like people were amazed at Gob, you know, how do you do it? Well, I just do it, you know. It just, it doesn't hurt. But doing the Minuteman was one of the only times I've been called on to do a really normal, not out of the way voice, just an FM DJ, and that was fun. because I've always loved that kind of projection. That's me.
I think, I mean, I have to agree with our friends up here that it's hard to say some characters aren't your favorite because there is cool stuff that you get to do with everybody. I've spent the most time being the sniper, and I think that any part that you get to explore more than others is cool. So I guess I have a special fondness for him.
And I like doing the administrator in TF2 because she's so angry. And she has no filters. It's like she's angry with the players, and you get that. It's actually hard on my voice. I'm very tired at the end of a session when I've done the administrator. GLaDOS is easier to do because GLaDOS, besides being sarcastic, she's rather emotionless, which is sort of an interesting place to go. When I do GLaDOS in the studio, sometimes the writers will tell me, "You're not doing GLaDOS anymore, Ellen, you're just doing you." So I have to be careful of that.
How about you, Jan?
Just to agree, actually, with what Ashley was saying, it is hard to find one that is your favorite because they are, in fact, so close to your heart. I guess the ones that I tend to, I don't know, it's like the ones you feel like you leave a piece of yourself in, you know, and it's just like and generally they're not ones that are like, oh, I'm doing this crazy voice, or it's just like you're so genuinely in the moment, and the writing's so good, and you know where you are, who you are, all that good stuff, and it's just that marriage of all those elements coming together. You know, it's a true scene, true acting, and those are my favorite when I get the chance to do it. You know.
I do feel torn myself, because you try to make every different character something unique. I have a special soft spot for Lucien LeChance because he was the first that I got to break away in the Elder Scrolls as a character who was a little different. Everything else was, they were doing the different races and everybody sort of sounded the same. But Lucien, they were like, this guy's a little more evil. So they let me come in and play with him. And in my mind, I thought this decrepit, horrifying, wonderful to see you, dear child, said this. And then they put him in this gorgeous body, and women were like, oh my God, he's completely evil and gorgeous. I love him. Which explains a whole lot about how things went for me in my younger days,
right.
Trying to find a date. But I mean,
because you're good and repulsive.
Yeah, absolutely. I have somehow inverted that mixture, and it hasn't worked for me at all. But I loved Shea Gorath out of everyone I've done. I mean, if you're looking for like a fun character to do, somebody who's mixing a little bit of Scottish and a little bit of Irish together, and you don't know whether he's going to be insane or malevolent or just right somewhere calm in the middle, which, as you know from GLaDOS, is one of the most dangerous places to be, that little calm spot where you don't know where they're going to go. That is fun, and when you can get a role that somebody allows you to really sink your teeth into, because, guys, you can back me up on this, when you get a video game role, a lot of the times you end up walking into the studio and they go, here's the script, what do you got? And you're making up characters on the spot. So improvisation, character building that you've done in the past really comes into play. With Shea Gorath, they gave me a little bit advance notice. They said, we want something more like Robin Williams. He's more of a crazy stand-up guy. And I thought, Robin is so gentle and sweet, even when he's being supposedly a little dangerous. And I thought, who's a stand-up comedian, if they want that, who might scare somebody? And I thought immediately of Billy Connolly.
Oh, yeah. Good choice. Yeah.
And so I took a basis of Billy Connolly, mixed in some guys that I knew from a local Irish pub, and then just really let this guy go back and forth. Sometimes in a booth, which is very small, it can open up. I don't remember the Shea Gorath sessions as being in a small booth. I think of them in wide open spaces because I wasn't there. I was off in my head somewhere else and just diving in and having fun. So that's when they can be fun, when you are so invested and you've so developed something that you forget you're there, you forget who you are, you become that individual.
And the most fun that I have in a booth is when I scare the crap out of the writers.
Yes.
Because the writers know what's coming. And if you scare the crap out of them, then you know that you got it right. So.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Hello, I'm Aiden.
Hi, Aiden.
All of you are most well known for your video game performances, but I was wondering if there were any non-video game performances that you wish more people knew that you were from.
I did a very interesting little short film called The Maury Island Incident about the very first sighting of a flying saucer and the very first reference to a man in black. This is a historical thing that happened in 1947, and I got to play J. Edgar Hoover. It's on Hulu and Vimeo, and so if you have a chance to check it out, it's a nice little 28-minute long film, and they're trying to expand it and turn it into a series or a film or something like that. But check it out; it's fun. It's cool and creepy.
And I'm in a film called Winning Dad, and I'm the mother of 2 adult children, and it's about my son having a relationship with another man and their love affair, which leads to, we don't know what it leads to yet because I don't want to spoiler, but it's called Winning Dad, and I'm very proud of that work.
Give it up, give it up. I've done a lot of various things in just performance because that's what I was in for in the first place. Started doing stand-up comedy. I wish that recording was as ubiquitous and inevitable as it is now because we had our own little thunder in the DC market back in the day, back in the 80s and into the early 90s. And that was fun, and we were really big and strong, you know, at least on a little level. And I wish there were more recordings of that. I'm fortunate enough to be in a John Waters film, A Dirty Shame. I'm real proud of that. I actually occupy the screen for a couple seconds. It's great. It's kind of hideous. And there are so many little things I've done along the way that really weren't so little. Things like the Daily Feed with John Dryden and just little projects I've done. You always wish things could, you know, go up there and float higher and be seen by more. But nowadays, everybody can do, you know, put out everything. Now it's just a case of, do you stick out and be seen and remembered? But that's a really good question. I'm just proud of everything I've done, really.
Boy, that's not true for me.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'd modify that.
I've been doing a lot of work with Rocket Jump, which, if you don't know, is Freddie Wong's, thanks one guy, is Freddie Wong's production company. And we released a show on Hulu recently called Rocket Jump the Show, which is part documentary and part shorts. And I directed one of the shorts. It's called Fan Friction, and I'm also in it. I'm very, very proud of it. It's on YouTube now to be watched by all. But the full Hulu episode is only on Hulu. I'm not a Hulu spokesman, I'm sorry. This is going on longer than I intended. Anyway, that's something that happened recently that I'm proud of. And I'm also in Over the Garden Wall for like 5 seconds, but mostly you should just watch that show because it's incredible. It's a really, really incredible show. Yes, so I'm just really proud to even be like barely associated with that show because it's amazing. But yeah, I'm like 3 random characters in the 9th episode, but just watch it because it's really good. Not because of me, it's just really good.
I've been working on a couple cartoons for DreamWorks TV. A couple of them by Jimbo Madison, who's based out of New York. He's an incredible creative force of nature that I can't explain. And so I'm on the lead character in a cartoon that's coming out soon called Jet Bear. I'm Jet Bear, which is crazy. I'm so excited for that one. And then there's Public Pool, which is David Fremont, who's based out of LA. And it's a lot of really, really fun content that they have. It's just like there's so much on DreamWorks TV. It's like hard to filter through, and so I'm proud of that. It's fun work.
Like Mike Rawson, I was in the film A Dirty Shame.
Yeah,
I got to play Selma Blair's biker boyfriend in an NC-17 film. Like, that'll ever happen again. I had the name of Fat Fuck Frank. And I got to work with Tracy Ullman, who is a personal hero of mine, and do scenes with her, and had to give her a ride somewhere one day, and I was suddenly going, did I clean my car? Did I clean my car? Yes. So it worked out.
Is there going to be a showing of that?
Well, it's sort of an unofficial thing, but after my midnight panel tonight, we may just show A Dirty Shame, because a friend of mine surprisingly brought a copy of it today. To give you an idea of what a fine, wholesome family film this is, there's the one scene in the bar where Selma Blair, with gigundous fake breast, is titty whipping me. And they do this whole scene, and she's banging me with these things, which are just basically like giant soccer boppers with a nipple on the end of each one. And after the scene, John Waters or someone, the AD, second AD, goes, do we want to get a safety on that? And John Waters goes, no, those things are too expensive to waste on Wes's head.
Thank you very much.
And I can attest that it's a wonderful film.
It
and
is one
very,
of it is one of the most
funny.
subtly nuanced exposés of modern human behavior that you're going to find.
Yeah. It's all about the subtlety. Some people thought it was a documentary.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, just the irony of the nickname Fat Fuck Frank. I mean, it's obviously, he's a very skinny person, and they're calling, and he's never fornicated with anyone in his life.
John brought actual bikers there that were from Harford Road, and with names like Kilgrave and this and that, and I walked over and was chatting with them, and I had my bootlaces untied. Why? Because it's funny, and as an actor, they're funny, and he's like, your laces are untied, and I'm like, oh yeah, because it's kind of funny, because it's not funny. You could get those things caught up in your chain and die or kill somebody else. You think that's funny? And I was like, oh, hey, they're calling me in the other room.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Steve.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
I've been fortunate to score a lead role in my first stage performance, and I'm over the top about it. I'm thrilled. And it's lit a fire within me to pursue more formal acting classes or opportunities. I have plans to take an improv course just to work more on character development. And you had mentioned particular workshops to work with a voice coach. Could you elaborate more on what other things you can do from a formal acting perspective that I could work, that you use to help build my resume? And if I may ask a second, I'm sorry. The curse of having a deep voice and growing up in the Northeast, I mumble a lot. What tips do you have to help with enunciation?
Well, I'll take the enunciation one. It's interesting, doing dialect work is all about learning how other people speak. If you're going to be a voice actor, you're going to be speaking like other people speak a lot. And one of the ways that other people speak besides you is they enunciate better.
Not in particular. That wasn't a personal thing. Yeah.
No, but this is the problem that you have defined, right? So one of the things that we do as human beings who are not professional speakers is we will tend to run out of energy before the ends of our words. One of my favorite stories about my beautiful wife is we were getting car insurance, and the insurance salesman was sitting on the other side of the table, and he asked Ellen, "And what kind of car do you have?" And she said, "A Ford." and I said, "I'm sorry, a Chevy?" but so pushing your energy through the end of the line is what speakers do. I mean, what you learn to do when you work on stage is drive the energy through the end of the line. Now, that being said, Marlon Brando had a great career mumbling.
So it's all, I mean, and that's...
Breath control has a lot to do with that too, doesn't it?
Right,
Yeah.
right. But this is, I mean, on stage, you use breath control because you need to communicate to the back of the room. On film, you're really trying to be as realistic a depiction of human behavior as you can, and often that involves mumbling. So you want to keep mumbling as one of your tools, as one of the ways that you speak, and you want to figure out how to enunciate as another way that you speak, because you're going to be speaking a lot of different ways.
And absolutely acting class. It is called voice acting. So, acting classes, absolutely.
It can do no harm to set little challenges for yourself. I like to recite long things, or pick something really difficult and memorize it, and things that require strict enunciation, like Tom Lair's The Elements. You know, there's antimony, arsenic, aluminum, selenium, and hydrogen, and oxygen, and nitrogen, and rhenium, and just do things like that.
And if you continue doing them like that on the subway, you get a seat to yourself.
But set little challenges that don't mean anything except to you, because you got it now. That helps me. I complain too much about people who don't enunciate enough, and so do it, please. And there are things.
Anyone else with
sure.
Sorry, Mike's.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
Still time to go.
Yeah.
So bad.
I have a problem with talking very fast, and it's only something that I'm learning to do more. And at least for me, the thing that I find is that if I force myself to slow down to the point where it feels unnatural, then it's probably the normal speed for everyone else on the planet. So it's basically just training yourself to. You might sometimes get the direction, like go bigger than you think you need to, or whatever it happens to be. So even if it feels uncomfortable, it might be getting you more to a point. So if you feel like you're completely mumbling and someone's like, enunciate more than you think that you need to, then you might be getting closer to where you actually need to be for the role. And also if you record yourself speaking and play it back and then try different levels of enunciation to see where you feel like, and you could even play it to friends and be like, do I sound like a crazy person in this recording? And they might be like, no, you actually sound like a real person for the first time that I've spoken to. So getting sanity checks with that kind of thing. But to me, it's mostly massaging the instinct of like, that sounds so slow to me. But for everyone else, it's like actual conversational speed. So yeah, just kind of getting used to the discomfort of that. And then eventually you'll kind of widen your ability to oscillate between the two.
Yeah, the story about Ellen with the Ford is very interesting, because a hard consonant at the end of a sentence sometimes is the most difficult thing conversationally to do, because you're not used to that. You're used to letting that hard consonant just drop off the end of the cliff in normal conversation. So practice that, and it was good what Ashley said, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself back, because what you say and feels unnatural or maybe over the top to you could sound perfectly natural on tape. It's something that's trial and error. And in regard to the mumble or things you have still, they're correct. Keep it in your repertoire, because if you want to be a voice actor, there are many places where not being able to enunciate might help. Hermes Mura never met a consonant he would not ignore. So these things can work for you if you wish to be a commercial actor. Enunciation is essential, unless you're playing a character who doesn't enunciate. So practice everything and have a large amount of weapons at your disposal when it comes to speaking in front of the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. Great hat.
I've been sober for 23 years.
Yeah.
Well, now you're at MAGFest, so say goodbye to that.
I was wondering, how often do you guys tend to switch voices in the middle of a sentence through your day-to-day life? Or even start singing to yourself about what you're doing?
I only work when people pay me.
I don't even notice anymore, honestly. I became friends with, I know he's been here before actually, Matt Mercer, and I was like, wow, Matt really switches between voices a lot when he speaks. It's so cool. And then my friend was like, you do that. And I was like, I do? And they're like, yeah, you're literally doing voices all the time. I'm blind to it now. I have no idea what I'm doing it.
I grew up, doing, we called them impressions. It was really mockery, with my brothers of things, and we would always do it. And it becomes unconscious sometimes. You just switch or imitate someone's way. You can fall into that not trying to do it, like when you hang with someone with a real strong accent, you start to reflect it, just not even trying to.
Yeah, that's the other. I have no idea how I talked as a child anymore, because I've been doing dialects for so long that I have some sort of conglomerate dialect that I use now.
Radio voice.
Yeah, I don't really go between the voices a lot unless I'm feeling nervous or uncomfortable about what I'm saying. You ever notice that? When you're just being yourself and you're comfortable and you're confident with what you're saying, I'll just be myself, but suddenly you're like, the check's in the mail, I must say. It changes when you feel a little uncomfortable and you go to your old standbys, which in most cases, probably for all of us, is a different voice and somebody else. See what I just did there? I became somebody.
That's true.
Yeah, I think if you can do other voices, it does become a defense mechanism. I understand that. If you're nervous or something like that, you can always disappear and become a performer, start performing instead of actually being there with the people that you're with. Is that?
That's true.
Yeah.
Like saying hello to someone that you're not really all that friendly with, you put on an accent. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's true.
Thank you. And on the topic of being nervous, Wes, I just want to say I find you very attractive and would love to give you a smooch with your permission.
Well, now we're both nervous.
Hello, I'm Jeremy.
Hi, Jeremy. Hi, Jeremy.
Hello. So I already have briefly been able to speak to Wes and John a little bit about voice acting. I've been voice acting my entire life. It all started when I was little, watching crappy Godzilla dubs and redubbing the movies myself. And I spend 40% of my time talking as different characters, and just, you referenced like being able to just get a script, be like, come up with a character. And then even Matt Mercer referenced last year how sometimes he catches himself yelling at himself in the car. He looks like a maniac, but he's practicing voices. I do that all the time, too. So my coworkers think I'm insane. But it's something I love to do. Recently, I got the opportunity to be on a project to voice act all the characters, all the monsters in the game. And I loved it.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Way to go.
And it was a thrill. I loved every step of it. But I live in the middle of nowhere, as I spoke with John yesterday about, and what's the next step? Like, how did you guys all break into the industry? That's what I'm curious about. A lot of my other questions have been answered on my eternal wait in the line.
Well, John and I moved to Seattle because we wanted to live someplace beautiful. And we had been living in New York, and work kept separating us, and we didn't like that. So we chose Seattle because we heard it was a good theater town, and lo and behold, it became a center of video games and voice acting. So we kind of just fell into it. I really do want to tell people, and Vincent, you're one of the people that I've said this to, where do you want to live? Yes, you need to live in an area, an urban area that's big enough to support work like this. But ultimately, you should choose a place that you want to live. I mean, we just do this once, so make yourself happy.
And remember that if you move to a place where there's a lot of voice acting work, you're going to be moving to a place where there are a lot of people who want to do voice acting work. It's not that the competition is going to go down, it's just that the opportunities are going to go up. But I think, particularly for young people, when you're young is the easiest time to move someplace else. And if you want to pursue something, whatever it is, you want to go to where that's happening. And, yeah, it's terrifying. Great, it's terrifying. Go do it and be terrified. Because it's voice acting is a hard thing to break into. So start now. If you start later, it's not going to get any easier.
There are always opportunities in places where you are, but that may not be what you want to do. I kind of lucked out. I was in LA for a while. I came back to the DC area because my kids got a better education here without getting shot. I thought that was important. And also, I do this little thing with the Washington Capitals where I announce the goals in the arena and all that.
Hometown crowd.
There was this young kid by the name of Ovechkin who was going to start when they came back from the lockout, and I thought, I'll see how this guy turns out. We'll see how that works, and so far, so good. That being said, I thought I was giving up a lot of opportunities when I came. No, it's true. When I came back to the D.C. area, I thought I was giving up a lot of opportunities in L.A. because I'd already had a voice agent there. I had a number of, you've got to get into the machinery. You've got to use the tools of the trade to your benefit once you're somewhere, and I thought I was giving that up. But there was this company in this town that was starting to do video games, and it was smaller at the time. So they started casting locally, and they used a casting agency. And they brought me in to do a game called Morrowind. And then from Morrowind, I did Oblivion. And then I started doing games for other people because word of mouth spread. Now, a casting agency got me into that there. What's ironic is I'm now getting more work. I did voice work for America's Most Wanted, which ended up getting me a job doing some voice work on Phineas and Ferb. And they used me here. But you can do your work from anywhere if you get a foothold, and that's the toughest thing. Finding a location where you can work and maybe not have to compete as much as LA or New York can be good for you, but at a certain point, to go to that next level, you may have to make that move. I'm in a position now where some of the games I want to be involved in, I can't necessarily be involved in because I'm on the East Coast. And evidently people on the West Coast have not heard of a thing called ISDN. No, I need to have him physically in the booth with me so we can feel each other's vibe. No, I'm feeling your vibe right now, dude. I'm feeling it pretty good. So where do you live, if I may ask?
York, Pennsylvania. So
Pennsylvania is a great place. How far away from Philadelphia are you?
Couple hours.
Couple hours. Start looking around Philadelphia and exploring what's available there. You can do a lot of voice work there while you're in that area. Build yourself a bit of a resume, and then start moving to other places. I got a lot more interest when I went out to Los Angeles because of the work I was able to do here. I was on shows like America's Most Wanted. I was doing Veep. I did The Wire, Homicide, shows that were in this area. New York, you're not too far from New York. You can still look in that area. There are companies that are springing up and around everywhere. Google might be your friend right now. Start looking for video game companies. Start looking for casting agencies. Start looking around for people, even if you want to who might be doing new startups in video game companies, and build with them, because there's no one way to get anywhere. At a certain point, you're going to want to grow and leapfrog off of that. But it seems to me, since you've already gotten one game, that you have already started to forge your own path. And everybody's path is different, but we all eventually want to be in the same place, right? Enjoying the journey is important.
And you got to ask yourself, when you're 80 years old, what do you want to say? I gave it a shot and I couldn't figure it out. Or I never had the guts to try.
Jim
Give it a
Carrey
shot.
hasn't really, he gave a speech, I think, at a college, and he spoke about his father. You guys might have heard, I can't remember what his father did, but basically, he wanted to be an actor. He wanted to be some sort of creative profession. And he was scared about the risk, and he was scared about all these things, so he never did it. And then he ended up getting fired from his stable job. And basically, the thesis of the talk being, you can fail at something that you don't love, so why not try for something that you do? And that is kind of just the way you want to try to live, and failure isn't even a bad thing, but the lack of trying is the thing you'll regret more than anything.
And that's basically the point I'm at. I'm tired of doing what I'm not happy with, and I know I'd be happy doing this. So.
Be a maniac.
Yeah. Sometimes the universe will push you out of something comfortable because you're not meant to be there.
Yep.
I mean, getting fired may have been the best thing because you weren't supposed to be there. You're supposed to move on, and you're not there, so fired is probably a favor sometimes. I had a dream once.
It is.
I got stressed out on a job. I was doing traffic on the radio, and they were sending me up in airplanes, 3,000 feet in the air in an airplane that looked like it was a VW Bug with wings.
Yeah.
And I was so stressed out that I took a week's vacation to think about things. And I had a dream that I got a call about a job, and they said, you have to make up your mind, you have to do it right now. And in my dream, I walked into the office of my current boss. I said, I can't do this anymore. I have to go. He said, you sure? I said, yes. He said, thank you. And I walked out, and I felt the weight of the world just flying off of my shoulders. And a day later, I got a call from a movie company who wanted me to come work as a photo double for a full month on the movie The Replacements. And I couldn't do that and do this at the same time. And I thought, I was trying to send myself a message. So in a scene that was very reminiscent of the dream, I walked into that office, I resigned that job, and I walked out with that feeling of, oh. And here's the thing, every once in a while in life, you have to decide to jump off that bridge whether you know the bungee cord is tied or not. You've got to take a leap. If you think in your heart this is what you want to do. Some people will never, ever take that leap because it's comfortable and warm on that bridge. But you know what? I don't think anyone has ever failed by following their heart. They may not have succeeded at what they wanted to do, but they didn't fail. Failure is not trying.
Good luck to you, bud.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Sorry. My name is Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Hi.
Hello, Ian.
I had a question for specifically Ashley, but generally for everybody on the panel. What keeps you going in the profession you're in? Why, like, what?
Cocaine.
What is the thing that keeps you going, and are you as interested and in love with voice acting as you were at your first job?
Well, voice acting is one of the best jobs in the world, I think, for many reasons. There are obviously sessions where you're screaming for 2 hours, and it's not necessarily as creatively fulfilling as you anticipated it being when you were, 10 and playing Metal Gear Solid, if you're me. But the thing that I'm incredibly grateful for is that I get to work with really amazing, talented people, that I've gotten to voice some really compelling and wonderful characters. But more honestly, more than that, it's that the work that I've done and the projects that I've been a part of inspire people to dress up like the characters that are in the game. I get emails that, like, especially with Life is Strange, that that game helped people not feel alone. To me, and I write and I do other things as well, but to me the most important part about art is enriching the lives of the people that consume it. And principally making people feel like they're not alone in the world is one of the most powerful things about art. And anytime I come to a place like this, or I experience art for myself that makes me feel that way, it's invigorating, it's enriching, and it's a reminder that the work matters. So even if sometimes, you go into a session and you're just screaming grenade for 2 hours and you're like, my throat hurts so much, what is going on? Then the next week you might go in and you'll voice a character in a cartoon episode that's a really, really meaningful and personal story for the writer, and it's always ups and downs, but you kind of just have to find true north and keep walking
But it is
that way.
important that people know there's a grenade.
That's true. Otherwise, they might die. So really, it's all important. No, but yeah, you just have to find true north. I mean, this industry is very hard to get into, particularly on the film side. It can be very existentially harrowing to be constantly evaluated based on your appearance or whatever it happens to be. And so I think to get into this work, you really need to love it and to love the effect that art can have. And I know it sounds kind of pretentious in a way, but truly it is. I mean, I'm a gamer, and I've been a gamer my entire life, and there have been games that have actually legitimately changed my life. And so I think you kind of have to be in it for the love of it, not for fame or money or any other things that you might incidentally get from it.
Yeah, I mean, I do it because I love it. You know, there are jobs that will feed your body and jobs that will feed your soul. And doing acting of any kind feeds the soul. We're here today because we're voice actors, but I think everybody is here as a voice actor because they're an actor to begin with. And I grew up wanting to act, to tell stories, to make people laugh, you know, because when you're making people laugh, you're sharing a laugh with them. That's one of the most wonderful feelings in the world. You don't get that right away with film or with video games, but I got to tell you, playing a game, first of all, one of the games that I loved so much in the past several years, I wasn't even in, it was Red Dead Redemption. I love that game. And I loved it because it was so immersive. It was like going somewhere else, being someone else. When I play a game that I'm in, I don't listen to my voice. I'm the person, you know, with the thumbs. I'm the person who's playing the game. I get into that. I love being able to talk to people about the games I've done, not so much because I want to hear what they thought of what I did. I'm sharing an experience with them, you know? Playing that game, being in that world. And I've seen people out here with the Silver Shroud outfits, and they love the character and they love that quest, and I'm like, I know, right? Wasn't that awesome? It was great because I'm more involved with it after the fact as a player and than I am actually voicing it. But those moments in the booth, those moments when you get a role and when you get to share a community of people creating, that's the whole reason that we do everything we do. You pay dues getting there, and you continue paying dues once you get there. That whole you stop paying dues, that never happens, right? No, you constantly pay the dues. But man, if you love it, if that's what you want to do, so worth it. Those few moments of creating with wonderful people are so worth it.
Yeah. It keeps you going just by being so cool. You know, if you love doing it, you love keeping on doing it.
Hello, my name is Blake.
Hi, Blake. Hello, Blake.
I live in Virginia, and I really appreciate your work. I just wanted to say that, first off. Second off, you mentioned earlier impersonations. That's why I'm here. I actually love doing impersonations. Ironically, of most of your characters.
I think I speak for all of us when I say we want to hear them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Pull that microphone off the hold it in your hand.
All right, give me a character to do.
Well, you see us up here. Just look at each of us and give us one of our characters.
Hello, Mr. Johnson. Where's my cake? You promised cake.
Very nice.
Medic! Piss off, you bloody wankers.
Get up on that microphone there, sir.
How about you guys give me a voice to do? Because I
What's
kind
that?
of forgot some of your characters.
I love all your work, whatever it is. Do you know Mike over there? Gob, can you do one of the ghouls?
Hey, smooth skin. What, you're not gonna call me ugly or shout swear words at me? Huh, you're really nice. Don't tell Moriarty, but I'll give you a discount.
Good. Pretty good.
How's your Shea Gorath?
Not familiar with that one.
It's a very obscure character. Don't worry about it. That's cool. So what is your favorite voice to do? What do you like to do?
I don't know. It generally depends on my mood or what game I'm playing. Sometimes I'll be playing a game and I'll just randomly start talking in a character's voice. Or to impress my friends, I'll walk up to them and surprise them with one of their favorite characters.
That's always great when they don't know you're coming.
You don't look very old to me. Are you still in high school?
I'm actually in middle school.
Wow.
Well, but I know you're starting just the way a lot of us did. Certainly my husband. That's what he would always do, just do voices when he was your age. So that's a great way to start. And the advice that was given to others, in the line today is start recording yourself.
Yeah.
And listen. And if you are playing a game and you're starting to do the voice because you feel it coming on, because it really is a feeling, it really comes from the core, stop, record yourself, and see if you think that sounds accurate or not.
I will do that, thank you.
And think of your friends that you're messing with as your first audience. Okay? Well,
That I
you're
definitely
just going to graduate from audiences of people you know to audiences of people you don't know. Okay?
What are you doing tomorrow morning at 10:30? I know you're still in middle school, so you won't be hungover like everybody else out there.
You don't know that.
Let me actually check, seeing as I've been trying to keep a tight schedule.
I say, well, tomorrow at 10:30, the three of us are going to be doing a video game actor workshop. So why don't you come on over? We'll give you some scripts, and you can play around with some voices and get some tips.
I will do that, because I actually don't have anything planned for tomorrow, so.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
Great. All right.
All right.
Sup? This is work? Yeah, it works. Cool. I have a very, very important question for all of you. What is your favorite cookie?
Our favorite what?
Cookie.
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 Or food.
It's a very important question. You're right. You're absolutely right. Not oatmeal raisin. Never, never oatmeal raisin. That was just real life. That wasn't even Tina. That's just me. That's just my opinion that I hold. Chocolate chip cookies, for sure, 100%.
Well, you know what the problem is with oatmeal raisin cookies?
Is they fake you out.
masquerade as chocolate chip cookies.
Exactly. Exactly.
We've all felt that pain, haven't we?
Yes. I'm scarred every time it happens.
I love a chocolate chip cookie, but I got to tell you, there's nothing better than a chocolate chip cookie that is a little bit crispy and has chocolate chunks the size of your fist. It has to be large. The ones that are stingy with the little tiny flecks of chocolate, that's a crime. Nobody gets into a chocolate chip cookie for the cookie. They want the chocolate. Now, if you ever take the chocolate chip cookie, you ever seen the one where you take a little peanut butter and put it right in the middle of it? Yes.
That's lovely. My mother cooked chocolate chip cookies, Toll House cookies, when I was growing up. She always put walnuts in them, and those have always been a favorite of mine. But I have to say, I am with her. I mean, the masquerading, I mean, the vicious, dishonest behavior of oatmeal raisin cookies needs to be shouted from the highest treetop. We need to bring these cookies down.
But, John, they're healthy for you.
This is going to break your grandma's heart. You know that, don't you?
Grandmas don't know. Grandmas are wonderful, lovely, warm ladies, but they don't know if they're bringing you oatmeal cookies, what a big crime that is, because these are the same women who have a little bowl full of hard candy that if you try to pick up one piece, everything comes with it. It's all stuck together. Now, have one, sure. Grandma's in league with the dentist. So, did you actually bring cookies today?
I like all cookies.
Really?
Sure. Snickerdoodles, Oreos, Mexican tea cakes.
Mhm.
What is it? But no, I think it's Mexican wedding cookies and Russian tea cakes, which are very similar.
Actually, like
shortbread, Scottish shortbread.
Yes, yes, and the Danish butter cookies. Those
Yeah.
are
Oh, yes, Danish. So don't make me choose.
I have a thing with raisins in general in desserts. I don't know what, like when they get bloated and fat in something. It's like, is this a fly? Is this like roach? What is this?
Yeah, be honest. We're all afraid that raisin is going to suddenly run away.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You look awesome.
We hope our answers make you a better voice actor.
Hi, my name is Josh.
Hey,
Hi, Josh.
So, as a classically trained singer and as someone who's done a little bit of voiceover work for just small, side projects, I'm always exploring what the limitations of my voice is and how I can either overcome those limitations or I can work with them and use them to my advantage. I'd like to know if any of you have stories about hitting some sort of limitation in what it is you can do and how you either overcame that or how you worked with it to create something.
Well, all of us have a limitation in range.
Yeah.
And as a singer, you know that. I mean, your range is your range. It changes a bit during your lifetime, but, I would not think of that as a limitation. I would just think of that as your area of expertise.
And you can stretch the range a bit, by if you don't usually talk falsetto, then after years and years you won't be able to do it as easily as you did. I'm singing with a band for the last 5 years, and that really challenged. I sing higher than I comfortably do with them, and it gets easier and easier, and I love the feeling of singing up high. And you would know better, being formally trained, that you can stretch it, but only so far. What limitations are you talking about besides just range?
There wasn't anything specific. I was just, there was an earlier panel about 8-bit composers, especially around the Nintendo era, and how they would use the limitations of the medium to, Nintendo music, to inspire their compositions. Nintendo and Super Nintendo music tends to be a little more melodious and use the fact that you only have 3 channels of sound and 1 channel of drums. So I was curious as to how that can work.
Well, there was one session that I went in to do 4 characters for Dota 2, and leading up to the session, I just had a really bad chest cold and a really bad cough, and I'd lost the middle of my voice. And so I had done 3 characters, but they were like Doom and Earthshaker, and they're all very down in the very bottom. And they wanted to do something different for Storm Spirit, and so Storm Spirit became who he was because that was the other part of my voice that I had, which was right up here. Storm Spirit became the master thespian because I could talk up there, and I couldn't talk where I normally talk. But really, the one thing I say to people is you don't have to have any particular kind of voice to be a voice actor. They need actors to play people, and they need voice actors to play people, and people have all kinds of voices. I'm not going to get the parts that they call in Ellen for, or you guys for, or you for. I mean, we each have our own voice, and it's one of the things that a voice actor can do. I mean, I did 13 different characters in one session for The Suffering, and that means calling up every dialect you know and every speed that you can speak. I mean, there's the melody of the speech, there's the rhythm, and everything. And so you can study that stuff, but ultimately they're going to call you in for people who sound fairly like you. And to everybody out there, if you have a voice, you can be a voice actor. You just need to learn how to act.
I would.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask, are you going to sing opera? Are you going for that? Or?
I studied music education in college. I'm switching more into a technical field, but I hope to be a private voice teacher. I sing in Philadelphia in some choirs, and mostly at this point just for my own fulfillment.
Sorry, Jan, I didn't mean to step
no
on you.
worries. I was just going to say that anyone that, in my point of view, when it comes to acting, voiceover in general, having a musical background is so very helpful in knowing the placement of where the sound's coming from.
Well, when I can't remember which of you had mentioned about to one of the other people about diction and enunciation, that is, if you want my advice, I would take voice lessons because that helps a lot with enunciation.
And breath.
Yeah,
and,
and all that stuff.
Very true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
From Brooklyn, New York. And I was wondering what inspired you all to become voice actors?
Mostly my face.
I'm the only person I've ever met who got into acting because the pay is better and the work is steadier. But that's because before I was an actor, I was a jazz guitarist. So I've always loved, actually, ever since I saw the movie when I was 10 years old of My Fair Lady, where the story is actually about a professor teaching someone how to speak differently, it got me fascinated by the fact that people speak differently. And I've been interested in dialect work ever since.
And I was a singer. I always loved to sing from my earliest years. That's what I wanted to do. And then John made me get a voice demo in 2002. So that's how I got into voice acting. Because I was always on stage, you know, singing.
You know, the thing is, since I was a little kid, I would take cassette players. I remember getting one for Christmas one year when I was probably about 7. And I would take that thing and I'd make my own radio programs. I'd do voices talking back and forth to each other. I didn't necessarily want to get into voice acting or anything of that sort. I loved the medium, and I would play. And that's how I would play, doing the different voices, playing I had no friends. So I created my own, and I created my own worlds. And as I grew and as I started to learn, you know, like Mike said earlier, mocking people, that if you're mocking and joking about people in the news, you can maybe, you know, sound a little bit like them, and next thing you know, it's a party. So I've always really, in a way, I couldn't do anything but this, you know.
That's what I was going to say. What we're calling now voice acting is what I've always called having fun, goofing around, and doing voices. And, you know, that's being paid for it and being asked to do it and called on to do these magnificent projects.
Because we always used to get told to stop, right?
Right, right. And you know, the break into the biz for me just came from being there, having snuck in the back door a bunch of times, or, you know, just getting...
TMI, Mike.
Getting known. Getting known for being out there and having a funny voice, so I've been very lucky.
I'm also a singer, and I thought that I wanted to be a singer. And then I was in my first middle school play, and I realized that I really enjoyed acting. And then I went back and played Metal Gear Solid for fun. Thanks, one guy. It took me a while to realize when I first played the game that when they introduced the character and there was a name underneath it, I was like, is that just the real name of the character? Like, who's David Hayter? And then I realized, oh my God, that's the person voicing. And for some reason, my stupid kid brain clicked and was like, oh right, there are humans that are giving voice to these characters. Mm-hmm. And it was after that I was like, I want to do that. That's the thing that I would like to do.
I had no friends as well, and so I spent a lot of time alone and talking to myself, getting in trouble for talking to myself, all that stuff. But also started out as a singer, and still love to sing, but I just love voicing characters so much. So it is just something that kind of evolves out of, for me, out of passion, and just never saying no, like keep trying things, you know. You never know what is going to help you lead to something else, you know. So I always say to myself, what's my very simplistic mantra? Try something different, because you can always go back to what you did before, you know. So it's just getting out of your comfort zone. Being weird, just be weird. So
you know, when I was growing up, my hero, and I'm sure a lot of people's hero, was Mel Blanc. He was the first person I knew. I was amazed that he was Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck and Speedy Gonzales and all these different characters. He was Dino and Barney, and I thought, this is amazing, this guy does all these voices. And I read his autobiography when I was a young man, and it was called That's Not All, Folks. And it was wonderful because I sometimes feel, I don't know about you guys, but I sometimes feel I was born in the wrong era.
I feel that.
You know?
We all feel that you were born in the wrong era.
Yes. True. But the old style radio programs, you know, in the day, Mel Blanc would go from studio to studio show to show, playing different people in different radio programs, and nobody knew he was the same guy, and I was fascinated by
Occasionally
that.
leading a band.
Yeah, yeah. I went to see his grave. It's in when I was out in L.A. in the Hollywood Forever Cemetery right nearby, and it says on the tombstone, "That's all, folks," of course. But I sat there. I had done a comedy show the night before, and someone brought me a single white rose, and I thought, I'm going to take this out to Mel Blanc's grave. I'm going to take this to Mel. So I went there and I set it down on his grave, and I started talking to him. And I said, I just wonder if you were here today, what you might say to me. And from outside this large hedge that's about as tall as these walls, I heard a novelty car horn go off, and it went da 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 da. And all the goose flesh crawled up on my arms, and I was like, "Thanks, Mel. Take it easy."
That's a great story.
It's true. It's true.
It's interesting to note that no one has ever become a voice actor due to parental pressure.
You want to be a neurosurgeon? No!
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name's Nat.
This
Hi,
isn't
Nat.
my real voice.
Hi, Matt.
I have always been really interested in, like you've been talking about, the whole dialect aspect and the ability of actors to put on these accents that are not their own native ones. And I've asked a number of voice actors at other panels in the past, and it seems like almost everyone has a different approach to it. Some people are very methodical, they study the mechanics of it, and some people it's just sort of by ear, and I'm just wondering, for you guys, what's your approach to doing accents and dialects?
That's a good question. Actually, both. I was called on, John and I both do radio dramas with this company called Jim French Imagination Theater. And I was supposed to do a Swedish accent. And I was very busy doing something else, so I didn't really prepare. So it came to be the day of the recording session. And John said, oh, just pull up the old TV show, Farmer's Daughter with Inger Stevens, and listen to that. And I did. And I just sat there and listened to this one episode, and that was my Swedish accent for the day. But when I'm actually doing a better job, I'll do all the other stuff. I'll listen, I'll check about vowel substitution and consonant substitution and do that too. So you use both methods, just ear as fast as you can or actually prepare, which is always a good choice.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed is that sometimes people who are very good at coaching dialects aren't very good at doing them, because when they do them, they sound like they're following a bunch of rules. And so, once again, you go back to the important word in voice acting, which is acting. The most important thing you can do to do a dialect is make sure you want what the character wants. What we want dialect to do is not distract us from the story. If someone is supposed to be Australian, we want the person who is trying to be Australian to sound enough like an Australian and that it doesn't distract us, that we can't believe that he's not an Australian or she's not an Australian, and so that we can be involved with what the character wants. Because when we're watching a story, when professional storytellers are telling a story, it's great. A director once said, your goal is by the end of the first act for people to identify with the characters. By the end of the second act, the audience should become the characters. That they are now in the story, and they want what the characters want because they are in the story. And so dialect work, like stage combat in movies and stuff like that, we want it to be realistic enough so that we don't not believe it, so that it's not distracting. So, oh, that looks lame, So that's the goal, and that's the goal with dialect work as well.
It's so easy these days to find places to listen to dialects as well. The internet is such a boon. You have no idea. Before the internet, when I wanted to hear what accents sounded like as a kid, I'd go to the local phone booth and I'd dial international information, and I would start asking for numbers in foreign countries, and I'd give them a fake name, and then if they found the person, I'd place a collect call. And of course, I'd get to listen to the wonderful accent of the operator and the wonderful accent of the irate person who did not want to accept this call on the other end, on the other side of the world. It was my form of traveling.
That's fabulous.
It was great.
Another side of doing dialect is listening for your own and minimalizing it as need be. Some people have stronger ones than others, and nobody hears their own. You know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Cody Jones.
I'm glad you remembered. So I had 2 questions ready, but I think Josh, wherever he went, might have taken it. The first question was going to, yes, Josh. The first, sorry. The first question was, what is the furthest you've ever gone out of your range to do a voice for a part?
What is the furthest we've ever gone out of our range?
Yes. What's the furthest you've ever pushed your voice?
Well, I would have to say Brood Mother.
I
for
was
Dota
hoping
2.
you'd say that.
Yeah, I mean, it was Brood. You know, and my voice was very tired after I did it, but they liked it, so I kept doing it.
Well, it's an interesting question because, of course, if we did it, then it's in our range.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, Ellen can. At one point, I heard Ellen sing a high E above a high C, and it was an amazing thing. And she was worried about doing it, but she did it, so it was in her range. I mean, that's just an odd question because, you know, our job as voice actors is to explore our range and use the entirety of it. I've had voices that are very deep and voices that are pretty high, but I can't.
Well, when you've had a cold, your range is very limited, so you may be concerned. I had to match some characters from Oblivion when doing a DLC that I showed up and I had a terrible cold. And I'm trying to match, if you go to the Shivering Isles in Oblivion and you stand outside on the water and it's very windy and tempestuous and there's a guard there and it sounds like he has the worst cold ever. Why? That's a brilliant case of casting, right? No. The voice actor had a terrible, terrible cold that day. So a cold was within my range. I just couldn't get quite back to where I was before. The most uncomfortable voice I've done, which was in my range, was Hermaeus Mora. Because Hermaeus Mora, when they first told me what they wanted, and he's a very Chaluthu-type character, and he's got a million eyes and tentacles everywhere, and I tried a number of different voices, and they obviously picked the one that was the weirdest, the most effed up voice I've ever had to do. But the tongue gets twisted inside the voice, and occasionally it gets angry. And it's weird. People are like, I've had people write me letters going, what the hell were you doing? I'm sitting there at home at night and you're scaring the hell out of me. What the hell is this guy talking about? And some people think it needs to be closed captioned. So, I mean, again, they were happy, but it was an uncomfortable voice to do.
When a lot of people will ask me if doing Gob is terribly strenuous, and it's really not for me, but that's probably because back in the days, my partner and I would scream at each other on stage as pirates and also sing Popeye songs. You know, Gob is easy to do like this, but I'm going to go off mic for the Popeye. That would be,
Oh, ain't Popeye the Sailor Man? Ain't Popeye the Sailor Man?
and you do that a while, and that grinds your larynx.
So you're saying basically when you see Gob, that's the answer to the question, whatever happened to Popeye?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Probably the most outside of my natural voice, I suppose, that I've had to go is for, it was a tiny indie game called Gravity Ghost, and I play a little girl, and she sings a little song, that teaches you about the different elements that you need.
But she's kind of up here. She's like a little one.
So it was this is the closest to, or like the farthest away from my natural voice that I probably had to go in a while.
I guess like for animation, you will stretch quite a bit, you know, but for gaming, at least in my experience so far, other than maybe one game, it's so real. It's so close to your real voice. But I guess like the efforts, you know, when we're doing the, you know, the screaming and you're dying, I'm like, no, you're dying by fire. You know, now your head's getting shot off. Like all this stuff. No, go. You know, and die like 3 different deaths in like your last hour of your 4-hour session.
Jan, that seemed a little more like dying by lava. We're going more for a fire field.
It's true, though. I mean, we get notes like that all the time. So, you know, I think that's definitely a challenge, you know, but and to keep it fresh. So I guess I'd say that.
The second question I had will probably take a little longer. You can feel free to just tell when to sit down. And
Okay,
that is...
sit down. No, go ahead.
The question I had was, how do you rest your voice after you've strained it, like she was saying, with dying by lava?
Don't talk.
Okay.
No, they call it vocal rest.
Yeah.
You don't talk to anybody. You go home and you be quiet. You don't use it. You just sit there quiet.
John loves it when I'm on vocal rest.
That's something none of us, by the way, are getting at MAGFest because, as you know, I apologize coughing up here a little bit, but it's a throat clearing kind of thing and a lot of room temperature water. A lot of room temperature water helps. But don't worry, I'm going to get a lot of vocal rest after I leave here, go do a Caps game, come back and do a midnight panel.
Yeah.
No
I'm
problem.
sure. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Hey guys, I'm Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Hi,
I
Sean.
like your shirt.
And, you know, I'm not exactly considering voice acting to be like a huge thing for me. I'm kind of leave it as an option because I know a lot of people making video games and animation stuff. Jazz guitar is actually a big one for me right now. But I was wondering, like, when you get a character in a video game and animation, it's like, here's a picture of him, here's what he does. What's like the first thing that you're trying to think of in order to create a voice for this character that doesn't have one yet?
Mostly you never get a picture of the character. I mean, in most instances, when you're doing a video game character, they'll talk to you about it, they'll give you a description. It's been rare for me when I've seen an actual photo of what the character is going to look like. In some instances I have, and that's helpful. It really is. In other instances, you're just making it up in your head, and you get to be surprised when you see what they look like in the game.
And you don't want to get caught up in thinking that you can come up with what they want. You're going to come up with what you can do, and they're either going to pick it or they won't. Right. I mean, in a real sense, voice acting auditions are some of the lowest pressure auditions in the world because all you're doing is you're giving them what you have. And they're either looking for that or they're looking for something else. I mean, everyone's experience is pretty much that. Yeah.
Yeah, the main thing you have to do is do what excites you in the audition, I think. Otherwise, you get burned out, too. Because if you're doing an audition and you're like, I wonder if this is what they need, then if you do 7 auditions in a day sometimes and you're worrying about that every time, then you just aren't doing work that you enjoy. Primarily, I will just focus on the age range, and then after that, just who the character is. So if it's like a sardonic, kind of sarcastic person, if they're 12, it might be more like this, what dad? But if they're like in their 20s, it might just be this voice, you know? So it's primarily just like, does my voice need to be in a different register? And then outside of that, who's the character, basically?
Yeah, it's weird. Auditioning can be weird sometimes. You can't go in and guess what people want. It's kind of like being a waiter or at a restaurant and just sort of guessing what people want before they give you their order, you know? And meatloaf? Ah, crap. And then you come back, eggs. Oh, we got to stop doing this. You know, so you make a specialty. You have a specialty or you have a certain menu of things you do so you can bring that to whatever you go into. Otherwise, it could be a nightmare.
But they usually do give you some guidelines.
They do.
Yeah.
They know what they're looking for. They wouldn't have called you in to begin with.
Right.
And they do talk to you, and you get a little example of what they're doing. But again, how many of you have gotten auditions that are even going in for a job when they haven't shown you anything?
Well,
almost
you
all.
know, I didn't know what GLaDOS looked like, but they did show renderings of the Dota characters that I auditioned for. And I auditioned for like 8 or 9, and I only got 2. So, you know.
Yeah, you just can't tell. You just can't tell what.
But
who they
I
want.
did see a rendering. But ultimately, the characters, you know, the artists kept developing the look of the characters. So ultimately, they didn't look exactly like the renderings I had seen.
But I have to say that I have gotten much, much fewer auditions for 12-year-old girls than you have,
Yeah.
which I find to be, rank ageism and sexism, but you live with that kind of thing.
This is going to sound a little soapboxy, so forgive me, but an image of the character isn't as important as just them having a personality that I can actually latch on to. And what I find often, unfortunately, happens with female characters in particular is that that is sort of forgotten, that they're also meant to be characters. So once I got a side for a cartoon that was like, she is a girl in a block of ice. That's it. That's all I got. She's the love interest of the main characters, and she's in a block of ice. She's nice.
Wait, that's my mother-in-law. No, just kidding.
Like, she literally is just like frozen in a block of ice. But I was like, there's nothing, this could be 3,000 different voices. Like, there's nothing for me to actually latch onto here. And I think that, I don't know how Ellen and Jan feel, but that I feel like that frequently happens with female characters.
Sister,
Well-
it is true.
Yeah, and I think that is slowly changing because the people who write video games and write animation are slowly not
Understanding
being
that more.
not being as much only male.
Mhm.
We're getting more interesting characters because the writers are more diversified themselves.
Yeah, Natasha Allegri of Bee and Puppy Cat.
Oh, she's wonderful.
She is wonderful. But that's a female writer, and the characters that she's developing are very complicated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I have to say, in sympathy with you, the same thing happens to male characters.
Mhm.
I mean, a lot of times this guy is the big guy with the big gun. That doesn't give me anything to work with either. And
Isn't
so-
that every video game ever made?
Right. So I mean, a part of it is just we're hoping that video games become more literate, and there are some wonderfully complex and ambiguous video games. And I think they're going to be more in the future. But ultimately, as engineers say, 90% of everything is crap. There's only room for 10 in the top 10, and everything else is going. I can't begin the video games I can't tell you that I was in were the video games where all I said was grenade or more ammo or left or right and something like that. So you're always hoping for great writers. That's where it all starts.
How many here have actually yelled grenade on a game?
More times than I can count.
Do you mean it was in the script?
Nice.
Mike just likes mixing it up. Thanks.
Thank
you.
Hi, I'm Maddie.
Hi, Maddie.
Hi, Maddie.
My question's for Ash, but anyone can answer if they can relate. So playing Life is Strange, you can have the same conversation millions of times and still get new information and still get new dialogue. And I wondered how that was acting that, where the conversations aren't so linear, they're very all over the place.
It's interesting because in that game in particular, there are so many different timelines and different, like you said, different paths that you can take if you don't steal the money from the disabled hunter, if you leave it or whatever it happens to be. What? Oh, sorry. Well, there's money in the game.
Now it's ruined. Thanks.
But the interesting thing, which the nexus is always that Chloe kind of remains the same. So she comes from the same nexus point. So if Max sides with her or doesn't side with her, it's all kind of coming from the same character base. So it doesn't end up ever feeling that like laborious or that repetitive because it's the same character in different scenarios. And it's actually kind of fun because I get to be like the kind of cocky, we're like partners in crime Chloe, or the like sort of hurt, you're just another person letting me down kind of Chloe. So it actually allows for a lot more range, which is really cool. And also lets me see more of the story, because sometimes when, especially in games, you don't really necessarily know the context of what you're in and what's surrounding you. And with Chloe, because she is involved in basically every part of the narrative and all of those different timelines, I kind of got to see more of what the overall game was like, which was cool.
That is cool. I have one more question, and that's, will you marry me?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought you'd never ask.
Unfortunately, we only have time for one more question. We had time for two, but then the marriage proposal happened. So we have one. I apologize to everybody else, but we're completely out of time. But we'll be around, and you can. We're heading downstairs after this, I believe, for an autograph session. So
I don't know if I'm at that one.
yeah, we'll all look at our. If you have questions,
be
come
around
down and chat with us there. In the meantime, your name, sir.
Hey, my name's Anthony.
Hi, Anthony.
Last question. No pressure, right?
Make it good.
I just wanted to ask, what's some do's and don'ts? I know you guys touched on this. Do's and don'ts and like strategies for recording a voiceover demo.
Oh, do you know who D. Bradley Baker is?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been on his website.
It's an amazing resource. It's the best. If I had seen this years ago, I mean, it definitely read it from top to bottom again and again. But you've already been to I want to be a voiceactor.com, isn't that his website?
So,
yeah, but he's such an amazing guy. He has really good thoughts.
All of his advice is completely correct. Yeah.
And he's so humble. Like
Yeah.
he's so crazy humble.
He's just great. The main thing is that you want to have a range, obviously, so you want to show all of the different types of voices that you can do in the different dialects. The main thing that you really don't want to do is you don't want to put an accent or a voice on your reel that you cannot sustain for a 4-hour session. So if you're like, I can do this one sentence in a Scottish accent, and then you get booked on that Scottish accent, and then you go and you're like, ooh, you have to be able to deliver the goods. So basically, it's only voices that you are very firm in and you can sustain for an extended period of time. And you want it to have lots of range. And then also, the main thing is that you aren't just showcasing your voices, you're showcasing your ability to act, primarily. So even if you can do a bunch of fun, silly voices, they also need to know that you can deliver emotional moments, or that you're funny, or whatever. So you need to not only show your vocal range, but also your performance range. And you need to make sure that you're spending as much time on that as you are like the differences in your voices, because ultimately that's arguably more important than if you can do a really crazy voice. You need to be able to act and perform and emote. So.
And a good thing at the beginning of your tape, it's always important to have a good bass voice that's very close to who you are, something that they can hear. The worst thing, people go into a character tape, and if the first thing they hear is some weird, whacked out voice, they have no idea who you are, and many times that tape goes right to the circular file, or the virtual circular file. So have something there that shows you as you. If you're acting, if it's a wonderful piece, that's great, but you keep them fairly short. You try to move on a bit, but a good representation of who you are before you show them, I can do other voices. And again, as Ashley just said, you need to make sure that anything that is on this tape, you believe. They have to believe it. If you listen to it and it doesn't sound authentic to you, doesn't sound right, you got to kill your babies sometimes. You may love it, but you got to get it out of there.
And also, I mean, you wouldn't take a selfie for your headshot. You wouldn't paint your own sign if you were opening up a business. Your voice demo is your storefront. So get somebody who makes voice demos professionally, pay them the money, and let them help you make it. Because they'll know things like people are going to listen to the first 30 seconds of your voice demo. You need to have some things on that beginning that they're going to listen to. They're going to know how long each section needs to be. They're going to know that stuff. You don't need to learn that stuff unless you plan on making voice demos for people. Find a professional and pay them.
Actually, I think for all of us up here on the voice actor panel, we agree. Find a professional and pay them.
Yes.
You're all beautiful.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you for coming.
Where will we all be the rest of the day? Do you guys have, where are you going to be? Tell them about your other panels.
I have a Hey Ash panel at 5:30, and I'm performing with Professor Shy Guy around 8 for one of his songs, and then I'll just be around otherwise. So come say hi.
Jan?
Drunk in a corner by myself.
The MAGFest experience. What about you, Mike?
I'm think I'm on one tonight or tomorrow.
You hanging out with me at midnight?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right.
Because my formal duties have been discharged.
We're all going to be at the autograph thing
Yeah.
just a little while.
We're going to be down in the lair for about an hour, so come on down there, and we'd love to chat with you. I'm doing a midnight panel tonight. It's probably going to get a little crazy, especially after. Yeah, moderately crazy. I'm old. And then tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., we're going to be doing the video game actor workshop, or just video actor workshop, or even an actor workshop. So come see us.
And other than that, Ellen and I will be down at our table in the marketplace, and come and see us there.
Take care, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks
thank
for
you,
coming.
guys.
Thank you all very much.
Check. Two, 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 two. 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah.
Cool. This is gonna be yours.
Okay.
Okay. So this just needs to be.
Check, check. 1, 2. Check.
Yep.
Perfect.
Check 2 2 1 2. Hey, yes, there we go. Check. Check 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 check. Check 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Hey hey. Hey 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 hey. Check 2 2 1 2. Yep.
No. Hey, if you want to plug in your HDMI.
All right, just about time, guys. I do want to go ahead and let me start filling people in here.
I mean, we're basically set up. Everything's working.
Okay. The first 4 or 5 rows right there. Keep that free. Hey, because that's where our executives are going to sit once they're done. Okay.
Where is the HDMI?
Right next to you.
Like, I'm not using this yet.
Yeah, well, if I want to just make sure that we get something through your screen, the screens. Yeah, so as soon as you, you're probably gonna have to go to your display settings.
I haven't used this laptop in forever. I built a rig this year, and this is dead to me now.
I mean, mine's a gaming laptop that I bring everywhere with me.
Huh?
All right, hold on.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, we're not going to be able to display from this laptop.
Yeah, it's because
So, getting along the SDI. The converter box is right there. Oh, okay, that's what they're doing right now. So the reason it's not is because it's not fully connected yet. They're getting another laptop. Do you want to send feed through that to make sure that I'm getting your laptop at the desk?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Just like some music through that or something like that. And
that.
this is your handheld mic for the costumers.
Fantastic.
Jay, where'd Kyle Jones disappear to?
I do not know.
That's useful.
Yeah, yeah, we're lining up for competitions. Because
How's everybody doing? Sorry about the little bit of a late start. Every year it changes a bit as far as tech ops and stuff. So give us a couple more minutes and we'll start the show. You guys excited? All right, all right.
You about ready? Apparently I'm live. What's that? You're at 80 right now. Can you cut me? No. Check, check.
Cheer player 1 or player 2, and then we just hold up a player 1 or player 2 sign as for like who got the loudest cheer. Okay. Interesting. All right. I love it. It's really like crowd interactive. And I feel like definitely we don't have the hard job of like figuring out who wins. We just we want to see these 16 people do weird things. Okay.
Yeah. And if we hear towards the end, let's say everyone's clapping the same amount of people, we will make the final decision.
Okay. Although usually we haven't heard it.
Yeah. We'll turn twice. If it's still the same sound, then
I have hearing disabilities, so when you're muffled, it
compounds the issue.
yes. So as long as you don't mind repeating yourself, I don't know.
How's it going? Are you ready?
There's also a black mage and white mage right over there, and I'm pretty sure it's the theater's version of it. They're actually behind the curtain right now. I'm pretty sure that's the theater version, but you don't see
We live? Wonderful, wonderful. Good evening, afternoon, MAGFest. So we all know why we're here today, but there is a puzzle, isn't there, Nashu? Somewhere amongst all of these costumes is the fabled warrior of light, and I, Inspector Hildebrand, am here to deduce it. Now, how many of you guys have done this contest before? Know how it works? A few of you been, so I'll explain it, no problem at all. What we have these wonderful cosplayers. We're going to bring them up on stage one at a time, just kind of introduce their costumes. The judges are kind of taking notes, and judges will be selecting 16 contestants to enter our tournament brackets. That's where your job comes in and their job stops. Once they've selected the tournament brackets, I'm going to bring 2 cosplayers up at a time, or groups, and we're going to make them do something silly, and you guys are going to cheer for them. And it's up to you as to who goes into the next bracket. Sound good? All right.
You guys can do better than that. You have to bring it up. Come on.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So before we get started, I do want to take a moment just to introduce my judges and my lovely plucky assistant, Nashu. Judges, you want to take a moment to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Alan Ride, a huge fan of MAGFest, and I may or may not be getting over things, but yeah, you know, fun room parties. But yeah, great.
how's this? Can everybody hear me? Clear enough? All right. My name is Casey Driscoll. I do little side jobs as far as makeup and make zombies and kill them.
My name is Hanpan. I probably spend more time in my craft room than anywhere else in my house. My poor boyfriend. And I'm really, really excited to see the cosplayers today.
Hi, I'm Fire Lily. This is my first time doing this, so I am a little unsure as to what's going on, but I'm sure it's going to be great fun. And just as a side note, if any of you are naughty, I may have to see you after class.
That's a side quest.
Optional.
So I think we're ready to get this show started. Nashu, would you like to go collect the first contestant? I've given up on the monocle. I can see fine. Oh, and one thing I might mention, everybody that enters today, MAGFest was very generous, gave us N points for all contestants, and the show is not mine anymore.
Good. Okay.
So you want to take a moment, just introduce yourself, what your costume is?
I am Ezio Auditore de Firenze of the Assassin Order, and I'm here to represent them. I come fully equipped. Assassin blades, both ends, sword of Altair, replica 16th century Italian linen. I'm here to win.
A round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I hope we win, Pooh, or I'll have to throw away the vaccine for that one judge I poisoned. Except the funeral homes.
Round of applause. Nashu, you can join me on stage if you want. You okay?
Hello, I'm Ravio, the hero of Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds.
Round of applause for Ravio. She's really got that under control. It's a science.
If you don't know me, you should by now. I am the L Block from Tetris. I am happy to be partying it up at MAGFest!
Thank you, L Block. Hey, I recognize these guys. So, you just want to tell us a little bit about your costumes?
Sure. We are various classes from Final Fantasy Tactics.
Here, a round of applause. You guys look great. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We'll be okay.
I'm Desmond Miles from Assassin's Creed.
They're around for Desmond Miles.
Hey there, kiddos. Handsome Jack here. I know. Ah, you're my biggest fan. Look, you're all bandit scum to me. God, these pretzels suck.
Round of applause for Handsome Jack.
Hi, I'm Kiki from Kiki's Delivery Service. I lost Gigi. If any of you have seen him, can you return him to me? I really miss him.
Aw. Here, a round of applause for Kiki. It's adorable. Thank you, Kiki. San.
Hi, I'm Son.
Let's hear a round of applause for San. Very nice. Thank you. That line out there just keeps getting longer and longer.
It's like they're cycling back through.
Hello.
I do.
I'm Soma. Usually a fight like this would be, a little beneath me, but my team's trying to get me out of the house more.
Round of applause for Soma. Very nice prop.
Hoi! I'm Tim.
Tim.
From Undertale.
Oh, I haven't played it yet. I'm lacking. Very busy. Here, a round of applause for Tim. She's too eager for that.
My name's Gertrude, and I hate Fairyland. I have been stuck in Fairyland for 27 years, and I cannot find this huggin' fluffin' key no matter how hard I try.
Hear it for Gertrude. It's terrifying. You guys have a really hard job this year. Does this need introduction? Huge round of applause for Pyramid Head. Thank you, Pyramid Head. I will probably see you tonight. Guys, want to introduce yourselves?
Sonic's the name, and Speed's my gift.
Give it after Mike, you faker. Shadow the Hedgehog here.
I'll make you eat those words.
I'm Blaze.
Huge round of applause for the Sonic group. Gotta go fast. This is the most impressive thing I've ever seen out of Dr. Pepper and Coke. Like, you guys want to take a moment to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Corporal Coke, and this is Private Pepper, and we're the Soda Soldiers.
Here for the Soda Soldiers! I'm impressed. You guys couldn't see that, but it wasn't so much of a step as it was just kind of whoops.
Greetings, fellow humans of Earth. My name is Pearl, and I am fighting for rose quartz, and I am strong in the real way.
Cheer for Pearl.
Nice, welcome. I'm Falco Lombardi, ace pilot extraordinaire, and this is our awesome team leader, always cool under pressure, Fox McCloud. And where's Team Star Fox? So hands off our prey!
Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip back to Cornelia. Watch out for asteroid belts. That is awesome. played you in Smash. Let's hear a huge round of applause for Lucario. It's incredible this year. Like, I've been doing this for 3 years now, and every year, like, it's an exponential growth of the quality and everything that everybody does out here.
Hey, I'm Sam Skeleton, and any of you folks want to buy a hot dog?
I left my wallet at home. Huge round of applause for Sam the Skeleton.
Hello, I'm Kurt Wagner, but in the Munich circus they called me the Incredible Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler!
Until they realized this wasn't a costume. Then they called me the devil and chased me out with the torches and pitchforks.
It is I, the Great Papyrus. My plan, devious as it sounds, is to win this competition so I can gain Undyne's respect and get into the Royal Guard, and then be very popular, and all of you will be my friends.
So a round of applause! Thank you.
Hello. My name's Lightning. I had orders to protect Cocoon until I became its enemy. But before I do that, and after I saved Cocoon, I decided to become a dancer.
Round of applause for Lightning. Thank you.
Hello! I'm the Doctor. I'm a Time Lord from the planet Gallifrey. Nice to meet you all.
Cheer for the Doctor. Thank you.
Hello, I am Wirt, and though I am lost, my heart lies at home, in pieces, in the graveyard of my shattered love life.
A round of applause. You have a minion.
As if you all didn't already know me. It's Metaton, actor, model, entrepreneur, and
What did you put in these? I'm Burger Pants. Metaton said he'll pay me eventually.
Have a huge round of applause. Come on up.
Hi guys, I'm Uncle Fester. Bit of a shocking personality.
Thank you, Uncle.
I'm pretty sure you all know who I am, but for the rare occasion you don't, Johnny Cage, and I'll sign autographs after I win.
Very nice. Thank you, Johnny Cage. Keep it above the belt.
I'm looking for my son. Has anyone seen my son, Sean? I'm looking for him. Can anyone tell me where he is?
A round of applause for our Vault Dweller.
I am Shala of Zeal. I must say I'm rather surprised to see something like this on the surface, but I'm glad. My mother would say earth dwellers can't accomplish anything, and this proves her very wrong.
A round of applause.
Come on. Booyah. Stay fresh, MAGFest.
All right, Splatoon. This is a familiar sight from last year. Yeah, if you guys were here last year. He does that. Cheer for Valdo. Said I saw it last year, it still terrifies me.
Thank you, sir. Hi, friends. I'm Fix-It Felix Jr. from the game Fix-It Felix Jr., and I can fix it.
Thank you, Fix-It Felix.
Yeah, I am the Great Papyrus. I'm here from the underground to win this most great of all puzzles.
Here for Cool Dude. This way, this way, this way. Hey. He got the memo.
So, I'm the Warrior of Light, and I definitely don't need a tank or a healer to solo this event.
Thank you very much.
Fighting music was playing just now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Use flare.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the hero of Southtown, Terry Bogart.
Terry for Terry.
I'm Dante, the Demon Hunter. Forgive me, the last person with a microphone I ran into tried to kill me. He turned into a giant, digitized floating head and shouted, "We'll do it live," as he shot lasers at me. My life is very strange, and I'd like to make it known that I have killed succubi before, so please do consider that if you're thinking of eliminating me.
Thank you, Dante. Roll out Optimus Prime.
Where's the microphone? There we go. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. Join today. We have great dental.
There for Optimus Prime. We thought up was hard.
My name is Maximo. I'm searching for my Princess Sophia. Perhaps you've heard of her. I'm in games such as Maximo, From Ghosts to Glory, Army of Zin. You might know me as the grandson of Arthur from a certain particular game called Ghosts and Goblins. Anyone? Ghosts and Goblins? Do we have any fans? Yeah, let's go!
Thank you, Maximo.
Critical hit.
That is fantastic. And such dignity and grace.
I am Ogma, sword for hire, and in the service of Prince Marth.
All right.
I am Minerva, Dragon Rider, heir to the throne of Macedon and protector of her people.
Fantastic. Thank you. About halfway there, I think.
Hi, I'm Dr. Alphys, and my hobbies include watching anime and eating instant noodles and feeling like trash.
Thank you very much. What's that? I didn't catch it. What was her? What was her character? Dr. Alphin? Alphys, Dr. Alphys. I'm sorry. I know this little lady.
Hi, shorties. My name is Santina. I like cookies, crumpets, explosions, and long walks on the beach. And this is Sir Reginald Von Bartleby. He's a aristocrat and a purveyor of the fine arts. He's also my date to the tea party that you are all cordially invited to.
Cheer for Tiny Tina! For John Cena.
You already know I'm gonna win this, 'cause I'm Ken Masters.
You want to taste the power of a demon?
Aren't you kidding someone?
It's Dan Hibiki!
Cheers for our street fighters. Take it outside, gentlemen. Apparently he is Kuma. And Stunt Show Panels 1 5:30, enter the Grimdark. I do want to mention, you guys are getting a little bit of a sneak peek to their show. During the halftime, they've actually said that they're going to perform a few fight scenes for us, so it's really exciting.
Yeah! Vai ter que se ver comigo. Chegar a hora, vamos lá. I play Eddie Gordo from Tekken.
I could do that too, just not in tights.
I can do that, you don't want to.
It's that big step every time.
Just your punny neighborhood skeleton from Undertale. Hey, I'm going to Grillby's. Papyrus, do you want anything?
Let's hear it for our skeleton from Undertale. I really need to play that. Apparently it's the bee's knees.
Good evening, humble gentlemen, lovely ladies. I am Dudley, and if there's one thing I take pride in, it's a fighter with pride, dignity, and honor. And if you're anything like Balrog, cross counter.
Let's fight like gentlemen.
Tira, I'm here to destroy the Soul Edge.
No! I'm gonna cut your heart out! No! No! I want the Soul Edge! Can I kill you? Please, can I kill you? Pretty, please! Let's play, Sophitia. Come on, let's play! Aww. You're no fun.
Let's hear it for our Soul Calibur fighters. Thank you, ladies. I hated this guy when I was 8.
I am Corporate Khan, CEO of the Mortal Kombat non-profit organization, co-sponsored by the Grimdark Corporation. I will be hosting a tournament here in this room at 5:30. Be there.
Terror for Corporate Con. Is Sub-Zero freezing your assets? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to. I had to. It was killing me. now everybody pays for it.
Soul clap. Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm certified. The things I teach you is sure to beat you. But nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher. Now kick. Punch. Block. And pose.
Thank you, gentlemen. I've been waiting for these guys to come up. It's a whole parade of them, and it's really exciting. So I have to ask, did you bring the deer? Yeah, I put it under the helmet.
Hello. We are the Castle Crashers.
I need to move. Let's hear it for our Castle Crashers. They saved the princess. No, no. Do a huge round of applause for these guys. Fantastic. And the song really fit too. I sing this to Nashu sometimes. She's not so happy. When we were driving up here, this was on, and I was singing to it, and it was late. She's just giving me this look of, what do you, stop that. Is everybody enjoying themselves? All right. Looks like we have a few more entries, and once we get done that, well, yes. Once we get done the rest of the entries, we have a little surprise for you. We did mention the Grimdark fighters are going to come show, but we also have a treat for you guys as well. It's a side quest, and I'll need volunteers, but we'll discuss.
Greetings, civilians. I am Tristan Ryder. This is my trusty shape-shifting companion, Plubble, and we are from a futuristic steampunk action-adventure game that doesn't exist yet. But I am hoping that you will be seeing us in the not-too-distant future.
Very clever, very clever. I'm excited for this one. I'm so excited everybody got the memo about the Final Fantasy thing.
Kupo, you have mail.
I have mail! This is adorable! Do we pose? Thank you, Moogles. It's adorable. I love it. I know this guy.
I think this one's for my game. I think we're all screwed. No karma.
Everyone's grudge.
No karma.
Target you. Very, very slow, but very deadly. Let's hear it for the Toneberry. I think that ranks like number 3 for my most hated monster in Final Fantasy. T-Rexar is number 1.
Hello, my fellows. My name is Ruby Rose of Team Ruby with a W. This is Crescent Rose. And if you see a crater in the gazebo area, Weiss did it.
Here for Ruby!
Hello, I'm Longku from Fire Emblem, and this sort of pageantry ill fits a Phyroxy warrior such as me. But I'll do it for you, Robin.
Here for Fire Emblem. Did you guys pick up the new one? Did anybody pick up the new one? Is it good? My copy's reserved back in Baltimore, and I'm dying.
Pikachu!
Thank you, our assassin Pokemon.
I'm Sagame Kishin from Toho Project. I'm just here in a dream. Can I say?
Here for our Toho Project. Thank you. Sorry, I'm seeing. I'm just saying lightning bolts.
We are paired up, and my daddy, Robin.
That was most ungentlemanly.
I'm going to start this now because this ends now.
Now that's strategy.
Tear it for Fire Emblem Robins. No, you're fine, you're fine. I've taken a few blows in my time. It's hard. I do always bounce back. Chief?
UNSC Spartan 117 reporting for duty.
Tear for Master Chief. Looks fantastic. I especially like it actually looks like it's out of Halo 1 too.
Thank you. It was using the Thank you. This was using the 3D files from the original game.
Oh, awesome!
Every angle in this is represented from the original model.
That's fantastic. Round of applause. Thank you, Chief. I'm telling you guys, it blows me away every single year. Every single year. That's terrifying. Cheer it for Jacket. Thank you, Jacket. All right, now last weekend I hear you were the reason there was a hole in one of the doors here, right?
Saitama, I'm a hero for fun. I heard there was a sale today, but I think I missed it.
Tear for One Punch. I haven't seen it yet, but everybody I know is telling me I need to. Yeah, I'm playing Final Fantasy. I can't break for anything else.
Has anybody got any whiskey? Hello, everybody. My name is Crow Brandwin from Ruby. You all just saw my face over there. I can't see because the spotlight is blinding me.
She's over there. She's waving. I'm waving. We're waving.
Love you. Good night, everybody.
Tear for Ruby. I love your hair.
I am Karen Dawnflare, hailing from Silver Moon City. I cannot believe that I'm here to entertain you humans. All of you, Alliance scum.
Thank you. I don't think I've ever been threatened on stage before like that.
So empty. Need heart.
I'm gonna punch you and you'll pop into orbs. Tear for the Heartless. Eventually they're gonna make another one of those games, right? One of these days? Someday. Well, someday, yeah. Eventually, they keep saying that. Well, we'll get like 4 more DS and portable titles.
I am the Panda Man, and I want to share a bizarre talent, if you will.
That's terrifying. Thank you, I think. Here for Panda Man. This has been an interesting contest.
Hey, Saitama, are you supposed to say something? Thanks, Saitama. So Saitama was supposed to yell cute costume so that I could say Tony Chopper's favorite line of, "Don't compliment me, assholes, it doesn't make me happy."
Tear for Tony Chopper. And I believe this is our last and most adorable group. Please come up on stage. Like, hold your awes. We're gonna do it all together. We're gonna do it all together. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. 1, 2, 3. Aww. Want me to hold that?
Sure. A little gross.
That's fine, I've had worse.
Super family.
Cheer for our super family. And My pleasure. Thank you, guys. So that looks like all of our entries. We are going to, Nashu, before we take a break, the judges, if you want to take a few moments to deliberate, we have a special prize. So this is a little side quest for you guys. And if you guys just want to kind of, I wish I could bring you up on stage, but if you want to kind of stand down here, Nashu will go down with you. Come on, Fairy Killer. Most ungentlemanly, most ungentlemanly. Monkey Boy. Nashu's coming around. She's going to grab a few more people. Yeah.
Black Mage, come on. Come on, Black Mage. Yes, you go. Come. All right. You may go too. Go ahead. Yeah.
Certainly.
Any other volunteers? Come on up. Anybody back here? I'm trying to grab as many people as I can. We only have so much space.
Are we all ready, Nashu?
I think so. Some of you can come on this side if you want. We can
You guys want to spread out a little bit?
Yeah, let's split it up.
We'll discuss it in a minute. He might know. He doesn't know. It's a side quest.
It's a side quest.
All right, Nashu. So I'm actually going to let Nashu, is also a dance instructor, and we are going to teach you guys a little family token from the Mandervilles. Teach you the Manderville dance.
It is most gentlemanly.
It is most gentlemanly. So, and now this will be on the test later. So if you guys want to watch Nashu, she will demonstrate the dance. We'll do it in slow motion. We're going to do it all together. And if people want to take pictures, it'll be great. Yes, please. Sit your horrible weapons up there.
You don't have to watch that closely. It's okay. All right. So we start off in a very wide stance. It's very important that your stance is as wide as possible. Your knees are bent, okay? And we get our arms down like we're monkeys. And you're going to swing your arms from side to side. Very good, very good. Okay, now we turn slightly to our left and we do it again. Good. Okay. Then we're going to turn to our right and we're going to pretend like we are playing maracas. And then we turn to the left and we do the maracas again. That's only one though, right?
It's nope.
Are we doing both sides?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then we go back to our wide stance, to the right. And you shake your hands, jazz hands. And you rock. Yes, and then we go to the other side. And we rock. And then we repeat it over and over again until we all are just the most gentlemanly of gentlemen. Are we ready? All right. I'm going to put this microphone down because it's hard to dance and microphone at the same time.
A huge round of applause for our dancers. You're now all honorary Mandervilles.
We are so glad you did so well with that. It was wonderful. And next up, we have an even more exciting treat for you.
More exciting than me?
Oh, never more exciting than you, Inspector. Of course not.
So I'd like to turn over the stage to the fighters against the Grimdark, the DC Stunt Coalition. Do you guys need a mic? You guys are awesome.
Come on, let's go! Get serious! For your viewing pleasure today at 5:30 p.m., the DC Stunt Coalition presents, for its second time at MAGFest, this time a new stunt show. Enter the Grimdark! This is, I kid you not, only about 70% of the cast. We are getting everybody in costume and ready for a Mortal Kombat style death battle the likes you have never seen on a stage. What you saw was just a taste of things to come. Nobody, really? 1995 Mortal Kombat movie character? Thank you. We've got characters such as Dan Hibiki, Akuma, we even have Johnny Cage. We have a couple of amazing Soul Calibur fighters such as Tira and Sophitia. We even have Wara Boy on Bike, Warong, Eddie Gordo, Dudley, Whip, and of course, Kuma the Bear. All fighting in this death battle to appease the grimdark god himself, Shao Kahn. And of course, you know, I'll be playing some, you know, Pokemon trainer. You have no idea how many times I've gotten that today. There's a star on the back! Let's see here. Jay, how much more time do we got? Take our time. Does anybody have any questions about this upcoming death battle? Show them, Dan. How awesome are you? Dan, how good is your Psycho Ryu?
It's the greatest style ever developed. Nothing beats Psycho Ryu.
He's awful. Just awful. We even have our own Ken Masters / Player One, who somehow ended up here, and we don't know how or why, but he'll be fighting in the tournament as the gamer against the Grimdark. And I guess we'll get off the stage soon, but I would be remiss, since most of you love costumes, if I didn't mention that a lot, if not almost all, of our incredible costume design was done by our own Sophitia, Rachel Frederick. You can find her on the social medias, Motley Maker. Motley like a pirate or the crew, or she understands it better than I do. The only thing that's kind of different from some of the costumes that we have, other than some of the amazing things that you guys create, is that, you know, we kind of have to fall over constantly. And we found amazing ways with stretch fabrics and belts and suspenders and things to make sure that during the course of the contest, we don't end up butt naked on stage. So I mean, just give us a little bit of a taste, because we really want to fill this room at 5:30. How many of you might just show up? Come on, get serious! All right then, be sure to look us up on that social media thing. We're at DC Stunt Co on Twitter and Instagram. You can find us on Facebook, DC Stunt Coalition. We have a website too. I'm sure you can Google it. You guys look like a very smart crowd. Be sure to be here at 5:30 and see us beat down each other. It's going to be a brawl. That might happen. That might happen again. All right, we'll get off the stage now. The Godokin. It's almost like somebody wrote him that way. Jay, take the mic. I'm going to lose my mind.
Let's have a huge round of applause for the DC Stunt Coalition.
Tech Ops, you want to put me back on? I'm on. Perfect. So, our judges had a very, very hard job. Out of all those amazing costumes, we only got to pick 16. If I could make this 4-hour panel, we would. We would get everybody up here and make them do silly things. But we had to pick 16 combatants to enter our brackets. Now, what will happen is I'm going to bring 2 combatants or 2 groups up at a time. I'm going to give them a challenge. And once they've done what I've asked them to do, I want you guys to give a round of applause for the one that you think won that fight. Fair? All right, so everybody that entered got 1 mag point. For our first bracket, we have 16 competitors coming up. Each one will be getting a $5 point. And then next group, it's another $5, and then a 10, and then a 20, and we make them mag rich. Yeah, mag rich. So, judges. And we're doing this completely random. We have, we're gonna steal his helmet and shove paper in it to, to pull out our brackets. You guys have the list? What I'm gonna do in a moment, I'm going to call up all of our combatants. If you guys could just kind of come backstage, and then we'll be pulling you up 2 at a time to do that. So, where's our list? The actual list, the physical list. Oh. Nashu, the list. Who has the list? You have the list? One moment. Okay, so we'll do it that way. You got it? One. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Ah. All right, so if I could have these 16 combatants come backstage for us. Can we have the Final Fantasy Tactics group? Can we have Miss Kiki? Let's see, Star Fox. The Soda Soldiers. Maximo. Optimus Prime. Fix-It Felix Jr. I don't want this guy on stage. Baldo. Ew. I want to sleep tonight. Can I also see Tiny Tina? The Master Onion.
There it is.
Our Street Fighters, Ken, Dan, and Akuma. Master Chief. Handsome Jack. Pyramid Head. Uncle Fester. And the Black Mage. So, as I said, everybody that did not get called up here, I wish I could get every single one of you up here. But if nothing else, I want a huge round of applause from you guys for everybody that came up on stage. It's a fantastic show. You all looked amazing. And to be honest, when my judges pick people to be in the contest, it's not just how amazing your costume is, but how amazing your character is, and how much we want to make you do weird stuff up here. So
Very weird.
Very weird stuff. Yeah. So we're going to start off our first bracket. The hat. Want to shake it for me?
You maybe shouldn't have asked him that question.
All right. First, can we have Kiki? Kiki. And up against Kiki. Let's have Tiny Tina. Ooh, girl fight. Thank you, sir. Come on, Tiny Tina. All right, ladies, so for the opening round as combatants, I want to see your best taunt. So we'll start with Miss Tiny Tina. Give us your best taunt.
Come at me, girl. Come on. I got this.
Miss Kiki, can you give your best taunt?
I'll deliver your defeat. Okay.
So, audience, we have player 1 and player 2. Can we hear it for player 1? Can we hear it for player 2? Judges say player 2. Thank you, Tiny Tina. You were adorable. Kiki, if you want to step back, we'll pull you up for the next round, okay? Who do we have next? Why do you keep putting the hat on?
Sweat's still in there and everything.
Can we have Uncle Fester? And Fix-It Felix Jr.
Oh.
Fix-It Felix! Everybody gets 5. This is an interesting fight. All right, Uncle Fester, take player 2. Fixer Felix, take player 1. I want to see your best taunt. Be loud, be rude, be whatever you need to be. Player 1.
Jiminy, Jiminy.
Gives me the vapors.
Actually, I don't really have a good taunt because most of the things I would actually talk about, you really can't say at a con.
Oh. Oh my.
Do the truffle shuffle.
All right.
All right.
Player 1. Player 2.
Judges, need again?
One more time, player 1. Player 2.
Judges? Player 1.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Uncle Fester. Fix the Felix. We'll see you next round. My mind, not you. You guys can't see how she caught the monocle, but
It's in a safe place.
that's right. Let's have Maximo. And Master Onion. These are all great brackets.
Big punch kick block balls.
What's going on?
Oh, you got your armor back.
Oh yeah, I picked up an extra suit.
All right.
Chance to keep coming up and turning me into a chicken. Why a chicken? Or a baby? Or an old man? Or I have problems.
Go for your taunt.
Taunt?
Your best taunt.
Well, I'll just take it off. Screw it. And all the rhythm I ever need.
Oh.
Who's coming off?
I am not
All right, Onion.
That's hard to beat.
All right. You're fine. You're fine.
All right.
All right.
Player 1.
Maximo. Player 2. Judges. Master
Player
Onion.
number 2.
Master Onion proceeds. Thank you.
But you know that.
Oh. Thank you, Maximo. You need a dressing room.
I'll just find another chest.
Has anybody ever beaten that game, Ghosts and Goblins?
Oh, I did earlier.
Is it? Is it beatable? Screw that game. All right, next up we have Star Fox and Master Chief.
One for the ages.
The ultimate space battle. Space.
Complete my fan fiction right now.
Big step. Don't forget the big step.
Fox, no!
So it's universally agreed. We just let Slippy die, right? Okay.
If only.
Ah.
If only.
Best taunt.
Master Chief, huh? Piece of cake.
UNSC now recruiting more Marines for against the Covenant.
All right. Here from Star Fox. How about Master Chief? Judges?
Player number 2.
Master Chief.
Master Chief. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I don't need that. Hat. That's fine. It's a doozy. All right, if we could have our Final Fantasy Tactics group versus Pyramid Head. Ooh. Yeah, so you think strength in numbers? No. And I do want to mention everybody that came up on stage, we have certificates at the end if you guys would like them. Our judges have signed them. I took a lot of time in making them and then giggling to myself as I was doing so. So one might or might not have Ultras on it. Galti and Mr. Typhoon.
I mean, honestly, we've got a lot of power here, but all I really need to beat you is this little Moogle right here.
Okay. Let's hear it for player number 1.
Pyramid Head.
Player number 2.
Final Fantasy Tactics. Judges, need it. One more time. One more time.
One more
Pyramid
time.
Head. Final Fantasy Tactics. Final Fantasy Tactics is the winner.
Good job, guys.
Thank you, Pyramid Head. All right, all right, all right. If I could have our Street Fighters and Handsome Jack up on stage. Talk your way out of this one, man.
Really well.
I like how it's playing the decisive battle right now, too. All right, we'll start with Handsome Jack.
No, you see, this is the thing I don't get about you bandit scum. You know you're gonna lose, and yet you keep fighting. I mean, it reminds me of this one time where there was this guy, his village was burning, and he comes at me with a freaking spoon. So I just shoot him in the legs, and he's all like, oh my God, and then I take the spoon and start gouging at his eyes, and I'm just laughing up a storm. Anyway, the moral of the story is you're a total bitch.
Keep it above the belt.
Wow.
There's no way we're losing this. We're the best of the best.
Right?
All right, so let's hear from player 1, Handsome Jack. Player 2, Street Fighters. Judges, Handsome Jack's the winner. That's the only time he'll ever win. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, let's see. If we could, oh God, I didn't do that on purpose either. So I'm not gonna have these guys come on stage because I don't want to break them. If we could have up front the Soda Soldiers and Optimus Prime. I swear, I had them both. I looked at it, went, oh God, I did that. It's a battle for the ages.
This is a great.
This is fantastic. I don't know. RNG never works.
All right. You guys go first.
This is not the doctor you want to see. I'm Coke, and you'll be broke. More times than in the series.
Contest. You like Starscream.
All right, let's hear for player 1.
And player 2. Judges, Optimus Prime, player 2.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Soda Soldiers. All right, what do we have left? This is a hard one to pick out. For our final bracket, can we have the Black Mage and Baldo up on stage? Black Mage. Had to get a stick.
He's trying to recruit the other Black Mage.
Strength in numbers, glass cannons. All right, player one, give us your best taunt.
What? It doesn't count. It's not fair. I refuse. I refuse this matchup. I refuse. Look at it.
I know. You know the RNG is the RNG gods are never. Wow. Wow.
I bow my head to this gentleman, maybe.
Gentle thing.
This gentle thing, yes.
I think he's good.
Okay.
All right, audience, let's hear it for player one. Let's hear it for player two. Volvo wins player two. Take a round of applause, guys. So that was our first bracket. We now are in the quarterfinals? Quarterfinals. Shake the hat back up, and now we've just put the ones who won, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want anything embarrassing happening up here.
No, never that.
Never embarrassing, not at MAGFest. So let's have Fix-It Felix Jr. and Kiki on stage.
It's probably the cutest matchup.
RNG gods are never kind.
Fix it, Felix, come on.
All right. So on this round, you've just won your first victory. You got to level 2. You got that experience. Give me your best victory pose. Miss Kiki, your best victory pose. Player 1, Fix-It Felix. Player 2, Kiki. Judges? Player 1, Fix-It Felix. Thank you both. All right, next up we have Master Onion.
Master Chief. Master Chief.
And Optimus Prime. Optimus, you can come in the front again. All right, so give him a moment.
There we go.
All right. So, Optimus Prime, your best victory pose. Master Onion. All right, audience. Player 1, Optimus Prime. Player 2, Master Onion.
You just hold up whichever one you like.
Judges. Player 1, Optimus Prime. All right. Next up, can we have our Final Fantasy Tactics group? And Master Chief.
Oh. Get it.
All right. So we'll start with Master Chief. You just leveled up. Give us your best victory pose. My fellow Final Fantasy folks, you leveled up. Give us your best victory pose. All right, audience. Let's hear it for player 1. Let's hear it for player 2. Judges, Master Chief, player 1. Thank you both. You guys look amazing. Thank you, Chief. And last but not least, I didn't set this up, but this is great. Can we have Handsome Jack and Valdo on stage? I love RNG. I hate it when I'm in a dungeon, but I love it when I'm up here. It's Titan music, too.
Anybody else hate Titan?
All right. Handsome Jack, you leveled up. Give us your best victory pose. You want the mic? Of course you do. You want, yeah, of course you do.
I'm Handsome Jack, baby. All my poses are victory poses because I am the... You thought I was going to say the line, didn't you? Didn't you? No, I got to get to the next round for that.
Valdo, your best victory pose.
That's legit. There it is.
Let's see if Handsome Jack, player 1. Valdo, player 2. I'm sorry, Jack, I think he beat you.
You know, this is what I don't get. You are the bandit, and I am the goddamn hero.
Not anymore, sir, not anymore. So that is our quarterfinals. Let's hear a round of applause for all of our contestants so far. Next up, we have the semifinals. Now for this one, I thought about it, I was like, oh, what do I want to make them do? And since this is kind of an audience vote contest, what do you guys want to see them do? You want to see them dance? We can make them dance. Dance, puppet, dance. Let's have Optimus Prime up front and Fix-It Felix Jr.
Oh, yes.
All right, Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, player 1. The audience wants it. Give us your best dance.
I don't think you can put it on. He's got the snake.
Fix it, Felix! Fix it! Hey! All right, Felix, give us your best dance. Let's hear it for Optimus Prime. And Fix-It Felix Jr.
Can we get that again?
We get that again?
One more time?
Optimus Prime. Fix-It Felix. Judges?
Just hold up your answer. 1, 2, 3.
Fix-It Felix. All right, and I think last but not least, I don't need the papers. Keep your hat on, sir. Let's have Master Chief and Valdo up on stage.
Oh, yeah.
Just. I thought the Toadberry had a grudge.
I have no idea.
As you can see, I'm as far enough away from him as I possibly can be. All right, Master Chief, they want you to dance.
Jump on it! Jump on it! Jump on it!
Valdo?
Trick.
It's hot up here. Let's hear it for Master Chief. Valdo. Judges, Valdo.
This matchup is awful.
Thank you, Chief.
Valdo and Felix.
This matchup is terrible.
All right, so we're in the finals. We're in the finals.
Felix and Valdo.
Oh gosh.
Felix
Oh
and
gosh.
Valdo.
Valdo, don't go anywhere. You can come back on stage.
Sick and twisted to put these two together.
And if we could have Mr. Fix-It Felix Jr. back on stage.
You did this to yourself, guys.
All right. So, you guys remember that side quest I put you on, right? You guys remember? I told you it was going to be on the test. You go to Manderville, and I'm going to Manderville with you. Now, do you need a rundown again? And then we switch. Maracas, maracas. All right, you ready? Nasha, do you want to join in? Yes, everybody wants to Manderville. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. So, audience, you have the hardest decision to make. Who Mandervilled the best? Besides me, obviously. Can we hear it for Fix-It Felix Jr. Player 1? Valdo, Player 2. Judges, do one more time. Everybody, I want everybody cheering. We need to find the winner.
No. We need to see that dance one more time.
Oh, they need to see the dance one more time.
Dance,
Dance, match, dance. Ready? And.
Oh my God.
Let's hear it for player 1. Come on, yeah. Player 2. Judges.
I heard two.
Valdo, player 2. Apparently he is the warrior of light. I pray for Eorzea.
This is what's wrong with America.
This is what makes it great.
Booties.
Sweetie.
So. Once again, I want a huge round of applause for all of our contestants, all of our combatants, everybody that came up and danced. Let's hear it for our finalist and our hero of light. Thank you guys so much for coming. It's been a great show. I look forward to seeing you again next year, and hopefully everyone will be dressed up. So have a wonderful MAGFest. Thank you.
Let's do this.
Hi, my name is Terry Bogard, and I am the legendary Hungry Wolf.
Keep going.
Okay. Come on, let's go. Power Wave. Back in my day, when I was a young guy, I would fight in Southtown, and we would punch people with our Fatal Fury hits of loud and really loud vocalizations. I would punch, kick, and chop the competition down until they fell like trees. I was that good. My name was Terry Bogard.
Can you actually just go up there and do that for me?
Hold this. If I were king of the forest. Who is that for? Yes. Okay. Hello, my name is Terry Bogard. I like to get serious most of the time. I can't sing either.
Did we give you the master?
Boom, pow. The who what? If it's in there, no.
I don't have it.
Let me know if you do. Oh no, he took it. He took it.
Okay.
What you need, Joel? What can I do for you? Yeah, I'm good. Okay, cool.
Test. Hello, player one here. Run up there. Words. I am the best around, and no one's gonna beat me now. Come see the Grimdark Sun Show at 5:30 p.m. I will go talk on the stage. Yeah, that's true. That makes sense, because there we go. Hello. Hello. It might need to be up a bit higher, Randy. Maybe not. Hello, test. Hello.
Is this setting up for the R panel?
No. Well, we're getting mic checked, but we're not setting up for our panel yet. That happens in like 3 hours. Woohoo!
It's like 5.
We're good?
You are 3 men of sin, whom destiny, which hath to instrument the lower world, the ne'er surfeited sea, hath caused to belch up you. And on this island, where men do not inhabit, you mongst men being most unfit to live, and e'en with such like valor men hang and drown their proper selves. You fools, I and my fellows are ministers of fate, the elements of whom your swords are tempered, may as well wound the loud winds, or with be mocked at stabs, kill the still closing waters, as diminish one dowel that's in my plume.
Is it on mute? Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, testing. Hi, testing.
Hey, Joel, you should be good on.
Talk. Oh, hey, I just rode in from Japan, and boy, is Blanca's back broke.
Okay, so.
Hello, 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 hello.
Keep going. Are you just keep talking?
Feet in. Body, body, body. Uppercut.
Wait, what happened to Ace? Yeah, so we're...
No, there's a regular panel before us.
Can you just keep talking, please?
Yes, I would like for my microphone to work at all times because I'm whipping. People need to hear what I have to say.
All right, you should be okay.
But you can hear my working now. Working.
7 shouldn't be hot.
Set that there.
What'd you do? What happened?
Lowered sensitivity back somewhat.
Oh.
Can you have whoever's in 5 speak, please?
Hi, testing 1, 2, 3, testing, testing.
Oh Lord.
That sounds like a squeak. Hi.
Not me.
You need to step on the feathers themselves. Feel free.
Okay. Microphone's pointed down right now. Not the best way for it to be.
Probably not.
So, Joel, this one works now. Fine, right? Yeah? Test 1. 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Testing.
Ooh, my bad.
You can leave it there. I just didn't want to.
No, but it's gonna get in the way.
Sorry! Oh.
Turn this down. Let's put him at a minus 15.
All right, got it? Wherever you need it. You can go on the side of the clock back.
So.
Yeah.
How do I select?
All right, testing, testing. One.
I like your hair like that. Sassy.
Joel, can you test 5?
Can you repeat that, please?
Go for mic number 5.
5 is up and open.
Hi, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing. Hi, good morning. Nope.
Nothing?
I am getting that in channel 7.
Which
What?
is you.
I'm 8.
You're 8.
Let me try something quickly.
Who's 7?
Good morning.
That's what we're getting. From what mic? 5.
This is called. Yes. What do you need? Working on things over here. Keep giving me instructions.
Just talk about stuff.
I am the very model of a modern Major General of information and removal. Shit. Hey, everybody. What's up? I have no idea what you just said.
Sure. So I'm talking about important things that everyone cares about, like that exit. Shut up, Johnny. Johnny Cage. Am I good yet? No, no, I'm not even coming on.
Who's supposed to be talking?
I am still.
5. Hi! Is it working? It's working! Yay! Finally!
Powerful voice.
I'm talking. Can we, is that, okay, cool. So are things good in life, everyone? How's life going?
Joel, can we mute 5? She's going to head back to you.
No, just stay up here. 5 is muted already.
All right, you're good to go anyway. All right, sweet.
Do I keep talking?
I believe we're done with 8.
Are we? Oh, I'm on. I'm going to stand away from those mics.
I need 8 to speak, please.
Okay, so I am going to keep on speaking about important matters, like the light bulbs in this establishment. Okay.
I just need to check Johnny Cage's mic, and that's it.
I don't know who Johnny Cage is.
He's Johnny Cage.
Continuing to talk. Trevor needs to learn. Yes, 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 I am on, but can I hear myself? I can't hear anything. Can you guys hear me?
It's coming out a little bit.
Oh, good, good, good. And I'm going to close this mic pouch. I'm going to open my jacket because I do it like 5 times in the show, and I turn my head sideways. I'm going to turn sideways this way, so I'm not into the speaker. Right there.
So when you turn to your right, correct?
I'm mostly turning to my left.
So you're mostly turning to your left.
Yep.
So if we move this to this side, that'll catch that a bit better.
Possibly.
All
There
right.
are occasions where I am turning this way.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rip this off then.
Ah! No, I'm just kidding.
So you're not too hairy. It's fine.
Yeah, no.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't want to cover the Johnny part.
Well, we've
either.
got lots of cord work. I just
You go
touched
straight
on
in the
my-
middle.
See, that's what I thought, but
Can I get him to speak, please, or is his mic off?
it is off.
What are you 6?
I am 6. I am 6 years old because I look good for my age, don't I? I look like. What?
That looks terrible for your age.
I just age quickly, you know. I meant 600 years old. That's why.
You age backwards?
What? I age by day? I don't understand. Okay. So it's gonna be good this
good.
way. It's good this way. We're good.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go back.
I'm all that love. I'm on microphone 11. I got the pink tape, but my red hair, oh right. Don't mind me, I'm just here. Hey, turn up. If we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunting and pinned in an inglorious spot, while round us bark the mad and hungry dogs, making their lot at our cursed lot. If we must die, oh, let us nobly die, so that our precious blood will not be shed in vain. And even the monsters we defy shall be constrained or dead. Grazie.
Can I see your radio pack?
No, it's mine.
Yep. Hello?
Keep going.
Hello? I am playing Sophitia. Woohoo.
Yeah, all right, you should be okay.
Okay. I don't need to go on stage to check.
No.
Okay. And I
can hear you back here, so that's fine.
and I should turn it off.
Yep. All right. So test 1, 2. This is microphone 1. I'm assuming. I don't know. It might be 5. Who knows? Good.
We can do it back here.
How much do you want to EQ? Next one. Okay. All right. This is microphone 2. Test 1, 2. Test, test. Microphone 3. Microphone 3 seems to work. And this one is 4. 4. Test 1, 2. And last microphone is 5. This one seems a little bit hotter than the rest, but it doesn't really matter all that much. Also, if you want to go ahead and test, the DI should have sound coming through. DI, I believe, is 6.
What is the DI plugged into?
I believe it's 6, but I don't. Oh, Dave said you told him that it was 14 or 15 or something like that. You should be getting signal. It's not, yeah.
Hold on, is it number 6 on the snake?
I have no idea.
Two. Check 2 2 1 2. Oh Lord, hold on a second.
You're in 14, Joel.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I am not getting.
Are we sending anything out of the DI?
I'm not getting anything from the DI.
Oh, right there. You should be getting it on 14.
Yeah, my phone's sending out.
Oh, this guy here. Okay.
Yeah, I've got power and everything set up already. And so you're with the next panel or something like that? And they brought a laptop.
Yep, we got one laptop. Yep. じゃあ順番でどうしましょうか。イレブンさんは真ん中で。
Hey guys, I am still not getting anything from the DI. Is the DI up?
左側どっちがいいかな。
マット左側、右側。
じゃあ、あいつさんこっちですね。
That's pretty far up. It's plugged in. Following this cable, plugs into now 14 on the snake is not turned on. Channel 7 on the snake. Okay.
So the snake should be in channel 7, which is in board number 14. So whatever you plug the DI in, can you please plug it into channel 7? Sorry, I read the tape wrong.
It is on channel 7 on this snake. Or are you talking about that snake? Try that. What channel do you want on the board for the digital snake?
これどう思いますか。パネルの前ね、3人の写真を撮って、Twitter でこの3人パネルやりますって。その時間が俺にはない。だよね。HDMI ケーブルはどこにあるんですか。HDMI cable is right here. The big fat one. Audio cable. What about the これヘッドフォンのジャックのやつ？そうです。Audio television headphone jack. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
もうすぐ終わります。
あ、よかったです。
はい。5分、55分には終わります。
あ、
全部が
理解です。
終わります。
55分でお
お客さん
客さんが入場します。
はい、わかりました。
You want him to test it when he's done with this little thing?
Not yet. We'll give a minute because everyone else is doing stuff right now.
じゃあこれ終わるとちょっとパネルを開始する前にちょっとオーディオテストをしたいです。
はい、わかります。ちょっとだけ待ってください。音出てますね。今出ましたね。
Joel, what channel do you want the Q&A mic in? スターリングちゃんはマットのマットのそばに座りますから、そういう Q&A
Hey, check two. Hey, Q&A mic is this one, which is in 6.
スターリングちゃんもその最初に紹介をします。
Yeah.
But that's a wireless mic. Do we have a wireless clip? Clips are bigger.
Hold on.
All right.
That explains a couple things down here.
Okay. じゃあ入場開始します。
ちょっと待って。
One second, please.
So where is KG going to sit?
He's going to sit right here.
Where are you going to sit?
He's going to sit here. I'm going to sit here.
So how will I do simultaneous interpretation?
はい、違います。すみません。聞いて、待って、はい、入場の時は座っておきますか？それとも向こうから入場しますか？
マットは？
違います。我々。
Would you think it'd be better to have them come in as I introduce them, or have them up here already?
Whatever is their preference.
どっちでも大丈夫です。
どうしましょう。私はもう終わりました。
どうしましょう。俺に聞く。じゃあ座っとく。
稲船さんのいい方で。
じゃあ座っとく。
じゃあ座っておきましょう。
はい、じゃあその質問の時、私は同時に日本語に通訳しようと思っています。多分これそばに座っても。
We can just when they do Q&A, if you want to switch spots, it's fine. Because I'll be interpreting for them during the whole panel.
稲船さんが真ん中はもう間違いないけど、稲船さんの横に僕が座ってた方がいいから、Q&A の時になったら変わりましょうか、場所。
わかりました。
はい。
Make sure not at the beginning that no autographs during the here or right after the audio.
ならこっちに座ってもらってた方がいいかもしれない。変わりやすい。
Do you want to sit there or do you want to hop up after? No, he's fine.
伊藤さん、水いりますか？まず水もらって。
Someone, would you guys just grab him a water, please?
あずさんもいる？
うん、あった方がいいかな。
Actually, can you grab two, please?
いや、緊張してるの今。
宮倉さん、8時はどうですか？インタビューのこと。
いいですよ。インタビューがあるから映するって言ったから、これサイン会終わった後でいいんじゃないの？
なるほど。何のインタビュー？何のインタビュー？
ここのインタビュー。
あ、ここのインタビュー。
マグフェストに。
あ、そうなんですね。すみません。サイン会の後。
後しかない。
っておっしゃってました。8時ライブが。
ライブ関係ない。
まあそうですね。
関係あるやつのとこではできないから、ライブと関係ないと。ライブ俺見るだけでしょ。
そうそう。
ライブも見れないかもしれない俺。今すっごい頭痛くて。
そうなんですね。
薬飲むか飲めへんか迷ってんの。
今前にやってるかもしれません。インターネット。ツイッチがもう配信されてるらしいので。
What? Can I help you? What's that? Can I help you? Is it what?
Oh,
We can't
they have an autograph signing
Yeah.
after this.
長いセンテンスだとちょっともしかしたら難しいかもしれないので、少し短いめのセンテンスで切れるところは切っていただいて、やりづらいとは思います。すみません。話し始めるとなかなか切れないことがあると思うので、それは頑張ると思います。昨日メモなかったんですけど、今日メモあるんで。
多分満席です。
じゃあちょこっと開始が遅れるかもしれないですね。私が客入れを5分伸ばしちゃった。よく見る。
がやっぱ一番多いかな。ヨーロッパ好きな人好き。どこ行ってもそう。中国行ってもそう。びっくりしました。
楽しみにしていますか？
もう4時かな。短くなりますね、結構。もう4時1分。
スの時なんか客入れで15分かかる。
あ、そうなんですか。
かかる。
部屋の大きさは同じぐらいでしたね。
もっとちっちゃい。
あ、もっとちっちゃいのパークスのは
多分始められるのは6時15分ぐらいですね。
みたいですね。じゃあ45分前に。
大丈夫大丈夫。45分なら45分なりにやるから。
まあだよね。大丈夫です。
短くなる分には全然。
全然ですね。6万ベク。ロフ好きの方多いですね。やっぱり。あ、リングマン来た。
なんかもうアピール合戦ですね。どんだけ稲村さんにこっちにいてもらうか。
コールコスプレしてるか。ええ、そうです。あ、そう。友達。このコールの彼女はカナダから来て。
彼女はカナダなの。
はい。バンクーバーと思います。ええ、バンクーバー出身と思ってます。彼女は。結構遠いから来たんだ。バンクーバー7時間ぐらい飛行機。やっぱ15分からね。
客入れだともっとかかるかもしれないですね。
まあしょうがない。まあ延長できないし。
いや、あんまり短くなりすぎちゃうと難しくなっちゃうから。ちょうどいいぐらいがいい。
45分は
？40分から45分ぐらいだと Q&A が少なくなる。
大丈夫です。面白い話がやってるから笑ってるから OK です。
この中で一番緊張してると思うんですよ。
いやまあ絶対ミスしたくないから。通訳結構もう初心者なんだけど頑張ってる。もうもしミスするなら本当に申し訳ないです。本当に。
みんな稲村さんのファンだから日本語が分かる人も
絶対いる。
ミスしてると後でミスしてるって言われるだけ。
まあそうだね。プライドがもうちょっとけど。まあ大丈夫。それから強くなるんですね。傷からね。
経験積んでいかない。
ええ。
でもこんなビッグクリエイターの通訳で経験積む人あんまりいないですよ。
だから緊張。でも大丈夫。
グレーですね。
わあすごい。いやー Q&A なしになっちゃう。このまま。エアマンガ。
東海岸にあんまないね。ニューヨーク。
もしかするとこの中に初パネルの参加の人いる可能性があるぐらい。その期待値高いっす。
コミコンで1回やってるかな。
はい。コミコンの時何人規模ですか？
何人やろ覚えてないけど、そんなに大きくなるんだよね。これなんか5万人ぐらいかな。
これ満席だと何人入るんですか？
何だろう。わからない。500
数えた方が早い。
500人ぐらいかな。
そうですね。
1000ぐらいじゃん。
横に50人並んでる。横に50人並んでます。
50×20ぐらいじゃん。
3列。1000人超えてますね。
エラーピールさんだけど、なんか入植人種系。すげえアピールさん。
レスポンスをすると納得してくれるんですか？アピールされた。
分かる。気づいてあげたら
どうされてるんですか？
気づいてあげたら気づいてるよ。
うん、そうみたいですね。もう9分かかっちゃって。
すごい時間かかります。ね。
これパネルの開始が6時30分になったらどうなるんですか？やっぱり7時でおしまい。
うん。オーバー？オーバーになる？
オーバー結構できないんですね。時間として。
サイン会もあるし。
ええ。その前のチャリティーのサインもあるし。
まあでもオーバーするよ多分。
まあ5分ぐらいかな。5分しか、まあ制限は5分ぐらいね。
ニクさんを聞いてみます。
正直ですね。私ここにいたのにもうお客さん入ってるんだと思うんですよ。さっきから自分の緊張をほぐすために喋ってる感じで。稲毛さん一人でパネルされること多いじゃないですか。もう緊張しないですね。いいっすね。
なんか決めてるから緊張する。この通りせんねん。で、マットが先に言ってた通訳失敗できないと思うから緊張する。
ごめんなさい。
心配しない成功か失敗もなくてちゃんと伝えればいいんだから俺が言った通り伝えようと思わなくていいんだよ。
みんなが喜んでくれればいいってこと。
だから俺の言葉聞き取れなかったらマットの言葉で喋れば大体伝わるやん。大体こんなこと言うよね。
全く反対のこと言わなきゃ。
例えば質問されてその質問を俺が答えるのを聞いて英語に直そうってしてるでしょ。でもそれは相手が言ったことにきっと稲尾さんこう答えるよねっていうのがあればそのまま言えばいい。
反対のこと言っちゃダメだよ。
もちろんそうです。
俺らもそうやけど英語がこう喋らないときに全部わかるわけでしょ。でも今喋ってる内容からきっとマットはこう言ったんだろうなっていうことで聞き取るわけで、それと同じでそれを英語をきっちり 100% 聞き取ろうと思ったら緊張して、よくわからなかった。
そうですね、確かにそうですね。
じゃなくてただ多分こう言ったなっていうところ、それが逆のことになることってまずない。そこで喋れば間違いも失敗もないから、それで喋る。通訳っていうのは大体そういうもので、
そうですね。
直訳されるのが一番あかん。
そうです。
言ったことをそのまま言われると絶対にニュアンスが変わるから。
そうですね。気持ちとしてちゃんと伝える。
もうそろそろ開発します。
お客さん入りながらってことですか？
いや違います。
あいつさんとパネルも3回4回ぐらいがやってもう少しずつうまくできてたら持ってるから結構いい。
くれてるけど。
予定通りで終わる。
エキサイティブ。そういう自分がこう興奮してるよ。
実況は？ライブストリームできますか？
気持ちが高ぶる。
これは
エキサイティブ。
ホテルの
それを直訳した。
ワイヤードのランを使ってます。
だよね、確かに。
そう頑張りますとかなんかそういう役になるわけ。全然違う役になる。
まず英語から日本語に訳すときは上手ですよ。
だからそういうところのニュアンスをちゃんと伝えられる。でもどうなんだろうな。日本語から英語の方が楽なんじゃない？
日本語から英語だと正確に伝えようと思いすぎちゃうんですよ。
思いすぎるとダメ。
ですね。
英語が正しく一番言えるわけだから、一番伝わるはず。逆に英語を日本語に直そうとした時の方が難しい。それをなんか本当にこう稲穂さんが言った通りやろうって思わない。思うと間違うからね。
ですよね。確かにそうです。
いいな、マット。世の中広くても稲船さんからこうやって通訳するんやで教えてもらえる人いないですよ、そんなに。
まあ2年前にマークフェスト行って、2年の後でこういうをやるべきだよと。2年後でこの稲船さんの通訳者になるぞって誰か言われたら、もう嘘しないでください。バカじゃん。人生は面白いでね。
もうないそうです。はい、キャプテンが始まったので、はい。
やっぱり15人ぐらい。
Okay.
Sterling, do we need an okay from like staff to start, or we just start?
So it looks like everyone is here, so shall we get started?
Hey. Okay. Thank you all so much for coming out to the Keiji Inafune and Inchi Creates panel today. I have some amazing people up here with me that I would like to introduce you to. Immediately to my left, this man probably needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. He's the CEO of Concept, Mr. Keiji Inafune.
Hi, こんにちは、稲船です。すごい人でね、驚いてますけども、楽しんでいってください。
Hi, I'm Keiji Inafune. I can't believe how many people there are here, so I hope you really have an awesome time today. And to his left, CEO of Inti Creates and my super cool boss, Mr. Takuya Aizu.
皆さんこんにちは、インティクリエイツのアイズです。マグフェストはですね、すごいお祭りって感じで、皆さんがすごく、熱いのが伝わってきます。今日は楽しんでいってください。
It's my first time at MAGFest, and everyone is just such a super cool, positive atmosphere going on here that I'm really enjoying. So thank you all much for having me today. And to his left, super awesome MAGFest Hap who's been helping all of us out, all the Japanese guests out, the one and only Miss Sterling Diesel.
Thanks for coming out today. Rock on.
And myself, who will be your interpreter for today. My name is Matt Papa. I am an associate producer and international affairs coordinator at Inti Creates. So, being is that this is both Inafune-san and Aizu-san's first time at MAGFest, I would imagine you guys would like to know what they think about this awesome event, don't you? Inafune-san, やっぱMAGFestはどう思いますか？
そうですね、今年初めてマグフェストに来させてもらったんですけど、すごいなんていうかな、もう盛り上がり感っていうか一体感みたいなところがすごい、ホテルの中でやってるっていうのもあるんでしょうけど、もう一日中みんなが盛り上がってるっていうのですごく楽しいですよね。
Yeah, so like I said, it's this very first time at MAGFest, and it's really cool to see just how excited and how hype everyone is 24 hours a day. And the fact that just the hotel and the convention center is connected and all the excitement is going on constantly is really, really cool. How about you, Aizu-san?
そうですね、たくさんのゲームミュージックの、ライブコンサートがあって、それがですね、すごく私も、やらせてもらってるんです、インティクリーツもやってるんですけど、見る方でも楽しいなと思ってます。
Yeah, I was very surprised at how many, game music producers and performers are here playing so much cool music. And even though, we have, 3 concerts going on during this entire event, it's really cool to be able to see all these amazing performers perform here at MAGFest.
あんまり俺この東海岸でね、こういうパネルっていうのは、ニューヨークぐらいでしかしたことがないんで、本当にこっち側、西じゃなくて東の方でやらせてもらって、多分初めて会う人も多いと思うんで、本当楽しんでいってほしいなと思いますね。
Yeah, so he's, I've never really been to the East Coast all that often, and this is, I've done very few panels here, so I think, this is the first time that a lot of you guys are probably, seeing him at a panel here, so he's, really happy to be here.
稲船さんとは長く仕事してるんですけど、こうしてアメリカでパネルやることありますけど、西海岸は多いですよね。でも東海岸は初めてですね。
そうね、一緒にやるのっていうのは初めて。
Yeah, so, both Aizu-san and Inafune-san have been working together for quite a long time. And even though they've done panels before in the past, mostly on West Coast events, this is their very first time ever doing a panel together here on the East Coast.
でも本当楽しいイベントなんでね、また、来年も来たいなとか、これからまた気にしてね、マグフェストに来てみたいなっていうふうに思いますね。はい。
So this is, this is a really fun event, and definitely it'd be cool if I could come back next year too.
でも一つだけちょっと困ったことがあってですね、昨日来たんですけど、
Yeah,
昨
so
日来てね、まだすごく時差ボケな状態で昨日ちょっといろいろやってて。
Yeah, so he actually flew in yesterday. It's a very long flight all the way from Japan. So it's kind of hard to do everything you want to do, but it's been cool so far.
その状態で1時ぐらいかな、夜1時ぐらいに寝ようと思ってベッドに入ったら、もう外がうるさくて、もう廊下でもうーっていう声がしてて、3時ぐらいまでうるさくて寝れなかった。
So as you probably would imagine, you're tired after a long flight all the way from Tokyo, all the way to MAGFest. So you thought, maybe go to bed at about 1 o'clock. Getting nice and comfy. And all of a sudden, wow! Coming from right outside the hotel room door. It's like, oh my God, these people. It's pretty busy going on here at a hotel room at 1 in the morning. So from just laid there from like 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. and eventually got to sleep, but it's quite an experience.
楽しんでるんでね、いいんですけど、ちょっと疲れてたんでね、寝たかったなと。
I mean, it's cool that they're having fun, but I was pretty beat, so some sleep was cool. It would have been nice. Yeah, so I mean, these guys have been, it's been, my goodness, probably about 15 years, since they've been working together. So I think they probably have some really cool stuff to share with you guys about that. So, 結構長い間に2人でいつも仕事してますけど、そういうちょっと話をしたいと思ってます。
はい、インティグレーツっていうか、会津とはすごく長くやらせてもらってて、もともと会津がカプコンにいる時代からですね、いろいろやらせてもらってる中で、インティグレーツっていう会社作ってね、そのインティグレーツの中にも会津以外にもたくさんの一緒にやってた仲間がいたんで、すごい気にしながらなんていうかな、インティグレーツ自体が頑張ってるのを見ながらね、カプコンでやってたんだけど。
Yeah. So he's actually, Inafune-san has actually known Aizu-san ever since Aizu-san joined Capcom, before Inticrates was even in existence. And, so they've been working together for even longer, than, Aizu-san has started Inticrates. And, he's, Aizu-san tries very hard. He's a very hard worker. And, they've been, Inafune-san has been working together with him, knowing, his super amazing prowess at getting the job done.
ある時ね、インティグレーツ、会津と会って、どう頑張ってるみたいな話した時に、頑張ってますよって言ったんやけど、なんかちょっと元気なさそうやったんで、元気ないなと思って、で、一応その時に6万ゼロっていうね、作品をやりたいなって思ってた時期があったんで、会津にやらないかって言ったら、もうやっていいんですかみたいなね、状態で、その時からインティグレーツと俺は割とがっちりやるようになったよね。
はい。So, knowing how much of a hard worker Aizu and the folks at Inticrates are, when Inafune-san started to get the ideas flowing for, Mega Man Zero, he thought, why don't I pitch this to Aizu and the team? See what they think. And Aizu was like, what? Really? You want us to do it? Okay.
メガマンゼロをやりたいって話をしたのは、あれ確かロサンゼルスの E3 で話をしたんですよ。
あ、そうなんです。はい。
So they actually first talked about, doing Mega Man Zero at E3 back in LA many moons ago.
ロサンゼルスで稲船さんがまだ質問攻めにあってない頃だったので、まだ一番トップになってない時だったので、稲船さんが暇そうにしているのを見つけてメガマンゼロやらせてくださいって言ったのが最初だと思います。
Yeah, so I mean that was what, almost 15 years ago. So that was when Mr. Inafune was still moving up the corporate ladder. So we had more availability to kind of talk about that kind of stuff at an event like that during that time.
でその後東京ゲームショウで なんでお前企画書持ってけえへんねんって稲船さんに言われてあ、稲船さん本気だったんだって思ってでその後企画書を持ってったんですね。
So when they actually met each other then at Tokyo Game Show, Inafune asked him, "So, you getting this ready to go?" He's like, "Oh, really? Okay, yeah, I guess we will now."
でもゼロっていうキャラクターはすごく思い入れが俺の中にあって、当時ねゼロは誰にも欠かさないって言ってデザインさせないって言って他のデザインを、他のメンバーがやっても構わなかったんだけどゼロだけはデザインは俺がやるって言ってるものだったね。だからカプコンでもゼロのデザインできるのは俺だけだった。
So as you may know, Zero he has a special place in his heart for Zero, and so even though with a lot of the other character designs, for the game, he was able to kind of give those duties to other members of the team. But when it comes to Zero himself, he's like, that's me and only me. That's it.
その中でインティグレーツにメガマンゼロを出した時にデザインしていいよって言ったんですよ。
But when I decided to let Integrates handle the development of Mega Man Zero, I was like, okay, I'll leave it to you guys.
だからカプコンでもゼロのデザインを誰も許されてなかったのにインティグレーツに対してデザインしていいよって言ったんでカプコンからはなんでって言われたけど
我々もなんでって思いました。
So like I said, he left the design of Zero into Integrates' hands. So when the guys at Capcom found out about it, they were like, "Really, dude?" And then Isaac was also like, "Really, dude? Okay."
そのぐらい信頼してインティグレーツにゼロを託して面白いゲーム作ってくれっていうことでやったんで。
So at that point, they were able to make super awesome series that Mega Man Zero.
はい。今日そのロックマンゼロの曲をですね8時からホールの方でライブをしますのでもしロックマンゼロのファンの方がいるのであればいやファンでなくても聴いてほしいなと思います。
So, whether you are a Mega Man Zero fan or not, we hope that you come to our Integrates 20th Anniversary Live featuring Mega Man Zero tonight here at 8 p.m. in the concert hall.
あとインティとはねロックマン関連でやっぱり仕事させてもらうことが多かったんだけど、ロックマン9と10もね、インティがやってるね。
So so as we as Integrates developed a lot of the Mega Man games, like Zero and ZX, and 9 and 10 as well.
Thank you.
はい。あれもね、ロックマン9作りたいなっていうことを思って、で今でこそレトロなドット絵の、ゲームっていうのが特にインディーズを中心にねたくさん出てるけど当時あんまりなくて。
Yeah, so when he decided that we wanted to make Mega Man 9 and the 8-bit classic style game, he realized that at that time there really wasn't that many people left who can make a game like that anymore.
でそれをやるのにやっぱりインティクリエイツのような会社でないとちゃんと作れないだろうっていうことで、やってくれっていうことでね。なかなかでもカプコンでもなんていうかドット絵の時代にドット絵でもうファミコンのようなもので出すっていうことに対してはなかなか理解がされなくてすごくいいとは言ってくれないことが多かったんだけどインティグレーツは面白そうだっていうことで乗ってくれてやれたかなと思って。
Yeah, so when we initially pitched the idea of, thinking about what we're going to do in the classic 8-bit style, the guys at Integrates were certainly very capable of handling that. It's kind of like their specialty. But, when we wanted to just do this in the classic 8-bit style, Capcom wasn't really, maybe not completely in sync with the idea, but when, we talked about the Integrates, they're like, oh, that sounds really cool. I like that.
ロックマン9とロックマン10を作った後によくいろんな人に言われたんですよ。すごくプレッシャーじゃなかったですか。
Yeah, so once we started, once we worked on Mega Man 9 and 10, we started to get a lot more tension our way, so kind of ups the pressure a little bit.
全然なくて、すごく楽しんで、我々がロックマンファンだったので、自分たちがやりたいロックマン作っただけなので、全然なかったですよっていうふうに答えると、意外ですね、そうなんですねって大体言われます。
ごめんなさい、もう一度
ロックマンそうじゃない、要するに、プレッシャーはなかった。それは我々が遊びたいロックマンを作っただけだから。
Yeah, so as you can probably imagine, a lot of the guys at NT Craze actually, we love Mega Man too. And, so when, we thought there'd be a lot of pressure, but when, we thought, what, we're going to make the kind of game that we would like to play. And because of that, we were able to kind of work in a very, more relaxed environment because of that.
Sounded
like some 8-bit bustery action going on from the crowd.
我々はロックマンがすごく大好きで、そういうゲームをですね、長年作ってきましたので、最近も稲船さんと一緒に、ロックマンのような、横スクロール、オールドクラシックな横スクロールの、アクションゲーム。で今の技術で新しくて古いものを作ってます。
So we keep, we always keep that love for Mega Man in our hearts with all the work we do, and we are very happy to continue working with Keiji Inafune on more, 2D classic side-scrolling action games.
で今日はですね、一昨年2014年に発表したアジューストライカーガンボルトの、続編の、今の状況、新しい新情報をお知らせしたいと思います。
So back in 2014 in August, we released our very first self-developed and self-published game called Azure Striker Gunvolt.
はい、映像がね、用意されてるんで、ちょっとだけですけど映像を見てください。
So we actually, we've been working, as you probably know, we've been working very hard on the sequel to Azure Striker Gunvolt, and we have a nice little video to show you today.
Thank you.
はい、ガンボルト2ですけども、どこが変わったかっていうとですね、 よりグラフィックが強化されて。
そうですね。変わったところを少し説明したいと思いますが、今回ですね、ヒーローの GV ガンボルトのデザインが変わりました。
So as you may have saw, if you played the first game before, in the video and right here on the screen, Mr. Gumbel is going through a little bit of a design change.
で、ドット絵もですね、全部打ち直してます。
So in order to do that, we had to redo every single one of his character sprites. Trust me, it's hard.
はい、ね、この中でゲームクリエイターの方もいるかと思うんですけども、ドット絵打ち直しっていうことはですね、まるまる時間をもう一回かけるっていうことなんで、ある意味馬鹿げてることかなって、経営者的に言うとね、俺がプロデューサーとか経営者的に言うと、なんてバカなことするんだっていうふうには思います。
So as Mr. Yafune also reiterated, when you're redoing pixel art, it can take an incredibly long amount of time. So, as a game creator and a producer, when you look at decisions like that, you'd be like, what in the world are you thinking?
よくね、こだわりっていう言葉をクリエイターは使うんだけど、もっと良くしようとしてお金をいっぱいかけちゃうんだよね。それは実はすごく良くないと思う。
So, as game creators, at least everybody has the one thing that they are pretty, maybe more into than everything else, and something that they put probably more time and effort into than maybe they should. But
でも、インティクリエイツらしさっていう部分で言ったら、いいものにするためにすごく自分たちの力を目いっぱい注いでいくっていうところがあって。そのお金とか時間とかそれよりもいいものを作りたいっていう気持ちがより強い会社だと思ったよね。
But Integrates is the kind of company that they are more than willing to put all of that extra effort, time, and money to the point where maybe going a little overboard, but that's just the kind of hardworking company that they are.
だからずっとやっぱクオリティの高いものを作り続けている会社で、ある意味、効率がいいかっていうと効率は良くない、ね、良くないんだけど、それでもやっぱりいいもの作ろうっていう、それがインティクリエイトを信頼している部分かなと思う。
But that's how Integrates has been able to continue to make such amazing games for such a long period of time, and that's one of the things that I really appreciate about them.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
ガンボルト2もそういうつもりでっていうかそういう意気込みで作ってるゲームなんで、多少時間はかかってるんだけど、本当により前の、1作目よりも、クオリティをどんどん上げてね、まだこれお見せしてないものもいっぱいあるんだけど、それも俺は見てるけどすごい出来がいいものを作ってるっていうふうに思ってる。
So that's exactly the kind of the approach they are taking with the production of Gunvolt 2, and there's what even the stuff you just saw for the very first time. There's a whole lot of new stuff that you have not seen yet, and trust me when I say that they're working around the clock and working very hard and spending a lot of time to make you the best high quality game they possibly can.
はい、ロックマン7とかを作ってたディレクターの津田っていうのがガンボルトのディレクターやってるんですけど、彼はもう本当に自分のやりたいことをやるために時間もお金も考えないでやってしまう人間なんです。
So the director of Gunvolt, Mr. Yoshihisa Suda, he actually worked on Mega Man 7. And he's a director of Gunvolt and Gunvolt 2 as well. And he's really the kind of guy who, once he decides he wants to do something, he will pour as much time, effort, and money as it takes to make it happen, for better or for worse.
で、気づけばもうガンボルト1が出てから1年半経っていて、まだ2が出せてなくて、ようやく今日タイトルロゴが見せられるっていう状況なんですけども。 ちょっと遅くて皆さんお待たせしておりますが、お楽しみにお待ちください。
So even though it's been a year and a half since since we put out the first game, and we're only able to show you a little bit here, but trust me, we are working very hard to be able to get you guys the sequel to Azure Striker Gunvolt as soon as we can.
最初はね、最初は俺にもガンボルト1出して1年後に2出しますって言ってたんで、そのつもりでいろいろ関わってたんだけど、割と時間はかかってるね。
So I thought that no, you guys probably put the next one out in about a year or so, but well, it's been about a year and a half already.
はい。ガンボルト2に関しては、まだまだ情報いっぱいあるんで、近々またアップデートで皆さんにお知らせできるかなと思います。
So we got lots of information still coming, so we hope that you keep track of all the official channels for all new information about Azure Striker Gunvolt 2.
はい。あとインテグレーツと俺コンセプトっていう会社で言えばですね、まず一番に思い浮かぶゲームがあると思うんで、その話をしたいなと。
So if you're going to talk about, Keiji Inafune and Anticrates being together, there's another game that these two folks have worked very hard on that we think you guys may know about that we'd like to have a little chat about as well.
はい、マイティ
There he is!
はい。マイティナンバー9に関しては、本当にお詫びをさせてほしいなと思います。本来であればですね、このマグフェストはマイティナンバー9が発売直後に、皆さんにお会いできるって楽しみにしてたんですけども、発売することが今もできてなくてですね、すごく申し訳ない気持ちでいっぱいでですね、ちょっとでも早く出せるように今頑張ってます。
So, from before, we were hoping that with the original release date of Mighty Number 9, that we'd have that, basically right around the time of MAGFest, and we have a lot of cool stuff to talk to you about. But unfortunately, we were not able to make that happen. However, we are doing everything we possibly can to get that out to you as soon as possible.
本当I'm so sorry. 本当に申し訳ないんですけど、ちょっと言い訳させてもらうとですね。言い訳をさせてもらうと言い訳をさせてください。
Yeah, so he is, as you heard, he is very sorry that the game couldn't come out on time, but he would like to talk to you a little bit more about that.
一応ですね、ハードの数がめちゃくちゃ多いですよね。
So as you probably know, the game is coming out on a ton of different systems.
で、Xbox360、
Yeah.
Xbox One、
360、Xbox One、
PS3、PS4、で、Wii U、で、3DS に、PlayStation Vita、それと PC。
You got 8。
8なんですけど、実際のところリージョンっていうのがあってですね、日本のリージョンと、日本とジャパンと、ヨーロッパとアメリカ。
So in addition to the 8 systems that's coming out, you got 3 regions: Japan, Europe, and America.
これ別々にマスターを出さなきゃいけなくてですね。
So in order to do that, you have to make separate master ROMs for all those different systems and all of those different regions.
でそれだけで24。
So 24 master ROMs altogether.
でハンドヘルドの方はちょっと後になってるんで、正確には20ぐらいかな。20近く、18とか。
So there's, as of right now, about 18 to 20 of those are primed, set, and ready to go.
それをマスター出して、ほとんどがマスターは通ってます。
Yeah, for the vast majority of them, we have masters checked, cleared, ready to rock and roll.
で一部通ってないやつがあってですね。でそれに、発売を合わせなきゃいけないんで。全部同時に出そうっていうことをしてるんで、遅れてます。
But even though there's only a few left over, you have to release them all at the same time together. And if they're not all ready, you can't release the game properly. So in order to, so we have to have all 24 of those ready before we could properly release the game.
で、まあ、それも踏まえて、皆さんといつ出せるっていうお約束はしたんですけども、思ってた以上に、いろんなトラブルがあってですね、できなくて、でもゲーム内容自体は、すごくいいものに仕上がってるんで、内容がどうのこうのっていう部分はない形で、面白いものをあと発売に向けて、作業してるっていうだけですね。
So, the game itself is completely done, and let me tell you that it's a lot of fun, and we think that once the game is out and in your hands, that you will thoroughly enjoy it once you get your hands on it.
で本当に近々、発売日の発表もできると思いますし、近々遊んでもらうことできると思うんで、もう少しだけ皆さん待っていただいてですね、遊んでいただきたいなと思います。
So we're hoping to get you guys some more information on the newest release date as soon as we possibly can. So please look forward to getting that information out as fast as we possibly can.
あと一部、中止になっちゃうんじゃないかとか、このままゲーム出ないんじゃないかって心配されてる方もいるんですけど、それは絶対 100% ありません。
So for any of you guys who are worried that, oh, maybe this game's not going to come out, this game's never coming out, I can positively 110% tell you that it is coming out, and to please not worry about that anymore.
本当にこのマイティナンバー9はですね、ファンの皆様のおかげで成り立っているゲームでですね、本当ファンがいなければ、このゲーム自体立ち上がらなかったし、ファンの力でここまで来てますし、もちろんそのキックスターターにバックしてもらった人たちもそうなんですけど、それ以外の人たちも、すごくこう支えてくれてるゲームであると思うんで、みんなにしっかりと届けられるようにしたいなと思います。
So, this is a game that was made with all the power, all the help and support from the fans for the fans. And we hope that not only just the people who are, gracious enough to back the game on Kickstarter, but for people who know nothing about Mighty No. 9, and for people who have never played the game before, we are hoping that you all will be able to thoroughly enjoy Mighty No. 9.
はい、本当にね、皆さんの、なんていうかな、気持ちっていうかをしっかり受け取って、ゲームを作ってて本当にファンの力っていうのはすごく大きいんですね。だからマイティナンバー9って本当にそのファンの力で作り上げてるんで、ゲーム自体作ってる方も楽しく作れましたし、多分遊んでもらう方も、しっかりと楽しんでもらえるものになってるかなと思うんで、本当ゲームクリエイターとして幸せな時間をですね、このゲーム作りで、使えたんで、本当に感謝してます皆さんに。
So, as a game creator, receiving so much support from all the fans is what really keeps me going. And I really want to thank you for all the support that you've given me thus far. And it's that support that gives me the strength to continue to keep doing my best to get this game made and for all of you to thoroughly enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Okay, at this point, we would like to start our Q&A portion of the panel. So for all you fine folks who have questions, I believe there's a mic front and center here. Sterling, how do you want to handle this? Did it? Wow, so good. Go ahead, you in the yellow shirt.
Hello, Inafune-san. Now, a few years ago, you made some statements about the Japanese game industry and how you felt it was dying and on the, going a little bit down. And I noticed in more recent times that the Japanese game industry seems to be picking up again. Like a lot of other famous developers have went independent and they're kickstarting new games like Bloodstained, Shenmue 3. And it seems that with the PS4's success, there's been a lot of wonderful Japanese announcements for the console. And it seems even in America that anime is booming. Japanese games are becoming more popular than ever. They're on the PC, the PS4, the Wii U, a large amount of systems. And it seems like the industry is starting to pick up again. Do you feel that to be the case?
やっぱり日本のゲームって昔、メガマンもそうだったけど、昔楽しんでくれた人が多くてですね、今やっぱ新しいゲームを、日本の新しいゲームをなんか世界にこう発信できてないんだよね。だから自分たちのような昔遊んでくれたものがファンがたくさんいる人たちにもう一回ちゃんとこう向けて作ってみたいなって思ってる、ゲームクリエイターが多いと思うんだよね。
So, nowadays, there's a lot of game creators who, just like they did back in a while ago in the NES era where, a lot of people are really hyped up for Japanese games. And there's a lot of game creators in Japan now who are working to kind of bring that same feeling back to the industry again.
それで、やっぱりその、なんていうかな、日本のゲームを求められてるっていうもの、要は昔の日本のゲームが良かった頃を求められてるっていうのをやっぱり知ってるクリエイターが多いんで、会社から離れて自由にそれを作りたいと思ってる人が多くなったんじゃないかな。
Yeah, so there's a lot of game creators now who have left their big companies to work on their own to make games that they know such a large fan base who loves the games, the more classic games, is waiting for. So there's a lot of creators who are working to make games that those people will enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello again. I had two questions for you, if I may. Capcom, unfortunately, is not doing much with Mega Man now, which is probably just as well, because if you were not at the helm, I don't think it would be the same. But how do you feel about a lot of the fan games that are being made? Do you have a favorite, if you like them? And the other question I had, a lot of people forget, amidst Mega Man and everything, that you also created Dead Rising. And I was wondering what inspired that. Okay, not everyone forgot, apparently.
What inspired what?
Dead Rising.
はい、ファンが作ってる、メガマンのゲーム、メガマンのようなゲームっていうのは僕は好きですよ、すごく。やっぱりファンの、熱い思いみたいなのがあるゲームっていうのはまだなんていうかな、ゲームとしての完成度が低くてもすごくやってて楽しい。
Yeah, so he actually is very much a fan of, he very much loves that the fan-made games, and he thinks it's really cool that they don't have all the assets of a big company, but they're still working to make these pretty cool games.
だからやってて楽しいゲームを、まず作ろうっていう気持ちを持って、そのメガマンを参考にして作ってるゲームっていうのはすごく僕自身は楽しい、いいなと思って。
So the people who love the game so much that they want to try their own hand at making a game like that, he thinks that's really really cool.
でデッドライジングはどう思いついたかみたいな感じ。
まあそういうのインスピレ
ーションね。デッドライジング自体はもともとやっぱゾンビ映画が大好きで、ゾンビ映画を日本で大好きだって、今でこそもうゾンビ映画当たり前になってるけど。大昔からゾンビ映画大好きだって言ってたら気がおかしいんじゃないかってずっとみんなに思われてたんだけど、それでもゾンビ映画大好きでゾンビ映画に出てくるぐらいたくさんのゾンビが出るゲーム作りたいなっていうふうに思ってて、 でそれを発案して出したっていうのが。
So he's actually been a fan of zombie movies for as long as he can remember. So, that's very much the basis of the inspiration for the game. And he thought, it would be really cool to have a game where you're fighting against just a metric ton of zombies.
Dawn of the Dead specifically, or?
I'm sorry?
The movie Dawn of the Dead specifically, because it has strong comparisons.
結構Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn of the Dead は最高ですね。
He absolutely loves Dawn of the Dead. Thank you.
Hey, hi. So, as we're all big Mega Man fans here. That's obviously why we came to this panel. And I want to talk about a little bit. I'm just gonna do this. I'm going to talk a little bit about Mega Man Legends, and we spoke a little bit. Oh, there we go. We spoke a little bit. I was speaking about Mega Man games and some of the past ones, and a while ago you had set up a Kickstarter that unfortunately didn't go all the way, called Red Ash. It was supposed to be, I guess, the spiritual successor to Mega Man Legends, which was unfortunately canceled. I'm sure everyone was really bummed. I'm sure, of course, you were as well. It wasn't really talked about today, but I guess I wanted to ask, is there any plans for that moving forward? I did kind of hear that it's still going to be kind of made, but of course maybe it's in the back pedals right now because you have a lot on your plate obviously right now. What exactly is your plan for that game? Or maybe even that series?
レタッシュ。
そうね、レタッシュ今の状況の話なんです。
そうね。レタッシュはキックスターターでは成功しなくてですね、すごく残念だったんですけど、今コンセプトではレタッシュを作っててですね、近々皆さんにもこれお見せできるんじゃないかなっていうふうに思ってるんですけど、すごく出来のいいものがこう仕上がってきててですね、多分キックスターターの時のにどういうものができるのかの想像があまりこう伝わらなかったのかなと思うんだけど、それを伝えれるものが出来上がってきてるんで、近々皆さんに見せれると思います。
Yeah, so it was too bad that the Kickstarter wasn't the success that we were hoping for, but nevertheless the game is still very much being made, and we've assembled a very talented team of people who are working very much on the game itself. And maybe we weren't able to showcase it as well as we had hoped during the Kickstarter, but make no mistake that it is being worked on, and we have a lot of cool things to showcase in the future. Thank you.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
Fune-san. Very big honor. So let me start this off by saying the end of Mega Man 2 is probably one of my favorite endings of any video game ever. Just graphically, musically, it's beautiful 8-bit perfection. That being said, can you please put to bed a long-standing question I had and explain what in God's name is actually going on? Like, why is Mega Man fighting a holographic alien that turns into a floating apple? And is that town he's walking to, is that his hometown or just where he spends the summer?
Ah. 結局エンディングは一体どこにいてるか、家か別荘かとか、なんでホログラムを戦ってるのか。
難しい質問だよね。
That's a pretty tough question, man.
I can supplement it with a different one if that's helpful.
ユーザーにこういろんなこと考えてもらいたいと思ってゲームって作ってる。
So, you want to make a game that, leaves it kind of up to the player's imagination.
その時にドクター・ワイリーは宇宙人だったんだってこう思ってほしいわけ。
He wants you to think, oh my God, Dr. Wily's actually an alien.
でもそんなわけないじゃんってホログラムで。
But actually he's not. It was just a freaking hologram.
Or a floating apple.
日本語では二段落ちって言うんだけど、一回落ちを作ってツイスト一回してでもう一回ツイストするっていう。
So, I think the plot twist is what really kind of drives the whole thing home, really.
で最後どこに行ってるか。
そうですね。
それはユーザーがこう想像してもらうのが一番いいんじゃないの？
Nah. So as for where he's going, as where exactly he said it during the ending, well, that's up for you to decide.
Well, it's awesome regardless, so thank you.
Thank you.
Last question.
Okay, this will be our last question. Sorry, we actually have our autograph session in about 30 minutes, so time is of the essence. But please, last question, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to start off by apologizing because this isn't really a question, but I wanted to speak for myself as well as probably a lot of other people here that earlier, Mr. Inafune, you said that we, the fans, are what keep you as well as the staff at Inti Creates going and making all of these games. And I just wanted to state for myself and hopefully a lot of other people here that it's also the other way around, that Mega Man, the Blue Bomber, as well as Mega Man X, Zero, Gunvolt, and Mighty Number 9, they've been such heroes to me as a child, and I hope that the new generation getting into it will also feel that way. And I just wanted to thank you so much for being such a part of my childhood.
That's very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, unfortunately, that's really all the time we have. But thank you all so much for coming. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We hope to see you at his autograph session from 5:30 to 7:30 down in the autograph room. And then from 8 o'clock to 9, we have the Inti Creates 20th Anniversary Live featuring Mega Man Zero. And we also have the autograph session for those performers an hour after the concert. So hope to see you there. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, hi. If you're new here, we're the DC Stunt Coalition. Yay. If you're not new here, we're still the DC Stunt Coalition. Yay. And we are performing the second part of our show, franchise saga, Gamers Against the Grimdark, this new one called Enter the Grimdark, inspired by actual events. Maybe. In any case, I'm done talking yet, Joel, or do you still need more from me? Okay, next.
Mic 1. Oh, hello. Hi. I'm not as good as a talker as he is, but thank you all for coming so far. Did you bring the ball? No. Fuck. Oh.
Can you hear me? Mic on? Tybalt here slain, whom Romeo's hand did slay. Romeo, who spoke him fair.
Oh, God, she did Romeo and Juliet. Shao Kahn, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Number 4. Who's number 4?
I don't.
4? Who's 4? I thought I was 4. Carrie is 4.
Oh, 5. You need 5? Okay, hi. I don't know Juliet, but I know Hamilton. Anybody here? Yeah. All right.
It's all me. Everything is all for me. Thank you. I am the greatest.
It's a lovely bunch of coconuts. Everybody come and make me rich. There stands me wife, the idol of my life, singing roll-a-pola, Paul, a penny a pitch. Singing roll-a-pola, Paul.
Keep singing. Okay, my name is Black Orchid, also known as Borkid, and it sounds like my mic works, so I'm gonna.
All right, I'm first up on number 9. I'm Whip, and second up is.
Hi, how you doing?
So just remember to turn it down after we switch.
I'm going to get really loud because I'm rapping.
Mic check, 1, 2. Corkscrew, blow. Hi, James.
11. Konnichiwa, Akuma, fighting style, and that's Actor 10, original, butt kicker, demon, get used to it, yeah. I am talking loud, this is loud, before I blow the microphone out, I will get as loud as you need me to be to fill this whole hotel. Do not start with me, no, okay?
Am I 12? Oh, hey, I'm 12. Yay, I have a microphone. I wasn't going to get one earlier. Yay. I'm Sophitia, Soul Calibur. Joel, you're awesome. Thank you for...
Joel, could you give me a level? All right. Y'all hear me through the microphone? Okay, great. Hi, welcome everybody. Get serious. My name is Dylan Hintz. I run a little organization called the DC Stunt Coalition. We're based out of Rockville, Maryland, and we bring together fighters from all over to perform awesome stuff on stage and film, and this is our second annual fight show at MAGFest. Never before has a convention ever had a fully produced, full-length stunt show that MAGFest has allowed us to create. And by create, we mean we have spent the last 4 months writing, directing, producing, casting, acting, choreographing, VFX, SFX, FX in general. We've put it all together just for you guys to come here and watch today, and this is a one-time only show, and you guys are here for that! We cannot be more than grateful to you. Because of that, we only have so much time to do the show, so we're going to start very soon. Once the lights go down, which I guess they are, we'll start going. And I've run out of things to say. Be sure to look us up on the interwebs. At DC Stunt Co is our Twitter handle. If you like the show, tweet at us and at MAGFest and let them know so that we can come back and give you an even better show next year. Although I'm preempting myself because that's going to be a really frickin' hard task to accomplish. This show rocks! And just for your viewing pleasure, it is called Enter the Grimdark. It's part of the Gamers Against the Grimdark saga. Should you look us up on Facebook, you can find a page for that with all that exclusive content. In the meantime, I'm going to go back there and rest my voice for 5 minutes, because once I get back up here, it's a lot of yelling. So, I'll ask it one more time. Are you ready? Whoa. Let's rock. What? 1 minute. Hey, Joel, bring me back down, please. Lest I forget, one quick announcement. This is a live stunt show. It is fully written and produced, and we do want to make sure that the lines that we are speaking are clear and heard. So if you could please, though I did just encourage social media, silencio the cell phones, please. I'll wait. Silence the cell phones. You know when it does that in the movie theater and it's like waiting and you're like, there's that one guy. Thank you. The other thing, there will be fights, there will be falls. That's what you came to see. These are trained people up on the stage. Do not attempt this at home. Do not try and replicate it. If you want to learn, we teach out in Rockville, Maryland. In the meantime, enjoy. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Do you need anything else from me? Crew good? All right, match found. Let's see what this guy's got. Yeah, who's the best? I'm the best.
Ready for you. Bring it on.
The battle has begun.
Yeah, take that one. Sure, you can right to the face. Ha. You're done. Ha. Beat you again. Who's next? Man, you're not even good. This game is so easy, especially when I'm playing a scrub like you. Take that, scrub. Geez, you really are just that bad, aren't you? Kuma? I'm not scared of a Kuma player. Let's see what he's got. Haha, one-handed finish. I'm the best. Oh yeah, I'm the best. It even says so on the screen. All right, let's find another person.
Thanks for playing.
What? What's going on? What do you mean no one's left to fight? Search again. Search again. What the heck? Ah! Want to play a game? Come on, bro, is that all you got? I'm literally beating you at every single stage of the game. I'm not even looking at it, and I'm playing one-handed, and I'm still winning. I'm literally the best at this game. Look at you. You're bad. You're awful. Just drop your controller and get out of here, because that's how bad you are. You're trash, scrub. All right, round two. Let's go again.
Where's my damn money?
You
owe me 6 months worth of rent. Where is my money? Your roommates have all paid it. You ain't paid me yet. Where's my damn money?
Why don't we just play Street Fighter for it?
No. That happened once. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. You don't fool a man twice. It ain't gonna happen again.
It's not my fault you suck.
Tomorrow.
What?
You owe me rent tomorrow.
That's impossible.
Else, you know what? We're not gonna play Street Fighter anymore. Now we're gonna play Mortal Kombat. Fatality. Tomorrow, boy.
I need a sponsor.
Hello.
So, you want to sponsor me?
Yes, you have been chosen to fight as a sponsored competitor for the Ember Agency at the upcoming Grimdark tournament.
I'm the best, so it should be a piece of cake.
You need to be tested first.
I'm at the top of the ladder. Why bother with that?
This is a different kind of test.
What's in here anyway?
Gentlemen, behold, the Virtua Fighter. This prototype will immerse you into the multi-dimensional world that is fighting games. Once you're in there, we can really test to see if you're the very best.
And then the cash will start flowing in?
Only if you win.
Let's do this.
Player 1, choose your character.
Here comes a new challenger.
Whoa, this feels pretty real. Hey, red geek, brown gloves, sexy blonde hair, I must be.
Ken Masters, you have been chosen for Mortal Kombat.
As the champion of Street Fighter, there's no way I could lose at Mortal Kombat. Bring it.
Player 2 shall be.
Aw man, who could it be? Is it Liu Kang, Sonya Blade, or maybe...
His name is Johnny Cage!
I'll show you all that Johnny Cage is the real deal. You're just trash compared to me. Hear that, Ken?
Well,
Let's fight.
Well, I'm not actually Ken. I just play him in video games.
Whoa, bro. Round ain't even started yet. You're already inputting a super move. You're gonna pay in blood.
Round 1. Fight.
What the heck? That actually hurt. What kind of game is this? Screw this, I'm out of here. Boo! Boo!
Why are you running, bro? I thought you were a master of the assassin's fist.
What the heck? It's like there's some sort of invisible force field here. Help! Somebody get me out of here!
Yeah! Come on, let's fight! Come on! Show me your moves!
My moves? Okay. Down forwards, punch!
What the heck is that?
Let me try again. Forwards, down, forwards, punch!
Oh. Wow. I know this is a preliminary round, but you really suck, Scrub. There's no way you're the Ken Masters.
No, I'm not.
Then this isn't going to prove anything. I might as well just uppercut your head off and add it to my trophy wall.
But I don't want to be a trophy.
Finish him.
So that's all Smash characters.
Come with me if you want to live.
See, Viper, why should I trust you? You're a double agent.
If it helps, I don't want to spend any more time around Johnny Cage than you do.
Finish him.
Hey there, hot mama. Have you noticed how pretty I am?
Buzz off, Johnny. I need him.
Why would you want him when you can have Johnny?
Oh, come on. Finish him.
Finish him! Finish him! Finish him! Finish him! Silence! You have interrupted Mortal Kombat! The Grimdark Corporation finds you guilty! The punishment is deletion!
Annihilate him.
I don't have time for this.
Whoa, shocking.
Normally, I like to practice the art of fighting without fighting, but you've left me no choice, so who else wants some?
Kuma, I choose you.
That's the more third face in America!
They're godless killing machines! Run for your lives!
Peter's gonna sue somebody.
Yeah, take it from me. That's unbearable.
Let's go, now.
But the stage, it has a force field. We can't leave.
The round was over when they said finish him. The stage is open for fatalities now.
So that's why you waited to save me.
Actually, I expected you to suck a little less, but sure, let's go with that. Come on. Exit, pursued by a bear. What?
Uh-oh, Mr. K ain't gonna be happy about this.
Whip and Tira, report to HQ immediately for debriefing.
You heard the booming disembodied voice. Move out.
Wait, I can't keep going. Code red. Code red.
Are you dying?
No, I just need.
A new pair?
Mountain Dew.
Excuse me?
Mountain Dew. Code red. It fuels me. It's gamer fuel.
Bro, I only have Surge. Surge, the only drink for action stars.
This is truly hell.
You're telling me. Aside from being chased by a bear, now I'm stuck with you two Nimrods. I should have taken the bear.
Yeah. What's up with this crappy imitation kin anyways? He's the noobiest llama palette swap ever to scrub. He's just so bad. So bad.
Well, I'm not actually that.
Sorry, kid. You're awful.
This is so unfair. In my world, I'm the very best.
The best scrub?
If I had my joypad, I'd show you who's boss.
Swing first, bro. I need something new for the tabloids. Whoa, stop!
Boy! Shake hands.
I'll try my luck with the bear. Smell you later. Oh, here's my number, babe. Don't call me. I'll call you.
If I ever see him again, I'm going to have an aneurysm.
Oh,
God, it hurts!
I thought I'd throw the bear. Just have to run you.
Viper, get up. I can't stop that thing. Oh, fine. I'm not useless. I can. Oh.
Blood knuckle! Get your paws off of them, you damn dirty bear! Huh, kick back! Boom, pow, smash! Huh, huh, ha! Crack, shoot! Go away, bear! Go away! Go away, bear! Go away! Get out of here. Are you okay?
I think I actually had an aneurysm.
Huh. I'm not powerful enough to defeat him or anyone. I do suck.
That's okay, rookie. You just haven't reached your full power yet. But if you train real hard, you may even become as powerful as I am.
Please stop before I go from aneurysm to diabetic shock.
Sorry, Viper, maybe you should stop drinking Surge.
In case you didn't notice, you're...
Trapped in a video game, yep.
Wow, that was a lot faster than the last one.
Last what?
Never mind. Yes, Ken went missing and you wound up in his slot. We've heard rumors that this is the work of that man.
That man? Not that man. Wait, who's that?
Please stop saying that.
Oh, I heard of him. He's the new CEO of the Grimdark Corporation. I hear he's super strong, so I came out of retirement to see what he's made of. Viper, are you fighting this time?
Not exactly. I was sent by the Ember Agency to guide the Chosen One into the tournament, but when I got to the fight club, this kid was there instead.
Well, I'm the best at fighting games IRL, so MBD. What game are we playing anyways? MK, KI, GG, BB?
You're not in a game anymore, rookie. This is mano to mano, pixely polygon, for honor and glory.
If Shao Kahn wins this final tournament, the game versus fighting games will be trapped within the rule set of Mortal Kombat. No more KOs.
And if you fight now at your current power level, someone could challenge you to Mortal Kombat, and then, you know.
Fatality.
Yikes, so what's the plan then? Cheat code?
No, rookie, there's only one option. Training!
What?
Terry will take you to the practice mode to prepare for the tournament. There's an old saying, when the student is ready, the master will appear.
Did somebody call for a master? Oh no, not him, anyone but... Piece of cake! Huh! Woo!
Hey kid, why did you come train at my dojo? Nothing beats Psycho Ryu. It's the strongest style ever developed. Just look at me.
Wait, are you Dan?
Yes, sir.
Dan Hibiki?
You got it.
The Dan?
The one and only.
Wow.
I know. I'd be impressed too.
I am totally not training with you. You're awful, really. Just awful.
They say the first step to becoming a great martial artist is choosing the right master. Maybe there is hope for you after all. Terry?
Come on, come on, let's go.
Bye, Dan.
Woo! Lost him. Hey, are you Dan Hibiki? The Dan?
Why, yes. Yes, I am. How would you like some karate lessons?
No! Smell you later, scrub.
I'll show them. I'll show them all who the greatest is.
No, you won't.
What are you so happy about? The boss is gonna delete us.
Mr. K wouldn't do that. I'm special.
Tell that to the last dozen princesses he adopted. Doesn't it worry you that we might be replaceable? For crying out loud, he had one clone just because he preferred the color pink.
After a long day of murders and executions, it's good to be home. How are my two favorite adopted daughters of the week doing?
T, welcome back, Mr. K.
Sir?
Tira, don't stand so close to me. Whip, did you eliminate Ken Masters?
The Fight Club was compromised by a mysterious woman. She snuck in.
Another snake sent by MBIR to foil my plans. I trust you dealt with her.
She escaped with Ken, sir.
Inconceivable! Huh? No one escapes mortal combat. You have failed this tournament. Failure will not be tolerated. Delete her!
Get over here! Let's not hide the pink later.
Not so fast, Khan! In the name of the Ember Agency, you're under arrest for illegally operating Mortal Kombat without a license.
Not again. Another Ember agent? This happens every third henchwoman.
Oh, can I delete her? Pretty, please, can I delete her? Let me delete her so I can prove my loyalty to the Grimdark.
No need, Tira. You have proven your evil. You are now promoted to #1 daughter of Khan. But there must always be two. Let us test out a new recruit on this rat. Let us see who is next on the list.
Orchid.
Traitor!
Black Orchid. Are you ready to prove your loyalty to the Grimdark as my newest enforcer?
Yes, Emperor Khan, it'd be an honor to join the Grimdark.
Then, show me what you got.
I will never surrender. Ember will defeat the Grimdark.
Hail Ember!
What?
Do not finish her. I shall make an example of Whip at the tournament. Take her away. Thank you for eliminating that pest, Orchid. I don't understand why every other princess I adopt has to be an undercover Ember agent bent on infiltrating the organization. It's practically a character trope at this point.
Wow, infiltrate. That's like so dumb. Who would do that when we get such awesome perks? Not me.
Well, I'm sold. Good help is so hard to find these days. I'm starting to develop trust issues here. Heavy weighs the skull mask. Anyways, dismissed.
Oh, Mr. K, I almost forgot. It's almost past your 2 o'clock with that man.
How rude of me. Send him in.
Why, hello there, Mr. Khan!
Well, hello there, Mr. Man. How goes your half of our nefarious plot?
Construction of the secret underground laboratory is almost complete. The Grimdark Corporation has spared no expense.
Excellent. Then we shall proceed to phase 2.
Yes, and with your powers and my technology and the bodies of the fallen combatants, you will have your army and the Grimdark Corporation will once again rise to be the greatest power in the game, boss.
Yes, and I shall reclaim the throne that was stolen from me, and once again take my place as not only the Emperor of Outworld, but the Emperor of all worlds!
Lab, I need to report this back to HQ. We must defeat this deadly alliance.
Ah, here we are. Practice Mode Dojo, where the button mashers go to become tech masters.
You really think I can do it, Terry?
If you're gonna stand a chance as a fighter rookie, you're gonna need to achieve 3 virtues: strength, technique, and courage. And real courage can only come from within.
But what if I can't do it, Terry?
Come on, rookie, get serious.
But what if I can't?
Do it!
Huh?
Just do it!
Do what?
Don't let your dreams be dreams!
Okay.
Yesterday you said tomorrow, so just do it!
I have no idea what's going on, but I am oddly inspired.
Make your dreams come true! Do it!
Montage mode
Ah!
activated.
Terry, what's happening? We've activated montage mode. It's the only way to get better, stronger, faster. Now go on and meet your first master.
All right, I guess I will.
What are you waiting for? Do it!
But what if I can't?
Yes, you can! Do it!
All right, I'll do it!
Do it! Ah! Good luck, rookie. You'll need it.
Oh my god, you're Sagato Sanshiro? And you're going to teach me strength?
Sega Saturn Sanshiro?
Please teach me, master.
Sagato Sanshiro?
Oh my god, this is heavy.
Sagato Sanshiro?
Okay, it's been like a while. Wonder where he went. Where could that kid have gone to?
Ah! Ah!
Okay then. What's that?
Do it! Just do it! Sega Saturn!
Okay, strength training must have been a lot of fun. Okay. Are you ready for technique training then, rookie?
I'm ready, Senpai.
I can't hear you.
I'm ready, Senpai.
Oh!
Whoa! It's Chop Chop Master Onion. Please teach me, Master.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find things I teach you, be sure to beat you. But nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher. Now kick, kick, punch,
punch,
and block.
Block.
Don't get cocky, it's going to get rocky. We're going to move down to the next jockey. Now duck,
duck,
turn,
turn,
and pose.
Pose.
Listen carefully, jump,
jump,
turn,
turn,
and pose.
Pose.
Come on now, why don't you follow my words? Because we're almost done. I'll make it easy at first. I want to see if you want to see what it means to be the man with the master plan. Are you the man now? Here we go now. Kick, punch, block.
Kick, punch, block.
Chop, kick, block.
Chop, kick, block.
Block, turn, kick it.
Block, turn, and kick it.
Block, duck, punch.
Block, duck, punch.
Duck, duck, turn.
Duck, duck, turn.
Jump, kick, block.
Jump, kick, block.
And punch, punch, punch.
Punch, punch, punch.
Congratulations, player one. You may move on to the final virtue.
Sayonara. Everybody was kung fu fighting.
All right, rookie. It's time to become a legend. And true legends are known for blind courage.
Wait, you want me to fight you? Blindfolded? Like some sort of daredevil? Get serious.
Oh, I am serious, rookie. True courage can only come from within. You must use your feelings. Don't think, feel. Come on. Get these on. It's time to go. And remember, when all else fails, just do it.
All right, I guess I'll.
Come on, come on. Dodge! 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 What?
This is not as fun as a pillow fight.
Dodge!
Hey guys, I'm back. What happened?
Montage.
Oh. Well, did that do it?
Did it.
Done.
Great. Tomorrow we leave for the tournament. Get some rest.
Enter, enter, enter.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I look forward to a tournament of truly epic proportions. We are unique. Fighters. We do not create ourselves through hours of level grinding and cheat codes, but through years of blister-inducing practice, sacrifice of time, quarters, and joy pads. We forge our special moves in the fire of our will. But before we begin, let's list off those who won't be joining us. Tira.
Thanks, Mr. K. The following combatants have been banned from competing: clay fighters,
Too messy, they get everywhere.
The Rise of the Robots.
They couldn't learn.
The Cast of Katsumi Ninja.
That Scottish guy with the kilt? Just so wrong.
Any Primal Rage dinos.
They went extinct.
BlazBlue or Guilty Gear characters.
To be honest, we didn't have the budget for the special effects or costumes.
The balls from Balls.
I mean, seriously, who makes a game about balls? They're balls! Come on!
Ridley.
Too big for the stage.
And finally, Shaq Fu.
Let us have a moment of silence for the lives lost in the great Shaq Fu Wars of 1994. Some, to this day, still fight for its liberation. Others, its destruction. No matter who wins, we lose.
Oh, right! And Dan Hibiki?
He's just bad. So bad.
That about rounds out the list, Mr. K.
Each of you brave fighters volunteered for this contest. However, some of you refused to delete your opponents. Some of you would speak out against Mortal Kombat publicly. Some of you are undercover agents sent to stop the Grimdark. To show the consequences for any insubordination, I summon my champion, Kuma!
Ha! Who summons me?
Not you, Kuma. Kuma! Kuma the bear! All undercover operatives like this one will be, I assure you, sniffed out and dealt with accordingly. No one escapes the wrath of Khan! Aside from that, I have 3 simple rules. First rule, do not talk about Mortal Kombat. Second rule, do not talk about Mortal Kombat. Third rule, no jobs.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ain't no tourney without Johnny.
You have been warned. It has begun!
Come on back, make sure it's strapped up.
Our first match shall decide the age-old question of fists versus feet.
Eddie
versus
Dudley.
I present Dudley. Versus Eddie Gordo.
Quiere ver, no sé, conmigo. Si gano juego, vamos, la.
I see you have some fancy moves. Very well then, chap. Let's fight like gentlemen. Will you be a gentleman and stand up for a moment? I can't reach you down there. Fool! Well, that does it. If you don't wish to follow my Queensberry rules, I suppose I have to fight at your level. Oi! I do so despise crouch stacking, but you left me no choice. Go on, then. Cross counter. The end. Body, body, body. Rolling thunder. Oh dear. This isn't what I wanted, but I suppose it had to be done. Must stick to the rules and all. Good match, chum.
Player 1 versus Yoshimitsu.
Wait, where's my opponent? A sword? How am I supposed to fight a sword?
Just remember your training, rookie, and you'll be okay!
I will not be okay! Fighting a sword was not in my training.
Just remember your techniques, rookie. They can be applied to anything. Be like water!
You mean like wet? Because that's what my pants are right now.
No, fluid technique.
All right, yeah, the technique. I'll show him the technique. Here we go. Duck, punch. I got him. Turn. Kick. I'm doing it. Jump. Jump. Oh, God. Block. 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 Turn. Pose.
Player 1 wins.
I won. I won? I mean, of course I won. I'm me. I'm back on top.
Don't get cocky, kid.
Tira versus Akuma.
This one'll be easy, Mr. K.
You smell like the power I've been looking for, but weaker.
Weaker? I'll show you who's weaker. I'm gonna beat you, and then Mr. K will...
Rub your finger across my throat?
What? No! I'm gonna beat you, and then Mr. K will make sure you're 6 feet under.
But the stage is only 3 feet high.
Tira, my dear, Akuma is a supreme martial artist, but of a supremely literal mindset. It's how he became so focused in his training, avoiding all poetic distraction and obtaining the power of the Ansatsuken. He is literally evil incarnate. Metaphors go right over his head.
Nothing goes over my head. My reflexes are too fast. I will catch it.
Enough yammering! Fight!
I did it.
Sure, you can!
Finish her!
Finish her!
What? But Mr. K, I was supposed to be your evil little princess. We were supposed to rule the grim dark together.
I'm sorry, Tira. Weakness will not be tolerated. Akuma, you may do the honors if you please.
I now pronounce you.
No, not that. Finish her. Take her to the Well of Souls.
Get over here!
Ah, good. Ahead of schedule. Next round.
Orchid.
And your opponent is?
His name is Johnny Cage.
God, why? What? Really?
Woo! I must be looking in a mirror, because all I see is BEA beautiful, eh?
Yeah, can we get this started? I have a mission to complete.
Make me your mission, and I'll complete you, baby.
Yeah, that'd be a mission impossible, you washed up B-lister.
Come on, let's make a hyper combo.
How about a combo breaker?
Oh, you hit the money maker.
Then you must be broke, because that's one tiny coin purse.
You're only keeping up with me because you got those sticks.
Someone sure has stick envy.
Fine, if you get a weapon, I get a weapon. Here's Johnny. Knife around, cut, cut, cut. Nice to see you.
God, your puns are just awful.
Well, I never.
Gosh, I hope there's something softer than a car down there. Ooh, a secret lab? Ooh, yeah.
Sorry, I gotta delete you, boy kid. You and made a great Cage girl in my next spy thriller, Cage 7, The Uncaging. Written and directed by Johnny Cage.
Oh no, Johnny, you're too good. I can't take it anymore. If I can't have you, I don't want to live anymore. Goodbye, cruel world.
What the heck just happened?
Well, I guess you could say she fell for me.
Oh, the HR department really isn't going to like this. Next!
Crimson Viper versus Sophitia.
Oh, wonderful. You two can fight for the job opening to be my next princess. The last one just dropped out on me. Best of luck.
That's one high caliber sword you've got there. Mind if I level the playing field?
Then I shall as well. Are you ready?
Whether I am or not, you've been more than fair.
You seem a decent fighter. I'd hate to kill you.
You seem a decent fighter. I hate to die.
I admit you are better than I am.
Then why are you smiling?
Because I know something you don't.
What is that?
I am not right-handed!
There's something I ought to tell you.
Tell me.
I'm not left-handed. Kill me quickly. I'd as soon destroy a classic arcade cabinet as an artist like yourself.
Hail Ember.
What? Seriously, you too?
Yes! Ring me out. New intel came in about a secret underground lab.
What's the source?
No idea, but it's better than getting clubbed to death.
Huh? Well, this is Ember! I swear, next mission I am getting a strategy guide.
And now for the final match of the first round. I've been looking forward to this. Two top-tier fighters known for intense rivalries. I present to you the legendary Hungry Wolf versus the Blood Talon.
Bogard versus Prawan.
Do not disappoint me.
Come on, let's go.
One hit and you're done.
Wait. You look kind of familiar. What was your name? Wario?
It's Hwarang.
Oh, Hwarang, that's right. You're Jin Kazama's rival.
Oh, funny story. Jin, I kid you not, sprouted wings and flew off into the night. So, now, I'm looking for a new rival. Let's see if you can really keep up with me. Ha! 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 Ha!
Damn, bro, you're pretty good. You must have trained with my buddy Kim Kap-Wan. You fight a lot like him.
Ugh, don't compare me to that sprite. My taekwondo's more three-dimensional.
Spin up!
Okay. You know what people who underestimate me get?
What's that?
A boot to the head.
Well, how about I return the favor with a kickback? Ha! Great match, buddy. I haven't had fun like this since '98.
You're having too much fun with this. How do I fight someone like you?
I guess I'm just a power geyser bunny, and right now I got 5 full gauges. And it's all thanks to the spirit of this incredible match. Power wave! Whoa! Where'd he go? Yeah! Oh, that's fun.
Finish him.
Wrong, buddy. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. 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 Friendship.
I said finish him. Delete Hwarang.
Take it easy. I'm not going to delete him.
Very well, Terry. But you have made a fatal mistake.
No.
Fatality.
No.
Get it? Fatal mistake? Fatality?
No.
Oh, come on. I thought it was funny.
You've angered the legendary Hungry Wolf. You have guts. Too bad I'm going to tear him out. I challenge you to mortal combat.
You break my rules, I break you. Like I broke your friend.
Get him, Terry. You're the hero the Gameverse deserves.
Years and sequels have cost you your strength. Victory has defeated you.
Rising tackle!
Viper,
he's killing her.
Terry, stop. You can't beat him like this. You're not the chosen one.
No!
He's not ready yet. Don't stop it. No matter what happens. Don't stop it. No matter what happens. Ah!
Yes, please allow me to continue beating this hero senseless. I haven't had this much fun in thousands of years. Besides, I need to savor it. Once I destroy you, there won't be anyone worthy left in the gameverse to crush.
Crack shoot! Kick back!
You fight like a next gen. Nothing held back. Admirable. But mistaken.
Stop the fight! Terry, get up! Never give up! Never surrender! Buster! Wolf!
I was wondering which would break first. Your spirit?
Whoa!
Or your body?
Oni-chan! Terry! Senpai! Notice me, Senpai! Notice me!
The next round will begin when I return. Compose yourselves by then. Henchmen, clean this up. Get over here!
No! You killed him! Damn you! Damn you all to hell!
Oh, is someone gonna cry? Do you want to challenge me too? See if you got what it takes to avenge him. Come on, come on.
I challenge!
Bad player. Bad. What are you thinking? Not ready, are you?
But he killed Terry! I have to do something. I'm the gamer, so stopping Khan must be my destiny.
No, it's suicide. If you really care about Terry or about anyone other than yourself, you'll realize you aren't ready yet. You can't defeat Shao Kahn by skipping levels. You must develop your skills in the tournament if you want to stop him.
But how can I do that when Terry, the king of fighters, couldn't do it?
You're the gamer. You have something none of us have.
And that is?
You'll have to figure that out on your own.
Ugh.
You are the chosen one. I know it sucks, but this is your destiny.
Destiny doesn't suck as much as it used to. It's growing on me.
Yeah, it gets better.
So, what are you doing down here? I've been down here ever since I lost that fight with Johnny. Yep, just kind of been exploring, investigating.
Find anything interesting?
Actually, I did. I found a couple things. Oh no, it's that man! You better hide!
And so they said, I see the light. But I tell them, prepare to face the grim dark. You know, we've been together a while. And for the life of me, I cannot remember who you were before I killed you. Oh well. As you can see, Behold, my silent servants. 2 new soldiers for Khan's army. And might I add, 2 new friends for you, my mute minion. Now, bring in the next 2 bodies for rebooting. I will be in the coffee room, eating the donuts.
Versus Akuma.
I'm ready. Oh God, no, I'm not. Akuma's going to kill me. He's the killing machine.
God, he's panicking. What would Terry say? Hey, rookie, get serious.
Not helping.
Come on, okay?
You can do it, chap. Believe in yourself. The only thing that will defeat you is fear.
You're right. And I have courage. I can do this.
You cannot do this.
What?
Fighting you is a waste of time. If I fought you, a piece of you would end up over there and over there. Literally, 2 pieces. It's not you, it's me. Actually, it is you. You're awful. Sorry. I sense a strong power. I sense that man! Show yourself!
It's that man.
Let's get him.
Just watch and see what happens.
So, you wish to taste true power? The power of the Grimdark? My power?
Challenge accepted.
No! Careful, Akuma. Someone could lose an eye with that thing. No! Simple. Hadouken! That, Akuma! No! Sure you get! Did you know, Akuma? That which goes up must come down! Flawless victory! Do with him as you please, Mr. Khan. He bores me.
Akuma, ever since I saw your death battle with Shang Tsung. 1 soul buffet, party of me!
Get over here!
Now, since that match was a wild card, we'll have to change up the order a tad. Next round.
Damn it, kid. Your forfeit to Akuma means that...
Player 1 versus Crimson Viper.
How am I supposed to fight you, Viper?
We don't have a choice. If we don't play by the rules, we get thrown to the bear. It's the only way. Hey, remember, kid, destiny. It's the rules, kid. Now fight me. Prove you're the very best.
It doesn't matter if I'm better than you, Viper. You're my friend.
Damn it, kid. This is not the time to be learning life lessons. Now fight me. Unless you're just a scrub.
What did you say?
Oh, need me to spell it out for you? S-C-R-U-B, scrub. And I don't need no scrub.
Ah! Ha! 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 Ah!
I may have crossed the line with that whole scrub thing.
I am no scrub. I am the best, the very best. Ah! Ah!
So this is true power. Wow, good job. You actually beat me. Terry would be proud.
What's going on?
Finish me.
No.
Do it. Knocked me off the stage.
But
Trust me. It's the only way to stop the Grimdark.
no. I just lost Terry. I can't lose you. How am I supposed to do this alone?
You go for it. Without knowing what'll happen, it takes courage. Like leaping into a pit. Now, just do it.
Ah!
Oh no! I'm falling.
You win.
Player 1 wins again. Oh man, I just killed Viper. All my friends are dead.
Hey, I'm still here.
Now I feel even worse.
Don't soak on the death of the opponent, son. You did right by the sport. You must honor the spirit of the games. I like to reflect on a nice cup of tea.
I got your tea bag right here.
Well, I never.
Child, you want? I'll be the champ of Mortal Kombat. Music! Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now. It's the franchise boy, I'm shining now. You can't see me!
Manners maketh mad. Do you know what that means? No? Let me teach you a lesson in manners. Hooligans like you sully the sport.
Man, people pay to see me. I'm a live stream machine. I got sponsors. What do you got?
My dignity. Short stream boom! You mock the art of fighting.
You knock the art of fighting.
Oh, really? Well, that does it. I won't stand for this.
No, Woo! My coach always told me to sweep the leg.
You infuriate me, Mr. Cage!
You say I drive you nuts?
Oh!
Finish him.
Ah!
Boom! Headshot! And the crowd goes wild! No!
Young man, you must honor the spirit of the sport. It's not whether you win or lose. It's how you play the game.
Do. Get off of him! Whoa, bro! You jerk! Come at me, bro! I'm Johnny Cage!
I hate you!
Bring it! Ugh, thank you!
Wow, I can't believe you two are the finalists. This has to be a joke. I can't even. You know what? Forget it! I make the rules of Mortal Kombat, so I'm changing the lineup. And you both will fight my champion, Kuma. And you both will die an unbearable death. And if you don't like it, you can quit. But the penalty for quitting is death by bear anyways, so Zenithos Gambit! Now, I have some final matters to tend to. So I'm going to give you both a 5-minute timeout to think about what you've done. Or to think about how painful your death will be. Either way, prepare for final combat!
I don't get what the big deal is with this whole falling off the stage gimmick. Aside from the insanely long drop, it's really not all that bad. What's down here? There's nothing down here. I expected you, Sophia. I'm guessing you're an Ember Agent too, Orchid.
Yup, they really need to make an agent directory or something.
Or an interdepartment holiday party. I vote Vulcanalia.
Right. Well, first we need to get out of this hole. You guys figure anything out?
Yup, that man. He has a soul edge, and he's using it to create an army of soulless palette swap ninjas.
If we defeat Shao Kahn, that man will no longer be able to absorb souls. And if we destroy the soul edge, we'll release all the souls lost in Mortal Kombat.
With the three of us, shouldn't be a problem.
The only way to destroy the soul edge is with the soul caliber, which I regretfully only have part of. And only the chosen one can activate it.
And Shao Kahn's about to set Kuma the bear on him and Johnny.
Oh, no. Kuma's gonna eat him before he can do it. We have to hurry. We have to rescue them.
But do we really need to save Johnny? No.
Hello from the grimdark side. Everyone should run and hide. When What are you doing, ladies?
What are we doing?
What are you doing?
Nothing much.
Thwart my plans?
Thwarting your plans?
Are you?
Yes.
I'm going to expletive delete you! Whoa! Ninjas!
Ninjas! Get over there! Ninja! Get over here! Ninja cannon! Assemble!
We must defeat Shao Kahn.
Destroy the soul edge.
And end the grimdark.
Forever! Yeah!
Man, I can't believe they're just gonna hand me the win like this.
Bear with me, Johnny. We need to work together or we'll lose.
Johnny Cage is a solo act, so either watch me or tire him out.
Are you two ready? I hope you know Kuma is unstoppable. Who's a good Kuma? So fluffy, little Kuma. Player 1 and Johnny Cage versus the champion, Kuma the Bear. Final round, fight!
Get up! Don't you understand? We need to work together or we'll die.
I don't know, bro. Working with a scrub like you could really ruin my image.
You'd rather die than hurt your image?
My image is all I got. If the world doesn't think I'm the best, then what's the point?
Wow. Is that what I sound like? Get up. Johnny, please, focus. It's like one of those classic one-player games. That's mostly two-player. But you need a friend to be player 1, or to be player 2.
At a critical moment?
At the critical moment. Johnny, your time is now.
I don't know what you just said, but I feel oddly inspired. Not to do.
Get up, man.
Okay.
Rock on, Johnny.
Rock on, player 1.
Huh?
Okay. That one didn't work, but I got an idea.
I give up. We can't do it.
You can, yes you can. Am I am low. I got this.
Wonder Bros. Happy feet.
Wombo combo.
Where are you at?
Where are you at?
Remember, teamwork is very important.
Here it comes. Look out,
look out, look out, look out!
Did you just RKO a bear? Out of nowhere! Sweet, dude! Excellent!
You killed my Kuma! You will pay.
Shao Kahn! In the name of Ember, you're under arrest.
What's going on? Orchid? You're with them? Oh no, I'm really going to have serious trust issues. I guess I'll start my therapy by deleting you all!
Stand back, ladies. I'll handle this. In my next movie, I'll tell the whole world how I, Johnny Cage, ended Mortal Kombat. Witness me! This seems oddly familiar.
Remember my rules? Do not talk about Mortal Kombat. Do not talk about Mortal Kombat. And finally, no Johns.
Gone!
Oh my god!
He killed Johnny.
This ends tonight.
How does Thor do it?
He's incredibly strong.
He has the strength of all of our friends and allies' souls.
But he doesn't have ours.
Looks like we finished him.
You've lost, Khan. In the name of the Ember Agency, Mortal Kombat is officially banned from the gameverse. Game over.
Well, Mr. Khan, seems like you're in a bit of a pickle.
Finish these wenches, Mr. Man, so that I may absorb their souls and reach my final form.
Oh, but I'd so rather reach mine. Ha! Thank you, ladies, for making this so much easier for me.
You double-crossed me.
Oh, but you know you were going to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Looks like you got cons.
All right, that man. You're under arrest. Show us your true form.
With pleasure, Miss Viper. For I am the most powerful, the most intelligent, the most evil of all the Grimdark. I am... Dan Hibiki! No! That's not true! That's impossible!
Blasphemy! I will not lose to the likes of you. I am shall.
Silence! Your army, your powers, your soul, they're all mine! No one can stop the power of Dan Hibiki!
You forgot about us, Dan.
What?
Orchid, what's his power level?
It's over 9,000.
What? Over 9,000? Yes, considerably! And now, as the Emperor of the Gameverse, I'm going to execute Order 66 and personally delete all the Ember agents. And then I'll go after Reggie and absorb the rest of the Gameverse. No one can stop me. No one! There are no more heroes! Ah!
Guys, do you feel that?
I'm sick of seeing my friends die. I'm tired of being a coward. I will stop you, Dan. I challenge you to Mortal Kombat.
Aw, man. Now why'd you have to go and do a thing like that? You really think you can beat me? I have limitless power. I have every fighter's speed, their strength, even their special moves. I have a soul edge. What do you have?
I have the training of my wise masters, the spirit of my fallen opponents, and friends that trust and believe in me. I am the chosen one.
Wow, kid. That is just so lame.
Yeah, kid, that is pretty lame.
You know what? I won't even need this bad boy.
Heaven or hell. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Whoa, those are Hwoarang's moves.
The Soul Caliber, it's ringing.
You think those moves are bad? How about a taste of Akuma's power? Ah!
So are my tonfas.
Hey, kid. How about we step it up?
Eddie Gordo, is that all you got? Quit with the button mashing.
My gloves. This must be player one. He's absorbing Dan's energy with every blow. He's filling his EX gauge with his courage.
Hey, kid. How about we do like Dudley? Keep it classy. Ah! Cross cutter! Body, 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 body! Rolling! Thunder! Ah!
His limit's about to break.
Hey, kid. I know what you're really gonna love. Buster!
No, not Carrie's move.
Ah! They don't belong to you. They do now! Whoa! At last! Nothing stands between me and the rest of the fighters in the gameverse.
You've done it, kid. We're almost there. We just need a second.
Your powers are all mine. No more distraction.
Rising up, straight to the top. Got the guts, got the glory. Went the distance, now I'm not gonna stop. Just a man and his will to survive.
What are you doing?
Dance off, bro, you and me. Vipers, sing along. Subtle, bring it back. Cause it's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of our rival. And
what are you doing?
I'm distracting you, you lame palate swap.
Here you go, champ.
The Soul Calibur chose you, player one.
Defeat Dan and get our friends back.
You are the chosen one.
There can be only one.
What drove you to become so evil, Dan?
You don't know what it's like for everyone to call you a waste of coding. But thanks to the power of the Grimdark, no one will question my greatness again.
So you deleted them all? What's the point of being the best if there's no one left to fight?
What do you know? You've always been the champion in your world. What?
Being the best in my world was awful. It was a sad and lonely life. No one wanted to play with me anymore. I have one more question, Dan.
What?
What's the point of the crossguard on your lightsaber?
You know, it does things, and
it's impractical.
It's cool.
Stay down! Or don't.
I hate you. I hate you so much. You suck.
Sucking and sucking bad in my world has shown me that being the best is not as important as enjoying the game. You've lost, Dan.
Then just delete me.
No, I won't. Mortal Kombat is over.
Rookie, look out!
Sorry, you can't. Flawless victory.
You're kidding, right?
What?
You literally beat him by getting punched in the face. How was that flawless?
Come on, Viper. Give the kid a break. He did all right.
Now we just need to take the Soul Edge to our boss so that he can dismantle it and release all the souls lost in Mortal Kombat.
You mean all our friends will come back?
Yep. And then you can finally go home. Come on, kid.
So you did it? Well done.
Yep. Here's the Soul Edge. What are you gonna do with it?
Delete everything and restore fighting games to the way they were before the Grimdark Corporation attacked.
Wait, it's been like 3 days in the gameverse. Does it move slower in there?
Nope, it runs the same. Also, you're out of food.
Dude.
No more questions. Now hand me the Soul Edge so I can restore everything.
So, how did Dan get his hand on that thing anyways?
We were
were sending invitations to characters to join Smash, and Dan somehow got his hands on one, and he's just awful. Just awful. Terrible. So, we rejected him. Dan ended up joining the Grimdark Corporation, where he got the Soul Edge, and he gained the ability to absorb any other fighting techniques. He became the strongest. But thanks to you, everything is restored. Way to go!
Wait, it's been 3 days? My landlord's going to kill me.
Don't worry, he kept knocking, so I took care of him.
Where's my money?
Here's $5.
The rent is $2,000. You owe me $1,000.
Here's $1.
$1,994 more.
Here's another $1.
$1,990.
Great. So all my friends will come back then.
One more thing. Take this coin and bring it back to the Gameverse and restore everything before the continue screen runs out.
I have one more question, Reggie. Why me?
You are a gamer. You can learn, adapt, and develop. Fighting characters only have one set of moves, but you are a gamer and you are the very best. But you suck at fighting, and everything else. You're an empty cup, and we filled you with strength, technique, and courage. Now what are you waiting for? Get back over there.
Okay, here I go. All right, Reggie, beam me up.
Continue. 10, 9, 8.
Good going, rookie! You did it!
Well done, chap.
Way to go, scrub. I mean, champ.
Oh, my power! It's gone! I'm no longer the best!
I've been there, Dan. But you just gotta find another reason to fight.
Like what? What do I do?
Become a good sport.
Find a rival.
Learn to enjoy the game while it lasts.
Just have fun.
But what if I can't?
I came to this world, and I didn't know what to expect. All of you were hating on me. I don't know how I should have felt about that, so I guess I didn't like you much either. When I came to this tournament, I saw a lot of changing. The way you felt about me, and the way I felt about you. So what I'm saying is, if I can change, and you can change, then we all can change. Everybody can change.
Yay! You're right! I can! Ah!
Oh, Dan!
In fact, it was a little bit frightening, but they fought with expert timing. There were funky Chinamen from funky Chinatown. They were chopping them up, they were chopping them down. It's an ancient Chinese art, and everybody knew their part. From a fainting to a slip, and a kicking from the hip. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning.
Half an hour down at the autographs. Please come down. We will be there this year. Be sure to look us up on DC Stunt Co. If you like this, please let MAGFest know and we'll come back next year with something brand new. We're thinking maybe RPGs? That's what I like to hear. What? And we're gonna need your help on that. Maybe a Patreon? Woo! But you gotta find us. Communicate with us. We love you people. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Have a good MAGFest!
Like it? Want to come up and give us a like woo, run in and get a picture with us? All right, come on in. No, but you gotta hurry. Come on, come on. Get serious. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Now I do.
Put 6 chairs on the stage. Where's the 6?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, you guys are aware that there's a line outside to see James Rolfe, right? Yeah, there's a line outside to see James Rolfe. Yeah, I need everybody to clear the room, please. By whom?
Check 1, 2. Hey, hey.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, thank you. That was fun. That's my favorite part.
Hey, Dalton? Yep. Can you put your music through the... Yeah.
How tall is it?
Can you mute this mic for a second?
I know, right? Oh shit. Yeah. They're awesome. Yeah. Yeah. It's like a marathon. I know one of the greatest video games. Problem is they have an all weekend festival. He owns a bar. And he has an all weekend festival that falls in the same weekend every year. So we haven't been able to bring them out. Did you see Cycles there? They were here. They would just be like right here. Oh yeah? Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like someone grabbed it, but I don't.
We were pretty thorough in getting things scrapped.
It's like probably got shoved in stuff. My
Hold on for a second. Sticks with handles? The thing she was fighting with?
See why?
Man them?
How you doing? All right, this is the Cinemassacre panel. I'm going to bring up some more people here. Ryan from Screenwave. This guy helps Cinemassacre happen. And then we got Bad Luck Bootsy. And then guitar guy Kyle Justin. And for the love of fuck, Bear McCrary.
What an intro.
Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, I got nothing planned. So let's just do Q and A's. You got Q's, we got A's. Let's go for it. So, should any of us introduce ourselves just to start it off, just for the fuck of it? I guess. Like, I guess.
Yeah. Who the fuck are you?
Sure. Well, all right. So I'm the fucking nerd. Yeah, I do stuff. I don't know. Bootsy here.
I'm Bad Luck Bootsy. I make dick jokes, basically.
Yeah.
My name's Bear McCreary. I write the occasional tune or orchestral score for said nerd.
Yeah.
And what else? What else?
I do little stuff like Walking Dead,
Yeah.
10 Cloverfield Lane, or Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Battlestar, other stuff. But I did the AVGN movie.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm Kyle Justin. I've done some tunes for James and doing set design for him currently and a bunch of other things.
I'm Brian Schott. I do Talk About Games with Mike, and we also do this Cinemassacre live streams.
All right. So yeah, who's got the first question? Yo, what's up? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You mean something that didn't make it in? Yeah. Okay. The question is if there's any part in a nerd episode where there was some crazy moment in a game that just didn't make it in for whatever. I don't know. I don't think so. I think usually if it's crazy enough, I make sure it makes it in. But you know, on occasion there might be something that doesn't quite work out. You know, sometimes for a technical reason. That's the only thing I can think of. So yeah. All right. Hey, right over there. Oh, what's my inspiration? Oh, for like anything in general. Oh, I guess films. I mean, really the most inspirational film to me, I would say, was King Kong, because of the effects that they did in that. We're so ahead of the time. Yeah. Hey. Do you ever plan on moving to like PS2 and Xbox games? Do I ever plan on doing PS2 or Xbox games? Yeah, I would hope so. I just never got around to it yet. I did a few of them, I think, but no, still, I'm mostly my comfort zone, I guess, is the old games. But I do plan to move to some newer stuff when I get the chance. Yeah, right here. What made me and Doug Walker agree to do the battle between the nerd and the critic? He just got in touch with me and was like, hey, you know, you want to do this? That was pretty, I mean, I don't have a really interesting story, unfortunately, but I was a fan of his stuff. I really loved the movie stuff, you know, because I'm a big movie buff. So I thought it was great. You know, it was a really fun time, and we will cross paths again and again. So, yeah, good guy to work with. Hey. Top 5 Mega Man robot monsters. Anybody want to jump in here? Oh.
Not me.
Metal Man.
I was gonna say Metal Man.
Sorry, dude, you're too slow.
Nice. Yeah. You got one? I'm sure you got some.
Yeah, I love the music on the Flashman stage, so I'm gonna have to say Flashman. That's a classic.
I think we're all just gonna pick all the Mega Man 2 bosses. Yeah. So sorry we didn't get your 5 there, but there you go. Yo, what's up? The best and worst incarnation of the Ninja Turtles. Oh boy. Well, all right. Well, the best I would say is the 1990 film, which I still think is a great movie. Yeah. Yeah. It was very close to the comics. I feel like it was very in tune with the comics that inspired it. And the worst incarnation, the Blue Line special. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the Pizza Hut album? Coming out of their shells?
Coming out of the shell.
Well, coming out of their shells, I have some affection for. I can't help it, but yeah. Oh, I haven't gotten to see it. The Nickelodeon one, right? Yeah, no, I haven't had a chance. I'm still trying to see more of the other series, the one that came in between. After the. Yeah, I mean after the next mutation, but like you know which one I mean, right? Yeah. All right, so right here. Oh, some advice for building up an old school gaming collection. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something that happens like over time. It's a slow process. So I guess it's expected to be slow, but just concentrate on the ones that you want to get. I guess make yourself a list. What you really want. What's the most important ones. I hear it's getting harder nowadays, isn't it? Because like the games are becoming more and more obscure. So
They're more expensive on eBay, I think, largely because of you.
Well, I hope I haven't raised the price on Jekyll and Hyde or anything like that.
You have.
Oh,
Yeah, you
no. Need to lower that price. Right here. Oh, yeah, how about everybody chip in on this one? I mean, mine is probably going to be, it's probably got to be the Zelda franchise. Yeah.
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 Mega Man, easy.
Nice.
I like baseball games, so I really love MLB The Show, but also thank you. But also I heard the new one sucks, but and I haven't played it, but I really love the Tony Hawk games, like the early ones especially.
Yeah, I'll say Zelda franchise as well.
I'm really in love with the new Street Fighter, so I'm gonna definitely have to say the fighters. Yeah.
Cool. Let's see. Let me try to get somebody far back. Let's see. Right here, waving the. Yep. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Filming location tours. What's the #1 film location that I haven't been to that I want to go to? That's a really good question. Yeah. Oh, I don't have video of it, but I took some pictures of me on the Exorcist steps. That's in Georgetown, not too far. The other one that I haven't been, I mean, my #1 was Mad Mad World, the Big W, which was crazy that I had an opportunity to go there. That was just like a dream come true. That came out of nowhere because the people who own the property just happened to be fans, and that was just like a once-in-a-lifetime chance. So I feel like after that, I just can't top that. So I could come up with a bunch of others, but I can't actually, I don't think I have a favorite off the top of my head. But like one that comes out is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre house, which was moved actually. They moved the whole structure somewhere else. Yeah.
I can't believe you shot that whole Mad World video on an iPhone.
Yeah.
Because it looks great.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Right over here. Oh, first game I played, or first game I reviewed? Oh, okay. If it was the first game I played, it would probably be a game on the Odyssey 2. It would probably be not very exciting, but Cryptologic or something like that. That was a long time ago. But favorite game I reviewed, because I usually review horrible ones. So I'm gonna say Mario 3. Off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, let me ask everybody else a question, because it's like everybody asks me questions. Like, what's your favorite nerd episode? So if you raise your hand, then I'll come to you. What's yours? Bugs Bunny, all right. Nice. Yours? Atari Porn? Atari Sports. Yours?
Football.
Okay, yours? Yeah, yours? Nice. Yours? Yours? You? 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 Sorry, this is too fun. You? You? All right, one more. You? Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Woo! All right, straight back, straight in the aisle here. Oh, yeah, you. How long does it take to film one nerd episode? It depends. On average, I would say 40 hours, you know, which is like an average work week. So, hey, I can't complain, you know. But they can go over or they can go under. But that's about average from the writing to the editing. It's, you know. Hey, right here. Oh, how long does it take to make one these days? Oh, how often am I able to make one? That's a good question. I think obviously less often because it's tough for many reasons. Like one reason is that I want to make the episodes good. Like I don't want to because there's been over 130. I think it's probably almost like 140 of them now. So I'm like, well, if you know I'm going to make one, I don't want to retread over the same type of thing. I want it to be fresh. I want it to be good. So I want to take more time on them. The script part takes a little longer for me now because I'm always like, I'm my worst critic. I'm not satisfied until it's good. And also, it's like having a daughter, it makes it a lot tough when, you know, she can hear things, she repeats everything she hears. And that makes it a little difficult, so I have to really, the scheduling of them is a little tough. I got to work around, you know, a very strict, you know, amount of hours. So. And it's hard to work when she comes in. She goes, "Daddy, play with me." I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, baby. I gotta do this. I gotta
James,
talk."
what is the worst thing she has said to you?
The worst thing she has said to me.
I want to know what she's actually said.
The worst thing she has said to me. I'm trying to think. Oh, I'd probably have a good answer, but I can't think of something right now. I don't know. If I think of one, I'll come back to you. There's probably a whole Rolodex of things. Yeah. Hey, right here.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you want tips? I thought I worked very hard to make those. Yes, I think they're out there. I think those tips are out there.
I wrong. I thought he said he wants tits. Tips.
I'll see what I could do. It's a short order, but 11 and 10. Let me think. 11 and 12. You said, right? What do you? What one was 10? I'm trying to think. Is that the one with the? Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst one. I really have no advice for you other than to practice, and don't stop. And the angrier you get, practice even more. I guess that's what I had to do. I couldn't beat it easily. I had to keep going doing it over and over and over. Oh, I wouldn't. I would go back to it every few days or so, but it took me a really long time, and I felt really bad about myself. But I did it, and I feel great about myself now, and so and you will too,
There's something really funny about beating the game and then being able to talk about it in front of a room full of people about beating Battletoads.
Well, I remember a couple of years ago we were at Too Many Games. And somebody asked you or Mike, do you have any tips for beating Battletoads? And Mike was like, oh, Bootsy actually beat Battletoads, and the whole room erupted in applause. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, where am I? What's it?
It may be.
And that inspired me. I'm like, oh, I should videotape it, I guess. If that's what people want to see, and so here I am.
It may be the hardest NES game, at least of all time. I know I made a list before, and I put Jekyll and Hyde at the top, but apparently, Mike beat it one time without me. We're gonna have to solve that one soon. But apparently, it can be beaten, is what happens. So, and Battletoads obviously can be beaten too. But it may. I think the list may change a bit. I think Battletoads may be the hardest ever.
You know what? I actually think Silver Surfer is actually a little harder
You
than
think so?
Battletoads. Yeah, it took me longer to beat that than. Yeah, somebody agrees with me.
Yeah. Oh, sorry? When you hit the ceiling, you die. When you hit the floor,
you die, you die, you
hit
die.
the walls, you die. You touch this, you die. Touch that, you die. You die, you die, you die, 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 die.
That's the angriest I've heard you all weekend.
Yeah.
Talking about Silver Surfer. Yeah, right.
All right, hey, right here. What's the most expensive game I ever had to get to make an episode?
That's an easy one.
Oh, the Pat Contry one, right?
Nintendo World Championship.
If you go with that one, except that was Pat though.
I know.
Nintendo World Championship was all Pat, but that was the most expensive game to ever be featured in an episode. And not only that, but the gold and the gray one. So
How much?
yeah.
Walk us through. How much did he had to get a loan, or is he open about how much he had to pay for that, or?
I don't remember offhand. I don't want to get it wrong, but it was a lot.
Yeah.
It was definitely a lot.
Yeah.
But the one that I probably paid for that I used in an episode, trying to think. I know that all the Atari Jaguar CDs added up, because none of them worked. That would be as far as consoles go. As far as games go, I remember Super Noah's Ark at the time was the most, but I think one of the either Halloween or Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Atari, those were pretty rare. So yeah, it's somewhere. I'll think of it later. Hey, right here. Yeah. What episode did I have the most fun writing? I'm going to say The Nerd Stole Christmas because all the rhymes.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I said at the panel this morning, I'll say it again. What turkeys worked on this murky mess of monkey jerky? Some quirky jackass from Albuquerque? About destroying games. I'm so much about film history and game history that I just can't bear myself to destroy things. So most of the time, it's not really the game. Like a lot of times we fake it. But there are instances where I'm trying to think when I really did destroy something. There was a Super Nintendo in Mario 3, in the Mario 3 episode. And I remember that was like one that, because you know the Super Nintendos, they get yellow and they get brittle over time. And this was one that was actually broken like on arrival. It was like actually already broken. So I broke it in the episode. It was like, okay, look, it's already broken. Winter Games was one instance where I melted a cartridge. But a lot of times what I do a fake label. So it's not the same game. But even when I destroy the actual a plastic cartridge, sometimes I take the board inside the game. I'll take that out and I'll still save it. Things like that. Nintendo World Championship, obviously not real. Did somebody say something over here? Oh, the 32X. Yeah. Well, that was the 32X. It's a piece of shit. Yeah. Actually, I got that thing for $2.50 at a flea market. There were two of them. Somebody gave me two of them for $5. So, and it didn't work either. It was actually already broken to begin with. So.
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica was my first job. Actually, it was my first job right out of school, and I was working as an assistant for the composer who scored the miniseries, and that was very successful. And when it went on to series, he was doing a bunch of features, and so the producers let me do 2 episodes while they went and looked for somebody real to do their show, like not a 23-year-old kid. But then after those 2 episodes, they were like, why don't you come on in and let's look at the 3rd episode? And I went, okay. And then after that, they went, why don't you come on in, let's look at the 4th episode? And I went like that for, 4 years, and I ended up doing, 75, 80 hours of storytelling on that. But it was an incredible experience. I mean, it changed my life. Thank you.
Cool. Oh, I got a question. on the Nerd movie, we actually had you play a zombie in one scene, and you know, you did Walking Dead. Was that your first time actually being a zombie?
Yeah, that was my first time being a zombie and getting to like be on camera doing something like that. That was a blast. And when I put it on Twitter, everyone's like, "Dude, you're in Walking Dead," and I'm like, "No, I'm in the AVGN movie, guys. It's way cooler than that."
Let's see, right at the end, right here in the front. Yeah. Did I ever have legal threats from a game company? I don't know if LJN comes back from the dead.
Seriously, dude.
No, nothing's ever actually happened yet. No legal threats.
Yeah, that's right.
But it is difficult sometimes on YouTube, with Nintendo especially, with content ID matches, that a lot of game companies are really strict about how you use footage or audio, especially audio a lot of times from games. So it is a totally different situation on YouTube nowadays. So that can be difficult. Hey, right here, I think you had your hand up in the second row. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, basically to summarize sort of the question is just how it's like marketing rules everything, that the more the indie games are having a little more trouble than the bigger companies to continue putting out games. Yeah. Oh, just to like put the spotlight on more like indie type games? Oh, I'd love to, yeah. Like, I'm all about indie films and, indie games, but it's, I think a lot of times, I guess the focus always does come to like the more major titles that everybody knows, but it is great to always put the spotlight on something that not everybody knows at first and try to like, because like now we live in an age where there's so much stuff out there. There's so much film, there's so much games, there's so much media in general that you need more curators to sort of like, sort of tell you what there is out there and like, introduce you to more things. So yeah, I hope I can keep on doing that, do my part. Luigi.
I'm a little recent fan of yours. I only started watching in the last year, but I shotgun literally everything. I love the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
My confusion is in that episode where Kyle turned into a skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with all of that? It seemed to come out of nowhere, and then you brought him back to life.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't in it. That was sort of like
You asshole.
Yeah. That was sort of like a reaction to like over the years, he hadn't been in an episode for like a long time. I think I'm gonna say it was Crazy Castle was the last one, 2010, and then we brought you back 2013 for Ikari Warriors. So it was like a 3-year gap of no Kyle in the videos, and I think for a while a lot of people were asking like, oh, where's Kyle? Where's Kyle? And we thought, okay, well, let's actually play with that and let's use that as part of the plot and let's bring him back, that he's actually been behind the couch for so long and he's not been fed or anything, so he's just a skeleton, Yeah. Right here. Oh, how'd the futon get fixed? Yeah, I don't know, a new futon. I don't know. I actually tell you the truth, it is the same exact futon that's always been there for every, pretty much since the 2006 video. So that futon is still kicking. Yeah. One of these days it's gonna break for real, and then I don't know. I don't know what to do with it if it ever does break, because it's history, so I don't know. Who would want a futon that's all broken? Here you go. What does the nerd care about these days? Well, let's see. I don't know. As far as life is concerned. Wow. I think the nerd is. Let's see. He's sort of acknowledged that he really is attracted to terrible games. That he's like flies on a piece of shit. That he just always is like. I think, even though that's kind of come full circle in the film. but but you can't ever let a character come completely full circle. Like he always has to have a new journey somehow, or else it's all over. So if the nerd's going to keep going on, I think he's always, we're always going to keep exploring that sort of weird relationship that he has with these games that traumatized him since he was a kid. Yeah. So, hey, right here. Is there going to be any more bullshit episodes? I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah.
See. When I do bullshit episodes, I usually do them in a batch. It's just a batch of bullshit, when they come out. So when it eventually does happen.
Are there going to be any more monkey cheese episodes?
Oh my God, I would love to. I'd love to. I want to do Monkey Cheese goes to Chuck E. Cheese. That's what I want. Let's see, somebody I haven't gotten to. I'm trying to think. Right here. Hey, you. Yeah. What game console has the most sentimental value? Oh, gee, I guess it's pretty easy. NES and Super Nintendo. I would say if I had to pick one of those, probably Super Nintendo, because I was the most aware. I was the most in tune at that moment of what's going on. I don't think ever since that moment I've been so much, at the head of the game. Really, it was.
I'm actually interested in everyone's answer on that.
Go for it. Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, I definitely think the NES is the most sentimental to me because I just remember it, being a kid growing up, all these games actually coming out for the first time and just how big they were. Like, we had hype about Mega Man 3. Imagine that. Like, it was a new title.
Yeah, I would say NES. I remember driving my mom crazy for it and writing notes and, dude, please get me this, and just she wanted to kill me. So
the wish list.
I have an older brother and an older sister, and I used to have to share the Nintendo with them, but I think they kind of went away to college, I think, when Sega Genesis came out, which I had, and so that was like my own, and that's the most sentimental, Sega Genesis.
Yeah, and it's Sega Genesis for me too, although the NES definitely up there, but it was a Genesis house. I mean, what can I say?
Right here. Hey. What advice would you have for an aspiring filmmaker? That's always the hard one, but there's a lot of ways I could go with it, because it's more like a book. I could write like a book. I hope to one day, actually, to tell you the truth. I'd say just like, love what you do, because it's a lot of work, but if you love it, then it's all good. So if you already love it, then you're already, one good step ahead. Anybody else got some good advice?
Yeah, I would like to just extrapolate on that, for aspiring composers or aspiring artists of any kind, that if you love what you do so much that you do it all the time, what I found for me is that I was obsessed with writing music constantly. It's all I ever did. And then at one point I remember waking up and went, holy shit, someone's paying me to do this now. Like, when did that happen? Yeah. But it really, it happened so gradually I didn't even notice, because I would be doing it constantly whether there was a job to do or not. I would write music for myself, I'd write music for my friends, and then jobs started to happen, and by the time I got started on Battlestar, I already had my whole team of collaborators ready, and I just said, hey guys, we're doing another thing, only this time I can pay you, and it's awesome. So yeah.
I echo that sentiment. I write songs all the time for myself, and then one day my friend calls up and says, can you write a song about a pink dream phone for me? Or a song about a board game called Tornado Rex, maybe? And then what do you know?
Yeah, I would say you love what you do. I'm kind of going to go on that. When you love what you do, you just continue to do it, and that's what makes it happen.
I definitely think it's important to find people who enjoy what you enjoy and to form a community. No man's an island, and if you get together with a bunch of people, you're definitely going to learn things that you never learned before.
Also, another thing, I think, do it out of love and don't do it for attention or for vanity either, because that's a dangerous path to go on. And you see a lot of that, unfortunately, with YouTube personalities, I guess, who are doing it just for the attention and not for the artistic value, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I could say I appreciate what you do, as a friend or whatever.
Oh,
I think there's a lot of,
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll also add that just like as a total fact that like, you know, if anybody's ever thinking, like if you ever feel like, you know, you're doing stuff and you feel like it's not getting seen, like, you know, you're doing something and like, you know, not enough people are seeing it or it's not, you know, something's not going the way you think. That was me. Like that was totally me. Like, you know, like when I was starting and everything, like when I was doing all this stuff, it took a long time for it to really, like for something to catch on. Like this was just sort of like long before, you know, the nerd and everything. Like it was just like constantly doing stuff and always thinking like, oh, I don't know if this is going anywhere. But then in hindsight, I was really just having a great time making all that stuff and just being artistic. So as soon as you're doing something and you enjoy doing it, you're already there. So you're doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you wait years and years and then something will catch on. Yeah. Right here in the aisle. Yeah. PewDiePie. I don't have anything against PewDiePie. I mean, I've honestly never seen, you know, much of the guy's videos. I'm sure I'd love him. I don't know. Well, why? What do you think? Oh, okay. No, I'm down with him. Yeah. Hey, what you got?
Oh,
wow.
Geez. Yeah, dude. Putting you on the spot.
I'm trying to remember the lyrics to
that. Acapella Tornado Rex.
Tornado Rex, get ready for the ride. Tornado Rex, you got nowhere to hide. When the devil calls your name, you better fucking Thank you. That's the first time I've done it, I think, in 6 years. So.
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. All right, let's. Oh, way in the back. How about this? You way there. Yeah.
Is that the Pope? Is that the Pope?
Oh, we'll get you right after him. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it. No, you're good. Okay. Whoever wants to go, go for it. Say one more time. Really far away. Any more Bootsy in AVGN?
Right. Yeah. I've never been.
I actually never thought that till recently. Like the thought did cross into my brain once. I was like, you know what? Well, can Bootsy fit into AVGN? I don't know. Like I've thought of it. If I find a way to make it happen, to make it work right.
I was supposed to be years ago. Do you remember that?
I do. Go ahead, go for it. Yeah.
I don't know what you had in mind, but you asked me if I could play Jesus Christ in a.
But it honestly, and I would do anything as long as it's funny, like as long as it makes people laugh. But the ideas for it wasn't funny enough, and I was like, all right, well, you know, lots of things get scrapped, you know, like if it's just not up to par. Yeah. Bane. Oh.
Wow.
Well, thanks a lot. Yeah, great compliment there. Thanks a lot. But, yeah. Oh, his birthday? Nice. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, glad to keep you guys entertained. Yeah. Let's see. Who haven't we got? You want to pick somebody, Bootsy?
Oh, yeah. Let's go way back there. There's a black sleeve waving. Yeah, that. Yes.
Oh, what do I think of John Tron's content? I've seen a few of his videos, and I've really enjoyed him. I think he's got a really funny personality, and he's really great to hang out with. We had him over. We had him in some videos before. Yeah, he's a really fun guy to be with. And, you know, he's really on. You know, he's always like his personality's going. But when you're talking to him, he's really down to earth and a really cool guy. Yeah. Yeah, let's go in a green hoodie down here. How much fun did I have during the Power Pad scene with Mandy in the movie? I've never been asked that, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah, no, we all had a great time doing some of those scenes where we improvised a little bit. Yeah. Yep. Right here. Nathan Barnett, Keith Apicare. Would I do anything more with him? Absolutely, anytime. He's hilarious. He is hilarious and also dangerous and terrifying at the same time. You never know what he's going to do. Yeah. And again, another guy who's really down to earth when you sit down and talk with him. And I mean, he's got a character and he goes with it. But when you know actually know the guy, he's really kind. Yeah, you right here. Yeah.
How did you get Black Nerd to appear in your movie?
Oh, Black Nerd, Andre. He was awesome. He auditioned for us actually, and I didn't know him beforehand. Before the audition, I didn't know him at all actually. But we really loved his audition. He was really funny. Like I remember specifically, we hand him the game, and like I tell him, like, you never want to play this game, never play it ever. And he goes, oh, and like looks at it and then goes, well, now I gotta buy it. Like there's that little like switch that he does. Like we really love those inflections that he gave to the character. So, yeah, so we hired him. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, right here. Oh, how do we come with characters like the Glitch Gremlin? A lot of times it really just has to do with the game or whatever it is we're doing. If we're doing a game, you know, it's about glitches. So actually, I was sitting there with Kevin. Kevin came up with that idea where he was just like, hey, you want me to be a glitch gremlin in it or something? And then I thought about it. I was like, no, I actually have really limited time on this episode. I got to get it done really quick. I actually just don't have a lot of extra time. But that's really funny. And then I thought about it. I was like, God fucking damn it. Now I got to do it. And it was such a good idea. It was such a good idea. I had to do it. And I worked like overtime on that one. No sleep, nothing. And it was just like, it was such a great video, though. Okay. Right here. What do I think of censorship when games are localized here? What's an example? Anybody know? Okay.
Like religious content, yeah.
I did hear about that at Castlevania.
What about Mortal Kombat for like Super Nintendo?
Yeah, I mean that was the Mortal Kombat thing seems so moot to me because with the second game they put the blood in it completely and it was like kind of they realized the mistake. Does it happen in games today still? Because I know okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know like I remember the time when there was no rating system. I remember those days. And it was just like you never knew, like anything just kind of went. But then Mortal Kombat, Night Trap, and certain games, as far as I just haven't seen a lot of it, I guess. But yeah, you're right about the Castlevania thing. That I heard about that. Like they changed things. Yeah, sorry, I don't have a good answer on that one. Anybody? All right. I just see hands. I'm just starting to think. The green sleeve, maybe, right here? Green sleeve right here.
No one has a green sleeve, apparently.
Well, not anymore, but he did. Okay, holding the iPhone right over here. Oh, there's a bunch of people. Go ahead. Yeah, you. Yeah. Can we all sing it? Well, they might sing it with you, so...
okay. Yeah, we can go. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go for it. Start off, Kyle.
So just like an acapella.
Yeah, we got some acapella, yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna take you back to the past to play some shitty games that suck ass. Yeah. He'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd. He's the angriest Atari Sega nerd. He's the angry video game nerd.
Woo! Nice.
Well, at least I got to say something. Or sing something.
Yeah. Right here in the front. Tips on to start being a video game reviewer. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, it's funny because that's what I do. So I'm trying to think. Like, I would say, the script. I mean, I put a lot of effort in this. Don't suck. Okay, you got short. I would say put a lot of effort into all 3 stages. Put a lot of effort into the script writing, into the shooting, and the editing. Just like everybody's style's different though. It's like everybody's got their own thing, so it might work different for everybody else. But I know that I have to spend a lot of time on the scripts, especially nowadays, because it's tough to come up with something new. So yeah, I would just when you're writing the script too, one big kind of thing is to think about like how many times you're writing it in past tense and how many times in present tense. Like, are you actually writing it as if you're playing the game right now, like as if it kind of creates the illusion you're actually playing it at that very moment and reacting right off of it, or if it's past tense where it's kind of like a review format where it's kind of like everything's all kind of regurgitated. You're talking about one topic in the game and then you move on to the next one. So it's all your thoughts are organized into certain steps. So it's like a lot of decisions that you make like that in the writing process. Yeah. Boy, let's see. Right in the aisle, right here. Right here. Yeah, hey. Oh, yep. Oh, advice for haters or negativity?
How do you avoid it?
Oh, how do you avoid it?
Don't
bottom line
read
is
comments.
You can't. That's the bottom line. It's that like no matter who you are, you're gonna get negativity because like you could be like a total nice guy and like not say anything bad about anybody.
I think he said, how do you deal with it? I think, yeah.
Oh, how do I deal with it? It's just like it's just like it's gonna
Therapy.
happen no matter what.
A lot of
So,
therapy.
you know what I mean? Yeah, it just happens no matter what. So I just like don't pay attention to it. I guess that's the best advice like I can give. For anybody doing their thing is just fucking ignore it. If you like doing what you're doing, just fucking do it. Yeah. Right here. Yep. Okay. Yeah, Ryan.
So I had seen.
What'd you do? How'd you get involved in AVGN?
So I had seen like the first
This guy says cash.
5 or 6 episodes of it, and I was inspired by what James did. So I decided to make a website, and I contacted Kyle, and I said, hey, this is awesome. I made this website. Let's do something. And we did, and then it's like 10 years later now. So it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I got involved. I heard James put out a video on YouTube, and it was getting really popular. And then he started there. I saw a theme developing with it, and I was like, okay, this needs a song. And so I did the song, and that's how I got involved.
Yeah.
That's how I got involved with it.
I had known James for many years before, and I've been a fan of his other film projects before, The Angry Video Game Nerd. And I'm proud to say I think I was the first, Mike and I were the first to see the first episode of The Angry Video Game Nerd. And I'd been a fan of your movies for years, but I knew at that point that was the best thing I think that you had done, because I thought it was really sincere and really brilliant, and I'd never seen anything like that before. Now it's like commonplace, you go on YouTube, it's everywhere, but that was a purely original at the time, and I loved it, and we were very encouraging for that, and I have yet to be in an episode, I think, of Angry Video Game Nerd, but...
We'll have to work on that one.
If you need a Jesus Christ, I could do, you could do that. Thank you. Well, thank you.
I got involved after a couple of years. I was watching it for maybe 2 or 3 years, and it was just so in love with the character, and I just watched it all the time. I'd seen every episode a dozen times, and I finally realized, like, I owe this guy something. Like, I can't buy enough T-shirts to pay you back for the enjoyment that you've brought to my life. So I just wrote an email just to the website, and I just said, hey, I'm a composer, and these are the things I've done, but if you ever need anything really unusual or something more orchestral or something a little more epic, like, I would love to collaborate with you. And I wasn't expecting to hear anything back. I had no idea that you were even thinking about making a feature at the time. And we started emailing, and then I did the Christmas episode that year. I did the How the Nerd Stole Christmas, and brought in a vocalist and did a cool. Like, it was such a cool episode. It was just so musically. The musical narrative was so complete. And then you mentioned you're like, yeah, I'm thinking about doing a movie, and I thought, well, go on. That's interesting, you know. And then it evolved from there.
I think it's amazing. I mean, it just is, you know, to see an established artist. You never know who's watching. You know, it's just incredible to see someone like Bear. Like we got a message from Justin Roiland of Rick and Morty, who's been a long-time fan. I see Rick over there somewhere, I think.
I was a fan of Rick and Morty before he even brought that up. I love that show.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh yeah, Justin Roiland's a fan. I'm like, oh, and he donated to your movie. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Then I watched
in the credits.
I watched the credits to my own movie. He's in there. I'm like, oh my God. If you've seen the movie, the credit scroll's like 10 minutes long. Yeah. But speaking of that, actually, when you were talking about the whole stories, when I brought up the idea to the movie originally for you, what did you think? Like when we first
You pitched me the idea, and I think you might have sent me the script.
Okay, yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's cool, but it'll never happen. Like, I was just like, there's no way. This is all gonna, you know, get trimmed down. And not only did it happen, but, you know, we sat down early on, and I was like, okay, well, like, the ways we can do this are the following. And, like, one way is, like, the super cool little synth score. And the other way is, like, the super cool synths with a full orchestra on top. Like, we go Raiders of the Lost Ark with this bitch, right? And I was like, that'll never happen either. And then it did happen. I mean, it was really cool seeing you guys, like, keep those resources separate to do a really cool score. It was just, at every step of the way I learned never underestimate James. That was like, that should have been the hashtag for that whole movie. It's like, if James imagines it, he's gonna find a way to make it happen.
Nice. It's true.
The craziest email I ever got from the website was from this little guy named Notch, and he's like, hey, I'm making this game. You may have heard of it. It's called Minecraft. That was the weirdest one we ever got.
Oh, he tweeted out the trailer, actually.
Yeah, he's a huge fan.
That's awesome, yeah. Both times there was a trailer, he tweeted that out.
Yeah.
Right here in the front. Yeah, what's up? Whatever happened to Shippickle? We'll bring him back somewhere. I don't know. We'll work him in. We got to bring Monkey Cheese back. Got to get Bootsy in an AVGN episode. Got to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wasn't he playing in Vegas, actually? Shitpickle, wasn't he in the movie? Didn't we see him on a marquee?
He is.
So he's been in Vegas for a couple of years.
Yeah, there's like a few times where he appears in the film. Yeah, it's like we snuck in little things. Yeah, that's right. He's been performing in Celine Dion.
Yeah, with Celine Dion.
Did you imagine that performance? Yeah.
Duetting with Celine Dion in Las Vegas. That's what Shitpickle's
James, I love Monkey Cheese because it's the only opportunity we have to see you rap.
Oh, yeah. Monkey go boom.
Yeah,
hey, right here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, how much did I want to piss people off with old school gaming? Oh yeah. Oh, the AVGN Adventures game, like, it's because I didn't actually like design it, but I like would approve it, and obviously it's going for that old school NES, like pisses you off and everything. The game pissed me off, so I'm like, all right, if it's pissing me off, then it's doing something right. So, yeah. Yeah. But I hope you enjoyed it though too. It's one of those games where like you have to feel good when you actually do get past a really difficult part. Yeah, and the second one's coming out too.
Yeah, it was playable at PAX South.
Actually, just recently I was playing the second one because they were looking for approval on parts of that one. So. Oh, like when it comes out or anything? I'm not sure yet, like when like actual releases and everything. But I mean, I know we said before like it was going to come out in the winter, but I was like, I've seen so many video games get rushed out in time for the Christmas shopping season. It's like, let's not do that, Let's actually just take the time on the game and make it good instead, Yeah. Not to repeat the errors of the past.
Be ironic.
Yeah. Let's see, who hasn't gone? Hey, right here with the ball cap. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You.
All right.
Go for it.
There's a lot of hats.
Mm-hmm. something I want to see more in horror films these days. This may sound stupid, but just something good. I don't know. I don't know what good is. I just want to be surprised. I know a movie It Follows was actually I thought pretty original. That was a pretty great idea, I thought. I got to see Crimson Peak. How was it? Just wanted. Oh yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I wanted to see that though. Yeah. So let's see what else we got. Hey, right here. Yeah. What's up?
Throughout the years, yeah, this is the same hat, yeah. I try to take it off, but then, like, nobody knows who the fuck I am, so that I have to keep it on.
I didn't know that either. So that's the same hat.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Hey, right here.
Oh, let's go Mets. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Strange or interesting theories I've heard about board games. I posted a lot of them on the site. If you want to read them in depth, some of them are really creative and really funny. And then like a lot of them are like right on the money, and then other ones are really like, oh yeah, that's cool. I never thought of that, you know. So I think they're too hard to summarize, but they're on the site if you dig into the blog a little more. Like look for board games fan analyses, and people have submitted a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Right here. Yeah. What I do for breaking out more popular? Sure, yeah. The short answer, what helped me break out, what helped me, you know, like videos become popular, was YouTube. It was really just like like that was the first time I ever seen anything like that. And I've seen a progression, like you know, when I was making films way before that, you'd submit to film festivals blindly. You know, you don't even know what they're looking for. You know, they all kind of have the same generic thing. Just looking for original films from original, you know, ideas, original filmmakers. And then, you know, you'd pay a fee all the time, you know, sometimes like, you know, $40 or whatever it is, and you send it a VHS tape out to some festival, and you never hear back. And then it's just kind of like, you know, it was kind of depressing, and it was just go through that all the time. Then there was a site called studentfilms.com that was like, look, no matter who you are, you just send the tape in, and they'll put it on their website. And you would pay like $1 per minute. So you had the 12-minute video. Like I had Cinemaphobia, and it was 12 minutes at $12 for a year, and then you can renew it. You send them a VHS tape, and then I guess they take that tape and they digitize it, they put it online. And this was like when broadband internet wasn't even that old at this time. And they put it on there, and then, you know, it's on the site, and you're like, wow, that's great. You could tell everybody you know, like, go to this website and watch my film, and you get, you know, like 4 comments or something. But it was that was awesome. I was like, oh my God, people commented on this video. Then YouTube came out, and then it was like, whoa. Now it's like not only do you upload it for free, you know, but more than 4 people comment on it. And it's like, holy shit. So YouTube just changed the world.
I want to say something else as well. I remember signing into MySpace and seeing on the home screen where any single person who signed into MySpace saw the exact same thing. And it was, check out this video, and it was the first episode, Angry Video Game Nerd, that you just recently uploaded to YouTube. I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. Yeah. Everyone, do you remember that at all?
Yeah,
it was like,
I do remember that.
At that point, it was just, you know,
yeah,
that really helped. Oddly enough, MySpace was very instrumental, I think, in that.
And
so
who knows?
That was one.
MySpace
Who knew? And it's still around, right? I think that you could still. Yeah, I wonder how much spam my profile is sending out right now.
Right here, yep. A game that I had a really hard time trying to get a hold of that could have stopped the video if I didn't get it. That's a good question. I'm sure it's happened. I'm trying to think. Oh, gee. Anybody think anything? I refresh my memory.
Yeah,
CDI was tough, but I still managed to get them. I can't think of a moment when a video was totally canceled.
You had trouble getting a working Jaguar CD. That was a big fight.
That's true. The
Yeah.
Jaguar CD took a long time, and then it didn't even really become an episode. It became, eventually we did a James and Mike for Highlander on the Jaguar CD. So it didn't even it wasn't even worth it. Is what I'm saying. Yeah. Let me check how much time I have for just a second, because I think I want to tell you about. Yeah, I know it's best not to look. Oh yeah, I think we. Oh, it's probably.
We started late, so we got a few, 5 more minutes.
But I wanted to tell you about something just because everybody's here. It's really early in the process, so I'll announce something official soon. But it's in the works. I've been working on it, since the winter. And I guess to start it out is I'm a hoarder. I have lots of shit. So I have tons and tons of things. Like whenever I do a nerd episode and I have a script and I have storyboards and all kinds of notes on it, I'll save that, just put it in a filing cabinet. Anything I can save, I'll just save, because I always think, well, you know what it is? Somebody's, the Ninja Turtles 3 movie review. Do you remember when I took the sword and I smashed the VHS tape? Yeah, somebody wrote me an email and was like, hey, do you have the pieces of that Turtles 3 VHS tape? Because I would gladly take that if you would send it to me, if you have it by any chance. And I was like, well, no, I just threw it in the garbage after that. I didn't think anything of it. But that always stuck with me. I was like, the saying, one man's junk is another man's treasure. And ever since then, I've just saved lots of stuff. And I have props. I have, costumes. I still have the Bugs Bunny. Yeah, I still have the Bugs Bunny costume that Mike wore in the Bugs Bunny birthday blowout episode, and all these things. It's still covered in shit a little bit, but I just have all this stuff, and it's accumulating. I got to get rid of it, especially after the movie, after doing the nerd movie. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so basically I have all this stuff, the buildings the monster destroyed in it. It's I have all this stuff in a storage unit. It's just sitting there, and I've been planning on this for years and years. Eventually when I get the time, because it's gonna be a lot of work, but I already started on it. It's a little bit early in the process, and I don't know the exact. I don't want to tell you yet the exact charity organization that's gonna be, but it's gonna be an auction for the charity, and it's basically just 100% proceeds to charity. All the old stuff I have, I'm just going to auction it all off. So that's what I want to do. Yeah. And, yeah. Thank you. I think it's appropriate because it's also been it's going to be close to 10 years since the first nerd episodes that were, well, not since the first nerd episodes, but since the first ones that were posted on YouTube. Because, the nerd made its, splash on YouTube. I think the exact upload date of the Karate Kid episode, episode 3, it was April 6th. 2006. So I think it's pretty monumental that this year is kind of a big 10-year anniversary. The same year is actually the first year where, the name Angry Video Game Nerd eventually came about. First year we had the theme song, just a lot of big things. First video on Screw Attack. Screw Attack just had their 10-year anniversary. I just think it's kind of a big year. It's appropriate to have AVGN the auction, So I'm going to dig up a lot of my old shit and try to give it to a good cause, Yeah.
I wanted to say, if anybody remembers the Donut Disaster Board James episode, at the end of that episode, I throw hot coffee in my face and scream I remember either you or Mike said, hey, you should hold on to that shirt and we could, auction it at a charity auction or something like that. I'm like, oh, all right. And so I put it in a bag, and then I looked at it 3 weeks later, and there was mold and stuff over it. So
that can happen too. So,
yeah. So I really wish I could auction that, but it would probably wind up in a pending lawsuit of some sort.
Yeah. There'll always be time later. Maybe some other time we'll do even more stuff. But I put together a list right now. Currently, I have a list of 65 items, some scripts, props, costumes, and then some big fucking shit that I don't even know how to get rid of yet, but we're gonna figure it out. The spaceship in the movie that we sailed down Vasquez Rocks? I still have that thing. So, somebody will probably be able to put it to some use, so, Plenty of boxes? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, some things are just enormous, but yeah. But yeah, I got a lot of boxes, though. Yeah. All the way down here. Oh, sorry? Oh, if I were to do something other than what I'm doing, what would it be?
A Chippendale dancer?
Like you're talking like alternate timeline type of stuff. Like what would I really be doing if it was like not film, you know? If it was not film, the only thing I can think of is because I'm such a visual person, I'd probably do maybe more the audio side. I'd probably be more like, you know, doing music like what you do. So I'd do more like, you know, doing audio stuff. Music would be great, yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you look in the first episode of The Nerd, in the Simon's Quest episode, and you look on the door, the closet door,
Jekyll and Hyde one. Oh, this is some fun fact.
there's a flyer for James's band that he was in.
Oh, at the time,
yeah.
Draconis.
Draconis, yeah.
The shitty garage music. Actually, some of our lyrics actually sort of even transpired into The Nerd. Like we had a song called IOA, which stood for Inside Out Asshole. And a lot of the, sort of some of the quotes I borrowed, I'm like, well, we're not using it in the band anymore. I might as well put some of these quotes in The Nerd. So some of those things I came up with. Like that humor was always there before The Nerd. It just needed an outlet. I just needed some kind of outlet to harness all these weird phrases I had. Yeah, so, hey, right here.
I see you have a very, you were quite physical with that bunny outfit.
Yeah.
You did the Bugs Bunny thing.
Yeah.
How physical did you get with that costume?
Oh, with the Bugs Bunny costume? When we were fighting, all that stuff? The Crazy Castle episode especially, you know, we got incredibly physical. Like we're not like action stars, like we don't do this type of shit, but we just like went at it and it was like, we exhausted ourselves. And at one point, Mike knocked me out, actually. Like, and he was like, I'm so sorry. He was so apologetic. And I'm like, you know, dude, you're wearing a Bugs Bunny costume and you actually like hit me and knocked me out. Because, you know, you got to roll with the punches. You got to go the way you're going. I rolled the wrong way on one of the punches. And bam, just like knocked me out for like a second. And then, but I was like, holy shit, like that was crazy, you know.
Glass Joe right here.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nuts. So, who haven't I got? Right here at the Axe. A game that I hate that everybody else seems to like. A game that I hate that everybody else seems to like. I don't know.
The Tony Hawk things?
I wouldn't say I hate Tony Hawk, but it's one of those games where it's not my type of game. Right. I'm not good at it, you know. But I know a lot of people are.
Mario Party, any of those games?
I like Mario Party. No. Actually, I have a question. I don't know how we're going to answer this, but what are some of the worst Mega Man games? I don't know.
Legends.
Soccer. X7 Soccer. Battle Network transmissions? Yeah. The Tiger one. Okay. All right. I think that wins.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So right here. When I was playing The Nerd, were there any like when I first came up with the characters, were there any inspirations from pre-existing characters? I'm trying to think of. I mean, it's true. Yeah, you draw from a lot of things. I'm trying to think of like an actual character that existed, like in film or anything. Not that I can think of offhand. I'll think of something later. I just can't think of it right now. Sorry. Right here in the aisle. Mm-hmm. Oh, how to get the Bible games? Yeah, for the first episode. I think most of them were on eBay. I remember the Super Noah's Ark 3D was the toughest one to get there. Oh, right here, I think, no, you've had your hand raised. I see. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, have ever thought of live streaming? Yeah, because Mike does it a lot and does it a lot with Ryan and Boots. I think you've done something.
Yeah,
right?
I've done
And
a couple.
I've done a few. They're usually very spontaneous, like we just like last minute kind of thing. Mike's been doing most of those, but I want to do more, like when there's time. But we're still trying to catch up on the regular, Monday videos. And the Monday videos are like edited. We edit it down to the funny parts because I always want to keep the videos entertaining. And I feel like with the live things, I'm not really like, I don't consider myself a live performer. Like, there's lots of dead air where it's just not entertaining, I don't think. So I feel like I like to cut things down and make the video entertaining. So for me, it's a little tough. Like that's why I just prioritize doing the edited videos. But I do want to do more live stream type of videos too, because it's fun. People get to actually see it and interact with you while you're playing it. So that's always a cool thing. Yeah. You okay, all right. Mm-hmm. What was film school like for me, and what was it like getting a job afterwards? Actually, it's funny. I found one of our assignments. I actually, believe it or not, I found the tape recently of like the things rolling across the table. Like.
Yeah, oh man, yeah.
We
We went to film school together. Yeah, James and I, that's how we met. And
yeah. Well, we had some interesting assignments there. That was it was an art school. So we got a bachelor's degree in fine arts. Actually, no, we majored in what, Yingling Lager? And,
yeah. Majored in Yingling Lager, minored in Mario Kart, I think.
yeah. But
I was going to say though, I think we were probably both in the wrong school because we were very much narrative, trying to become narrative filmmakers, and it was very much like an experimental. It was a lot of the professors were into experimental films, and it's funny to think of you and I in those classes. Like, just we couldn't give less of a shit about
A lot of times, yeah. But really, in hindsight, I appreciated a lot of what I did. I don't know how you feel, but I felt it very much.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, I'm not totally ripping it apart.
Yeah,
but,
no, it's true. Because first of all, the school, it was an art school, so it wasn't strictly film. We majored in film, but we did everything. We did sculpting, we did drawing, we did painting. We did art history. Every certain type of thing they made you do before you eventually started focusing on your film courses and everything. So it was a lot different than I think. Like you could go to a school that's strictly film probably, but and some schools are more technical than others. But this school that we went to was more about finding your craft, like finding your it was sort of like what I think the most important thing is just the experience you get from it. Like we didn't learn a lot of technical skills there, and most of that we taught ourselves. But like we didn't learn how to use video editing software or anything. They actually made a splice film. We shot on film there. Yeah. So.
But how was it like finding work after? Which is a very good question. The safety videos and that,
Oh yeah, like
right.
I mean,
the wedding videos and stuff like that. You just you got to pay your dues.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
it sucks, but I mean, rarely I think does anyone exit college or any kind, especially like an art school or something like that, and expect something like a job to fall on your lap. You really have to work hard, and you really. I hate to say it, but you have to have a little bit of luck, I think, fall your way if you want anything to happen early as far as getting a job. But, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I had like all kinds of random jobs afterwards. I mean, I did we edited corporate videos and stuff, and but it was really like the most valuable thing about college, really, in the long run, was just the experience and just having, your creativity stimulated while you're there. Because if, on your own, it's sometimes hard to get motivated. It's great to be around other people and feed off of other artists and actually get to be immersed in that environment. That was the most valuable thing to me. As far as the actual diploma and finding a job afterwards, it's like a whole other story. You just gotta keep at it until something, you know, happens. I know a lot of people go to LA, so that's like where all the work is if you're looking for a job. You know, it's like, I mean, I wish it was more spread out, but it isn't really spread out. It's like kind of like all there. I mean, but as far as making your own films, I say make them anywhere you can. Like making your own films is just do it, you know, on your own turf. Do it wherever, you know, you can. Be resourceful with it.
Let's do one more. I think we have to wrap it up. I think. Right?
Yep.
We'll do one more. One more question.
I want you to pick it.
Oh, me?
Okay.
Geez, let's. How about over here, over to the right? This gentleman, yes, you, yes.
In the Nightmare on Elm Street episode. Okay. In the Nightmare on Elm Street, what about the Power Glove? Oh, sure, yeah. In Nightmare on Elm Street episode was the Power Glove, a reference to Freddy's Dead. Not specifically in the scene Freddy's Dead when he's like, I got the Power Glove, you know, like, yeah, like that line, like pretty much. But it was mostly like just thinking of, I was already thinking ahead, what was the next episode? How do I cleverly work it in so that the next episode's the Power Glove? It's like Freddy's got a glove, he's at the Power Glove, you know. Just trying to like to be continued working in the next thing.
You want to do one last question that applies to all of us?
Yeah.
Anybody have one that we could all answer? So it'd be a nice ending.
Okay. Right here. Yeah, purple shirt. Oh, what's this next step for Cinemascot? We just do like a wish list thing. Like, what would you like to see next, Ryan?
I love the location tours. I want to see more location tours.
Yeah. I'd like to do more music.
I have, bunch of stuff. I like to get every series, you know, go. You know how it is. I always get back to them and they go in kind of rotation. I like to get more, you know, nerd. You know, it's bullshit. I kind of like go through the rotation again. But I also really, really want to do some more of those fake trailers. You know, fake movie trailers. Yeah. And as well as I think I'm going to do like a short film, hopefully. I mean, I have some short film ideas and also feature film ideas, so I'd like to get started on another feature of some kind, like maybe a horror movie or something. Yeah.
Monkey Cheese visits Chuck E. Cheese. I think that's what I want to see next.
Let's make another movie.
Yeah. Yep. All right, cool. Thanks, everybody, for coming. You've been awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Tomorrow, 11 to 1. Sorry.
Dude,
I know.
great scene.
Yeah, you too. Thanks so much for coming out.
That laptop? Never mind. I'm confused. Okay.
on. I don't know how to do that at all then. So give me 2 seconds. Sorry. Yeah.
That'll be for your laptop.
Hey man, do you know if there's a surge protector up here? Power strip?
No idea.
Hey Billy, what's up, dude? Doing the thing, you know? Doing the thing. I just felt like I had to say one more thing.
reach. Yes, just perfect.
And just a quick question, for our stream, where's all the action going to be happening? Is it pretty much just all on stage, or?
I don't know. I think that
It's just the minis, stupid minis.
I know that we're going to need to get what's up on screen.
Oh, you need an adapter?
No, I mean,
wait. What are you asking?
Yeah, I need a mini DisplayPort to HDMI adapter. I've got one upstairs, and I've sent someone to go get it.
Okay. Mine is in the concert hall, so they might be quicker than me.
I don't know, with those elevators, who knows?
Panel 1 had one. Panels 2, I mean.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try still in theirs.
Should the people that are going to come up on stage be back here so they can come up from behind?
They want to be safe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Quick question. Yeah, I wonder if these guys can check panels too.
Yeah, can they? You need me to? I know that we're starting.
If you could, that'd be awesome.
All right. Right now, that's where we're going. We're looking for HDMI.
To the Mac DisplayPort.
HDMI?
Yeah.
Macs to have HDMI.
No.
This one doesn't.
That thing's got, the MacBook Air has just the
Oh, I know.
Thunderbolt.
So we need Thunderbolt to HDMI.
Thunderbolt HDMI, yep. Cutman's gone to go check on if they have one next door panels. It's 9 o'clock. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Exactly. Well, I mean, the only thing we're going to fuck up is if we don't have internet, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Got it. It's from Tech Ops. Test the audio here. Yeah.
Hey guys, thank you so much for being here. We're setting up the tech, but we'll get started really soon. I'm glad you're here.
All right. Let me just test the. I'm not getting anything. Okay. I'll just start the build and just try it out. Oh. Do you have her phone number? I'm just doing a test. I'm just going to see what I can do. Sure. Let's get started. We just told them we're having internet difficulties here. Oh, we're back in business. Got a connection. It's slow, we can start and we can just explain to people if you have any problems. We still have the internet people coming. So.
Hello, MAGFest! We are so glad that you're here. You could be puking in your hotel room. You could be having horrible sex that you'll regret immediately. Everybody seems to have already had these experiences from what you're saying. If you don't know, my name is Brent Black, also known as Brental Floss. If you want, sure, thanks both of you, thank you. And so most of you may know me as the guy that adds lyrics to video games and their tunes on the internet. However, for the last year, I've been working on a video game. It's a party game called Use Your Words. Before we get started, I want to give a big round of applause to my co-developer, the guy that's done all the code, all the scripting, all of the dealing with the pain in the ass that is me, Julian Spillane. Give it up. So here's how this game works. It's basically like a game where you get to fill in blanks with what you think is funny. You've played Cards Against Humanity, but sometimes you go, I don't have a card in my hand that I
I'd rather
want.
get on the staff
What if
Wi-Fi
you
if
could
possible
write the
because
card?
we're
What if it wasn't
Go
just
ahead
filling
and,
in the blank, but you're
MAGFest
also doing
2016.
Twitter hashtags?
Use
What
it.
if you're also
No, it's-
adding your
it's
own
fine.
subtitle to a
That
foreign
guy,
film
Cab?
clip to have your own little Mystery Science Theater 3000
I'm sorry, just
with
that
you
guy,
and your
just
weird
that guy.
friends? Don't pretend you don't have weird
I love
friends. All my
MAGFest,
friends
all
are weird.
lowercase, no
Anyway.
spaces.
So, this is the idea. There's also a game called it's called Extra Extra, where you actually add a headline to a picture that will show up on a newspaper. The idea is writing the funniest answer, but also there's an answer that we, the developers, have written, the house answer. If you vote for that one as
Can
your
you give it a
favorite,
try for me?
you lose points. Now, we could just me and Julian play this game. That would be a little boring. But instead, we have 6 MAGFest All-Stars that we're going to bring to the stage to play this game to show you how it works. You guys ready?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
All right. It just occurred to me one of them's not here, so I'm going to stick my head backstage and say stuff. All right. Drama, tension. All right. First to the stage is a man I love, spiritually, carnally, in every other way. He is the founding member of video game band The One-Ups. Please welcome to the stage, Mustard! Look at this sexy man bun mofo. Yeah. Play that bass, baby. Okay. This next guy you all know and love, he wears a costume. He is, in fact, a dj. He spins the records, as I'm told. You know him, you love him. Please welcome to the stage, DJ Cutman! All right, and in the next corner of a place with no corners, you know his voice from Dragon Ball Z Abridged and Final Fantasy VII Machinima Abridged. Did I say that right? No, I didn't. Okay, all right. And also from other video games, TV, and film, please welcome to the stage Anthony Antfish Sardina. All right, now this next person was a last-minute addition. We wanted Ashley Birch. There was some miscommunication, no harm, no foul, but I decided to take one of my biggest fans who I've known for a long time. He's an awesome dude. He works in education, and he's really funny. Direct from the Chicagoland area, Jeff Brenneman. Come on down. Look at this sexy man.
Hi, Jeff.
All right, now I think we might be missing one additional person who's probably running down here really quickly to apologize to me. But in the meantime, the big guest, the one you've all been waiting for, the one and only angry video game nerd, James Rowe! Yeah! This guy. So, you know, if you guys happen to have a Starbucks cup or some other receptacle, we're gonna have a little game called When Danimal Gets Here, Drink. Because he's the if you guys know Danimal Cannon, amazing guy, currently late, who knows? Maybe he was doing some of the things I mentioned earlier that you could have been doing instead of being here. One never knows. In the meantime, Julian, do you want to start a Danimal game and then hand off a phone or something?
Sure.
Is that impossible?
I could just be
It just
Danimal.
occurred to me.
I could just be Danimal.
You need my phone because you're from Canada. There you go. So, I didn't mention, this game is played with phones. If you played the Jackbox Party Patch, Jackbox Party Patch. That's not a thing.
Where's
The Jackbox
it?
Party
Where's
Pack
this under?
is a thing. If you played that, it's like that. You play on a console. In this case, we're playing on a PC and with phones. It's sort of seamless when it works. Now remember, this is a game in the prototype phase. We hope to kickstart this soon. There will be bugs. If you have drinks, secret or otherwise, if there's a bug, drink.
There will be bugs.
The laughs rolling. Any last words? Good. Anyway, so let's get this roll. Oh, by the way, before we start, there is a point system. There's a scoring system. By the end of the game, there will be a winner, and the grand prize is a painting by Square Painter of Link holding up the Triforce. Another prize is a framed image of the Ghostbusters. And if anybody gets booted out of the game, they will get this as a consolation prize. So it's either in the package or it's a sorry you got kicked out of the game, we're still working on it prize. Anyway, I know you guys are going to be a great audience. I cannot wait. So why don't we get into it? You guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's boot it up. Where am I going with this? By the way, while we're booting it up, can I just tell you, for future reference, if you ever say anything in this cadence, people get excited. For instance, eat your broccoli. All right, we're gonna fill in the blank on the phone. You're gonna vote for your favorite answer, not you, but them. And watch out for our answer. Avoiding it will win you points. Picking it will lose you points. Right or right, the funniest answer. Don't fuck it up. All right, here we go. The room code that they are currently putting their phone is FLPN, as in flipping, Mormon word for fucking. In normal games, you see URL on the screen, but because we don't want trolls to put it on their down here, we're not showing you what it is. Sorry, I know. One day you'll be able to buy the game, hopefully. So pretty soon, with any luck, we should be seeing the names of our players showing up. There we got Cuphead! We got Danimal, we got Antfish, we got Jeff B. And we got music, xylophones, I think that's marimba, I don't know. Is it my music? Actually, no, this is all music I did right. It's hard to get that old timey sound. Hey, we got James! We're sort of playing the board game, so I mean, this is not a board game, but it's sort of like it. All right. Winston, I believe in you. Start over? All right. Mustard wants to get in so bad. We all want him to get in. Oh, we lost somebody. All right.
Wait, I wasn't supposed to
Doing it
refresh.
live.
No, you weren't supposed to refresh.
Ah, damn it. Drink, by the way.
Ant, that wasn't a bug. Ant thought I was talking to him when I said refresh.
Oh, okay. That wasn't a bug.
Drink anyways.
It was a feature. All right. All right. All right. Are you guys ready for all six? All six. We can do it. I know we can. Go. 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 Go.
All right.
Go. Go.
We're out of here. Use my phone. Put it around.
All right. You ready?
Round one. Type.
This is a fill-in-the-blank game like Cards Against Humanity. This is your first prompt. Edward Scissorhands had it way better than his unfortunate cousin, blank. So while you're thinking of what you would write, they're going to type what they would write. Interesting fact, there's currently a timer on this game. It doesn't actually do anything. When it gets to 0, it just goes into negatives. It's kind of a decorative timer. All right. Now, the first when you put your answer in, it shows up on the screen. In a second, we're going to see what everybody wrote, but we're not going to know who wrote what yet. All right, we're getting there. Feel free to dance to this in the meantime. That's right. This is really what separates the nerds and the geeks. Geeks will dance. Nerds are like
to tap the
I'm not doing enough substances right now for that. That hurts. All right, we're getting there. I would say talk amongst yourselves, but that would be horrible.
Yeah.
Think amongst yourselves.
Oh.
You done?
Me.
Yeah. So I picked out this music, but I didn't write it.
What? Oh no, I'm on. I'm using Danimal.
He's using my phone. There was a connection problem with your phone. We can reboot it, but yeah.
All right, I've got great news for you. We're gonna start all over.
Drink!
Yeah.
Who did that?
All right. The glitch was in fact my dumb phone. Yeah. Hey, check it out. You get all the same information once again.
I'm gonna abstain.
I know you're excited.
Because his
Thanks,
LTE
guys.
isn't connecting. That's why.
It's been a great audience so
he
far.
Lost LTE.
Damn, so I'll just use this one?
Yeah.
Alright, so should I refresh this?
Yeah.
Alright.
So everyone just refresh the browser and re-enter that. Your phone lost LTE. It lost network. It's not on the Wi-Fi. I'll put it on the Wi-Fi and see if that works. Yeah.
Now the thing about this game is you're very unlikely, if you end up purchasing or trying it out, you're very unlikely to play it in a conference room of a resort hotel.
Hey.
So don't take these issues. We've been playing in the hotel rooms for days now. But the nice thing is everybody now knows what they're doing. Notice flights. I have nothing to say about that. But you, sir, with the afro, would you please stand up? I would kill a puppy for that hair. I would. Bare hands. Bare hands. No one said you could sit down. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You're good. You're good. All right, we got 4 out of 6. The mystery of will the phones work continues. You guys are doing a great job, by the way. My guinea pigs. This was really all just a way for me to get famous people on the internet to do my bidding for an hour. There's no game. Look at that head bopping. He's a pro.
Who are we waiting on?
He does that for a living.
Hey.
Excuse me.
You guys are we waiting on?
I don't know. Are we good?
Good. Try it again.
Yeah. Can I just say start game?
Wait till Mustard's
Oh man, Square Painter, who painted the grand prize, just showed up.
Ooh.
This guy. This guy.
And
Check out his
made
booth
real,
and
right?
buy some stuff. Here with, is that Undyne?
It's on time.
Nice. Nice. Excuse me. That is in fact,
let's
I
just
think
start
it's a
it and,
baritone sax.
All right, start game.
Also known as the Grant Kirkhopephone. If you're a music student, that's a funny joke if you know music.
I got it.
Thank you, thank you. This is why they're on stage and you're not.
All right, Mustin's phone is not signing in for whatever reason, so we can just start it and then come back around.
Mustin could switch off.
Yeah, we'll
somebody
switch
else
off.
for a round?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You guys ready to just go for it?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna have 4 players to start. They're gonna switch off. Are you guys ready?
Let's do it.
All right, thank you.
Round 1. Type.
All right. So, once again, Edward Scissorhands had it way better than his unfortunate cousin, Blank. That is not an acceptable answer. Don't write that. That was a brass stab. Skeptical front row person, you're awesome. Thank you so much. I hope to sell you by the end of it. Did this guy drag you along and you're wondering, yeah, thinking about your grocery list? Yeah, I understand. Or whatever you do. It doesn't have to be grocery. Did I leave the stove on? Did I turn the light off? Did I turn the lights off in the car? All right, here we go.
All right.
These are the answers they wrote. Very nice. Masturbator Scissorhands. Okay. Kind of a boring dude.
Oh, man.
So there's a sneaky house answer that we've written. If you vote for that one, you lose points as opposed to gaining them. So.
Well, not everyone knows.
A lot of people that can't dance in this group. All right, now they're going to vote for their favorite. Now, one of those was a secretly hidden house answer. If they vote for that, they lose points. How do you know it's the house answer? You never do. Unless you played the game enough to just know which ones are house answers. So they're voting now. If all the presidential primaries are any indication, this will take only 8 or 9 hours. Don't worry.
Can't vote for your own.
Here we go. Let's see what happened.
All right.
Jeff the Axefoot Florence and Fish wrote it. No votes. Barry Butterpants, Cutman wrote it. No votes. Masturbator Scissorhands, Jeff wrote it. All right, got a vote.
Way to go, Jeff.
Johnny One Note, house answer. James voted for it, and starting in the red, Ted Dildo Feet. James wrote it. Got 2 votes. All right. If you know Super Mario Land 2, you'll like this song. That is the scoring song. Da 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 da. James, I think, is in the lead, followed by Jeff B and Antfish. Then it's Cutman. We made it through 1 round. All right, the next round is going to be hashtaggery. You'll get a hashtag. Now, you guys don't need to use the hashtag symbol. You're gonna get a hashtag that gives you a category of thing to write about. This category is Dirty Dr. Seuss titles. There will be words that help you, as you'll notice on the bottom. If you're stuck or if you're kind of an anxious person, you don't think you're very funny, the screen gives you little ideas of what you might start your thing with. Just so if you can't think of anything, it helps you. Or if you're mad that you're part of the group because you got dragged along, like front row person. If you're at Thanksgiving and you don't want to be, well, maybe you'll write something because of the places. Or maybe you'll write something based on Grinch. I don't know. Can we even use these copyrighted terms? I have no idea.
Damn it.
I think it counts as parody, but what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. All right. Now, eventually there may or may not be a timer. We're still thinking about whether or not to have one. Because we don't want people to be freaked out and anxious, but also it could take forever if Grandpa's like, no, I've got a really funny one. Just give me 20 more minutes. All right, I have a feeling something good's coming. No? No?
Cutman bounced out.
Cutman bounced out. Are we just gonna?
I have a really good one too.
You want to tell us what it is just for shits?
Yeah, I guess I can. Oh, the places you'll bone.
It's good.
I
We're
could have gotten a point.
All right.
We're gonna jump right back into that one.
Okay, we're gonna jump back into that category. Don't worry, you guys are being awesome, and thank you for dealing with basically what is a normal thing at this phase in game development.
Exactly. I'm
I
still
figure if
keeping what I did.
Ubisoft has as much money as they do, and they turn out, games that are basically like a turd in a box, and I feel pretty good about what we're doing so far with a team of 2. But the idea here is to have a good time, have some laughs, and show you how the game works. What's happening now is Julian is basically taking us back to that point in the game. Hopefully everybody will be able to jump in, and we'll get the ball rolling once again. But while I'm on the subject, does anybody have an answer for the Edward Scissorhands one? Edward Scissorhands had it way better than his unfortunate cousin,
Arthur Dickfingers.
Arthur Dickfingers. Now my question for you is, are these dicks with knuckles or just... So they're not like flaccid sometimes, and then you get weird like, whoa, oh, yo.
Should we refresh?
Yeah.
But they'd have
All right,
flaccid dicks with bones in them, like the mongoose. I don't know if that's true. It sounded right. What about you?
Keith Kettlecock.
Keith Kettlecock. You came all the way from across the pond to tell us. Wonderful. And you, sir, what would you say for the Edward Scissorhands prompt?
Tina Spatula Tits.
Tina Spatula Tits. I'm not gonna comment on that. Tumblr is always watching.
Catherine Clitterlips.
Catherine Clitterlips. You at home can figure out how that would look, because I don't know. All right, and you, sir?
James Rolfe.
Wow! Oh, at least he's got all his fingers, and they're fingers. I think. I don't think I've ever seen any. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's got dildo feet after all. That's his dark secret. Doubtful. Doubtful. All right, you in the blue, yell it out. Susie Scissorlegs. could be taken either way. In a fun way or in a horribly painful way.
That was way better
And you,
than
sir?
what you'd put in.
Gladys Lasercooch.
Gladys Lasercooch. I went on a date with her once.
In many places.
I don't like to talk about it. Scar tissue does not a fun night make. And you, madam?
Timothy Toaster Testes.
Timothy Toaster Testes. So, like, when he's excited, his toast pops out of his...
Game. Start game, y'all.
All right, let's do it again. Now, James was in the lead. Let's keep that in mind if the points get all whack.
1,500, 1,000.
1,500 and 1,000. Great, thank you. All right, we're going to do Dirty Dr. Seuss titles one more time. And this time, maybe Chris will have to come up with something different. Because now you blew your load on this one.
I did.
Yeah.
Hey, that's something I can work with.
All right. I cannot wait to see these horrible books that should never be sold to children.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking really hard about those answers they wrote 2 minutes ago. All right. Hey, we've got new people coming in. I'm so glad you guys are here. We're gonna have a great time. All of a sudden. No, you guys are being awesome. Is there anything after this panel? Like directly after? Okay, we'll see how far we get. All right. The tension mounts. And you know, so remember how I said the timer doesn't actually function? This timer totally functions decoratively. It just sort of moves across, kind of like when you actually installed things on old Windows computers. It was kind of like, yeah, we were just trying to make you know it was still moving. We're gonna go back to the beginning. Like initializing, installing, reticulating splines. You guys get it. You know what I'm talking about.
All right.
All right, here we go. Let's see what they wrote. Gordon licks your mom.
No, Mom.
Green molten clams. One dick, red dick, blue dick, go to the doctor. The clitorax. Hop on pop, not safe for work. And the scat in the hat. One of these is the hidden house answer. If you vote for it, you will lose points. They are now doing judging time, complete with an apostrophe. By the way, you can't vote for your own.
I knew which one.
Recently, so that you can't.
I knew which one was funny.
All right, let's see if this is a sweep or if there's shared votes. No votes for green molten clams. Oh, I like the clitorax. Horton licks your mom. Oh, this is gonna be a sweep. Are you guys ready? Scat in the hat.
No way.
Hop on pop, not safe for work. Cutman gets a vote. And the super sweeper, Mustard. One dick. Go to the doctor. Yes.
That was good.
Yes.
That was good.
Da 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 da. Mustard won it. I don't know the total score. Also, I don't really care. It's just to show they're gonna win this thing. La 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 la. Okay, the next category is called Extra Extra. In Extra Extra, you're gonna see a picture and imagine that's the picture on the front of a newspaper. A newspaper is kind of like BuzzFeed, but it's on paper and it's news. You take this picture and you write what you think the newspaper headline would be for this picture. Now, while you guys are doing that, does anybody have a Dirty Dr. Seuss title they want to share? All right, I'm going to see if the mic goes back this far. Yes?
Oh, the places you'll hoe.
Oh, the places you'll hoe.
Horton hires a hoe.
Horton hires a hoe.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blow me.
Wow. One that I wrote earlier was one bitch, two bitch, dead bitch, you bitch. But I'm not playing. You, sir.
How the Grinch took my virginity.
How the Grinch took my virginity. I must stop Christmas from coming. But how? Yes.
All because a little bug went queef.
What?
All because a little bug went
All because a little bug went queef. What would a bug's queef sound like? Like.
I'll just write some clickbait.
That was it. That was it. Did you hear it? It was super loud to the bug.
Oh, the places I'll come.
Wow. Because it's the difference between come and go. That was funny. I like that. Yes, yell it out. One fish, two fish, red wings, blue balls. Nuanced, yes.
The cat and my snatch.
Whoa! Comes back. No? So the whole idea of this game is that you, once the game's a little bit more solid and you're playing it not in a hotel conference room, you can be doing this and beating your friends because you're the funniest one. Or because you know which ones are the house answers. Let me see if I can make it back to you, my friend. You can yell it out in the red shirt. Oh, you're pointing to your friend who's not in a red shirt. Crazy ex-girlfriends never forget. I don't know all these Dr. Seuss books, but I'm gonna believe you. Yes, ma'am. One tentacle, two tentacles. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Yes, ma'am.
Are you my cunt?
Wow. Are you my cunt? Yep, that happened. You were here for it. And nobody wants to laugh at the C word. Clitorax is fine, but we don't like cunt. Okay, that's fine. Whatever, you.
There's a reason why the cat's hand was so big.
There's a reason why the cat's hand was so big. Write your own joke. I don't know what did he jerk off a lot and it became swollen? Okay. He wasn't like one of those Edward Dick Fingers people? Because that would be another reason. Oh, can I make it to you before we finish? That's what she said. Sorry. Next
We're
time.
in.
Here we go. Here are the answers for this round. I love the Tribune's. Giant screaming head bound sucks. Amazing. Man asks wife for a little head, gets opposite. Oh man, I love you guys. This is amazing. Oh my. All right, now they're gonna vote for their favorites, for which they have 90 imaginary seconds. Kind of a string theory 90 seconds, kind of a four-dimensional 90 seconds. Abstract, if you will. All right, we got one more vote in, and we'll see who did what, or who got what, or who went what, or who was where. Here we go. No votes.